Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The February 18th, 2009 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. I always make this announcement. Perhaps it's even more important to do it today. This council chamber has a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. So if an alarm should go off, and we have no reason to believe that it would, please exit through the doors here and wait outside until our marshals tell you that it's safe to come back in. As I say, this is a precautionary announcement. We do it at every meeting, but because the room is so crowded today, perhaps it has to be emphasized. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Dr. S.S. Rogers, pastor, teacher, the Greater Mount Sinai MRM, Inc., and please remain standing for the pledge. Pastor.
Lord our God, you are our soul, while I live willing and praising thee, O Lord. I will sing praises unto my God, who entity, who put not your trust in princes, nor in sons of men, when there is no help. His breath goes forth, he returneth unto the earth, also his thoughts. As we move forward on this hour of this day, we come now to say thank you. Look upon this council, upon this mayor, as we go forward this year, the year 2009. That this year will be better than other years. This council will be better than it ever been before. And we constantly lift up those who live in this city and in this county. Jobs that will be provided for equal opportunities. Bless us individually, then bless us collectively. We thank you now for this privilege that we are now enjoying, one with the other. Now bless us collectively, then also bless us individually. We bless you now. In the name of the Father, the name of the Son, and the name of the Holy Spirit. These now and other blessings we ask in your Son, and for your sake we pray. And all the people said, Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here today. This is the ceremonial portion of our agenda, and for our first item, we're going to recognize our February Employee of the Month, and I'd like to ask Chris Knight, our Director of Building and Safety, to join us. Chris, where are you? Okay. That's the first and last time Chris has ever received applause. And I'm proud to announce the February Employee of the Month is Benita Kruk. Benita, please join us. Hi, Benita. Last fall, Benita realized that many plans and projects were waiting to be picked up past the 180-day deadline, And Benita created a tracking form and began notifying customers that their projects were there past the deadline. As of January 2009, she has 43 projects picked up and has collected a total of $89,910 for the city. And this is helping the city collect revenues at a critical time financially and freeing up needed storage space for new projects. So, Benita, on behalf of the entire City Council, we'd like to congratulate you on being named the February 2009 Employee of the Month. And listen to this. She gets this plaque, but she also gets a $100 Visa gift card, compliments of the Nevada Federal Credit Union, and a 3-month membership to 24-Hour Fitness, courtesy of 24-Hour Fitness and the Mulaski Group. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a great honor for the Building and Safety Department as well as Benita. And we have some very, very good people working in Building and Safety, and Benita is just one of many. And she does a wonderful job for us. Not only has she worked hard to get us money at a time when we need money in our enterprise fund, but Benita's the kind of person that if I need during the day a shot of joy and I need a lift up, I can go see Benita because she's always got a smile on her face, she's always got a great attitude, and she works very hard. And she's just a fine example of the good folks that we have in Building and Safety and how hard they work, and they show up every day and do the job. So thank you for this.
Thank you. Benita.
There's a lot of people here.
For you. Only for you.
I didn't expect
And Benita, they all came to see you.
Thank you so much for the honor. I work in a department that's in a lot of trouble right now, and we've got some people losing their jobs and leaving, and I'm going to miss them. I know you guys are watching, and I'm going to miss you a lot. So thank you so much.
Building department?
For our next two items, Councilman Barlow is going to continue the Black History Month celebration by recognizing some outstanding African American business owners and students who won a recent essay contest. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you. Is that all I get? Is that all I get? This is great. This is great. Thank you. Thank you. I love you too. Listen, today I have the honor of presenting some awards to some very outstanding individuals of the community in recognition of Black History Month. I am so pleased and honored to have such a great looking group of young people. Let's give the young people a round of applause. I'm going to start off with the youth today because they are truly our future. The Golden State Warrior players, Mr. C.J. Watson, held a Black History essay contest for students at Wendell P. Williams Elementary School. And the theme was, Yes, We Can. The Golden State Warrior C.J. Watson, the son of Leisure Services employee Kathy Watson, and a product of the Las Vegas community, sponsored a Black History contest at Wendell P. Williams Elementary School. CJ felt in this history, many Americans have been treated differently based on the color of their skin, where they were from, and the way they looked. The students were asked to write an essay entitled Yes, We Can, about an event in Black history that they felt most changed or influenced America's way of life. The Golden State Warriors welcomed both the winners to Oakland to attend a game versus the San Antonio Spurs on Monday, February 2nd at Oracle Arena, and allowed them the opportunity to meet CJ as well as the Golden State Warrior players. I would like at this time for you all to pay attention to the monitors as CJ has a message.
Good morning. My name is CJ Watson. I am the point guard for the Golden State Warriors. I am currently in my third season of professional basketball and second with the Warriors. In high school, I was named the Nevada State Player of the Year 2 times. I take great pride in my accomplishments on the court, but I know without success in the classroom, I would not be where I am today. I would like to start off by congratulating each of you who submitted an entry into the C.J. Watson Yes We Can essay contest. This contest is about much more than just winning. These essays represent something that is important, not only to the individual who wrote them, but to the history of our country. They embody a positive attitude towards our future as a nation and should serve all of you as an inspiration to do great things. Each person's goals are different, and what comes easy to one may be difficult for another. We all have dreams, and as evidenced by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., none are too big. Our country has come a long way, and now, what was once a dream has become a reality. In conclusion, I'd like to thank you for all your efforts. And to the winners, you truly are the best. And remember, yes, we can.
Let's give CJ a round of applause. Thank you, CJ. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to present to you the first place essay winner from Wendell P. Williams. That is none other than Lenin Ocampo. Please come forward. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes. Congratulations. This is for you. Okay? And if you all will allow Lenin, I would like for Lenin to also read his essay. Lenin, you ready? There you go.
Barack Obama becoming the first African-American president of the United States has had the greatest impact on black history. Everybody elected Barack Obama as president because they knew that he was going to make many positive changes in the world and make the United States better. I believe that Barack Obama is going to change the economy and people's lives. There are many people that have lost their jobs and are living in the streets with the whole family. They don't have money to buy food, and it's really sad. Barack Obama really cares about people, and he is going to help create more jobs for people. Barack Obama believes in peace, not violence. He is trying to stop all of the violence in the world. He is going to bring all of our troops home safely and soon. Barack Obama wants everybody to do better. He doesn't just care only about rich people. He cares about working people too. He wants to help people take care of their families. Everybody should respect Barack Obama because he would help anyone who needs help. I wish that I could be more like President Obama. He will make a great president because of his kindness and the help that he's going to give our country.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Lenin O'Bannon. At this time, and Lenin, I want you to stay here. At this time, I would like to bring forward the runner-up, Mr. Darzell Stringer. Come forward, Darzell. We'll sit this here. All right. Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
All right. Here we go. And we would like for you to read your essay.
Okay.
Thank you.
November 6th marked an important day in black history. Barack Obama was voted the first African-American president. He ran a campaign based on the theme of change. Now people sit anxiously, waiting for this change to occur. Change means to make or become different. If we as black people take a look back in our history to see how much has occurred, then we'll see we have come a long way. We came from crowded boats, being chained down, and traveling long ways from home. We came from being beaten and forced to work for whites. We came from our men being treated as boys and our women raped. Then out of slavery, we came into segregation, where we were judged by the color of our skin. We drank from different water fountains, and children had to walk miles to get an education. We came from outdated school books and backdoor lunch counters. We came from marches and water hoses. We came from no right to vote into having a black president. Yes, black history has changed and shaped what we have today. No more are we slaves or counted out. Now we have a voice, and we as a people must stand together and fight for more change. Thank God we are not where we used to be, but we are not where we need to be. It's time for more change.
ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Darzell Stringer. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you, man. Our future is in good hands, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to take a photo right here. Come on. Come on, let's get everyone in here. Come on. You good? All right. Thank you. Thank you so very much. And who do we have here from Window? Angela? Come forward real quick. Who do you have with you? Come forward, Erica.
Yes, I'm the Learning Strategy Secretary.
Okay. Oh, there we go. Miss McKinney, I didn't see you. Come forward. This is the principal of Wendell P. Williams. Thank you. Angela, just say a few words in regards to the essay contest, if you will, please.
Okay, I just want to say that I'm very proud of all our students. They worked really hard on their essays. And as you can see, you're going to see them in the future. Just look for them. Okay? So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Erica. Miss McKinney?
I am so privileged to serve as principal of this incredible school. I have incredible staff, students, and community. Thank you so much. I'm so proud of these gentlemen. They are indeed kings.
Thank you all so very much. Congratulations to you all again. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will be recognizing some outstanding African-American owned businesses in the Las Vegas community. First will be Miss Trina Giles. Trina, would you come forward? And as Trina comes forward, let's give her a round of applause. Let me share with you some background about Trina. Trina Sharice Giles, her official government name, is the owner of Grits Cafe, located at 1911 Stella Lake, number 150, in the heart of the Enterprise District. She was born and raised in the Las Vegas community. Her desire to provide local mid-scale cafe that prepared fresh Southern breakfast and lunch specialties led to the opening of Grits Cafe in January 2008. Since its inception, Grits has become a local favorite, my favorite, serving catfish and grits and chicken and waffles. In February 2008, shortly after the grand opening of Grits Cafe, Trina established the Grits Together program, which stands for Guiding Our Youth, Restoring Community Pride, Involving the People, Trust in the Law Enforcement, Safety for All, Together We Can. This program was established in memory of Pierre Cheney, Trina's older brother, who was gunned down in West Las Vegas. Every first Tuesday of the month, Grits Cafe donates 50% of its proceeds towards a reward to help people with to help individuals with unsolved homicides in the community. Trina gives back to the community not only as a business owner, but also as a fire investigator for the Clark County Fire Department. In 1992, she became the first African-American female firefighter for the Clark County Fire Department and was promoted to her current position in January. Trina, thank you so very much for being an outstanding Ward 5 business owner in the Las Vegas community. All right? You're welcome. Say a few words, please.
I just want to say I'm very blessed, and I feel for the men and women that are losing their jobs in the labor union. I will pray for you, and please come out, support Grits Cafe. Thank you. Councilman Barlow.
Okay, stand with us. Stand with us. Next, we have Mr. Cornelius Eason. Please come forward, Cornelius. Cornelius Eason has owned and operated Priority Staffing USA since 1997. Currently, Mr. Eason serves as chairman of the Las Vegas Urban Chamber of Commerce, member of the Southern Nevada Workforce Investment Board, member of the Board of Directors of 3 Square, and member of the Southern Nevada Workforce Investment Board. As a community leader, Eason finds it important to be involved with organizations that represent his industry, the business community, and specific social causes. Lending his professional expertise, he serves as Secretary of the Executive Committee of the Board of Directors of the American Staffing Association, the Board of Directors of the Nevada Staffing Association, Government Affairs Chairman, and former state chapter president. Mr. Eason, congratulations.
Thank you, Councilman, Mayor, other councilmen. I can't say enough about this gentleman right here. I've gotten to know Councilman Barlow over the last few years, and he's just a tireless champion for the community, so we ought to be proud, and let's give him another round of applause. As chair of the Urban Chamber of Commerce, I'm working closely with Councilman Barlow on a project that's going to be really exciting for the West Las Vegas community. We'll make an announcement here in the next few months, but once again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Eason. Roxanne McCoy, please come forward, Ms. Roxanne McCoy. As she comes forward, Roxanne is the president of the Las Vegas-based ProServe Mortgage Corporation. She has spent more than 12 years in the mortgage industry, growing her own mortgage company into one of Las Vegas' most desirable firms with which to do business. Since then, thousands of Southern Nevadans have chosen ProServe Mortgage for their real estate needs. During this time, ProServe Mortgage has provided more than $250 million in residential and commercial financing and continues to be one of Las Vegas' top mortgage broker firms. In addition, Las Vegas business publication, In Business Las Vegas, recognized Roxanne McCoy and ProServe Mortgage in 2008 as one of Southern Nevada's who's who in real estate, construction, and development. Roxanne McCoy is active in the Las Vegas community and serves on numerous boards and organizations. She provides support to schools in her community by hosting toy and clothes drives for needy families and volunteers extensively and serves as a facilitator in many outreach programs. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Roxanne McCoy.
Good morning, everybody. I just wanted to take a minute to thank the councilman for recognizing me and being an outstanding councilman for our community. And good luck. Thank you.
Thank you. You can stand right here. Stand right here for me. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Lou Richardson. Mr. Richardson is a graduate from Hampton University in Hampton, Virginia. Come forward, Mr. Richardson, which is one of our country's historic black colleges and is a proud member of both the Omega Psi Phi fraternity and the Delta Sigma Boule fraternity. Mr. Lou Richardson started his construction company in Las Vegas in 1978. Lou, being a community-conscious individual and Vietnam veteran, his initial thrust and concentration was community projects, elementary schools, libraries, parks, recreation centers, daycare centers, and historic preservation. Lou was one of the founding supporters of the Clark County Small Business Institute program. Mr. Richardson also regularly participates in charity events such as the Walk for Autism, is the co-sponsor of various scholarship programs, and participate yearly in the Clark County High School Apprenticeship Program, SBI, program. Lou also regularly participates in youth enrichment activities such as reading to children at local schools. Richardson Construction, Inc. and Louis Richardson received various proclamations from the City of Las Vegas and Clark County for superior performance, achievement, and participation. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Lou Richardson.
I want to thank everybody for coming, and I want to thank the council for this recognition. And I want everybody to know that this is only possible with the opportunities here afforded through the City of Las Vegas and all its fine citizens and all its fine people. And I just want to say thanks.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Mr. Kelvin Haywood. Kelvin from TKG Studios, LLC, a firm of 7 professionals, is currently working on a 16,000 square foot educational facility, a 6,000 square foot medical facility, designing a 4-square block master plan for a worship institution, phase 1 of an 11,000 square foot 3-story medical facility, a fast food chain restaurant located at McCarran International Airport, a 22,000 square foot worship center, and in joint venture relationship with a 29 firm team design a 2 million square foot renovation for the Las Vegas Convention Center. All of TKG's work on the active projects is currently being performed by existing staff. Kelvin has over 20 years experience in architecture, design, and project management on various architectural projects. Mr. Haywood is a highly competent and multidisciplined professional who consistently strives for personal growth and education in the business of architecture. He is familiar with local and national building codes and is proficient in ability and management of Okay, we got that crossed up. But Photoshop, AutoCAD, and all of that other good stuff as an architecture. So, Kelvin, thank you so very much. Congratulations to you.
This is truly a great honor to stand here with some of these folks, Mayor, Councilman. Thank you for this recognition and recognizing these other great folks who are doing such great work in the community. And I just hope to do more. And just seeing these children, I think, inspires me as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelvin. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like to bring forth my dear friend, Miss Wendy Welch. Come forward, Wendy. Ladies and gentlemen, this is most definitely one of the most phenomenal women we have here in the Las Vegas community. When told not Las Vegas, she said absolutely Las Vegas. Wendy Welch has always recognized opportunity, stopping at nothing to bring her vision into realization. Her mission to uplift communities into fulfillment and her dedication to renew a culture otherwise forgotten and often misrepresented into the forefront. It is that unquestionable passion Ms. Welch, associate publisher, brought to the inaugural edition of Who's Who in Black Las Vegas. For more than a decade, Who's Who Publishing Company has saluted African Americans in cities throughout the country, and Mrs. Welch stopped at nothing in her lobbying effort to ensure that our city, the city of Las Vegas, and community be added to this distinguished list of remarkable cities. In doing so, her publication tells our story as it is recognized and the achievements, sacrifices, and triumphs of the city's most notable African Americans. Not only does it serve as a comprehensive networking guide, it provides a glimpse into the history of our culture, a story that is now chronicled for the nation to read. There is a section in the book entitled Ordinary Women with Extraordinary Talent, and most definitely Ms. Welch is an extraordinary woman with extraordinary talent, and so for that Mrs. Welch has certainly earned the title Extraordinary Woman. Thank you so very much.
Mr. Mayor, thank you, council members as well. I just want to say, gentlemen and ladies here in the audience, you have no idea what it feels like today to stand right here and see each and every one of these people receiving awards, and they're in my book. And I got to tell their stories on this here day for Black History Month. Thank you. And as for you young men and young ladies, you will be the true youth achievers for our future.
Thank you. You want to get a photo? Let's get a photo real quick. Thank you. And just in closing, real quick, today I'm hosting an event here at City Hall entitled African Americans Making a Difference, and I've invited students from the 100 Academy. Students from 100 Academy, please stand, as well as Rancho High School. They will be attending the City Council meeting here today, and also they will be sitting with me today at a luncheon at 11:30 today. So I want to thank these young men for coming out and sitting with the mayor and city council here today. And those that will be sitting on the dais with the mayor and council will be Jaffe Edwards, Michael Manning, Bobby McRoy, Dara Johnson, Lester Finks, Dariante Green, and Gabrielle Pitts. Thank you all so very much.
Good, that's it. record should reflect Councilwoman's here. Right. All right. Good. What's the item for the City Hall, the public hearing? 59? You think we should? No? Okay, fair enough. You're so smart. I think you're so smart. You're so smart. What's your name? Hi, Darian. How you doing? Oscar Goodman. What's your name? Hey, Gabriel. How you doing? Okay. This is what we do here. On the right here, there's that green button. When I say yes, you punch the green. If I say no, you punch the red. Okay? Okay. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to call item number 8. Any items from the morning session that the council, staff, and or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have item number 13 is approval of the certificate of results declaring the petition submitted for the Las Vegas Taxpayer Accountability Act and issued by the Las Vegas Redevelopment Reform Referendum as sufficient. Staff asks that to be held in abeyance until our March 4, 2009 meeting. Item 19 is change of business name and ownership for Tavern and Restricted Gaming License from Buffalo Investments, Inc., doing business at Roadrunner Saloon, Buffalo, to Golden RR Buffalo 1, LLC, doing business at Roadrunner Saloon, 921 North Buffalo Drive. Staff asks that to be held in advance until our March 4, 2009 meeting. Item 20 is change of business name ownership for Tavern and Restricted Gaming Licenses from True West Investments, Inc., doing business at Roadrunner Centennial, to Golden RR Centennial 4, LLC, doing business at Roadrunner Saloon, 5990 Centennial Center Boulevard. Staff would like that to be held in advance until our March 4, 2009 meeting. Item 22 is change of location for astrology, psychic, arts, science licenses. Annie Phillips, doing business at Annie Phillips from 216 South 7th Street, Suite 13, to 2801 South Valley View Boulevard, Suite 13. Staff's asked to strike. Item 46 is discussion of possible action regarding consideration and ballot placement of initiative and referendum petitions for June 2nd, 2009 elections and other related matters. Staff would like that to be held in advance until our March 4, 2009 meeting. Item 55 is 90-day review of a temporary work card for Amanda Salmons, The Melting Pot, 8704 West Charleston Boulevard, Suite 102. Staff's asked to strike. Council members, at this time, is there any other items we need to bring forward at this time? Hearing none, Your Honor, make a motion to bring these items forward and take the appropriate action, please.
Thank you. Let's vote. Yes. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you. Good job. Item number 9, approval of the final minutes by reference of the regular City Council meeting of January 21st, 2009.
Yes, Your Honor. No additions or deletions. I make a motion to approve the minutes.
All right. Please vote. Opposed, please.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Items 10 through 40 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items that the council wishes to bring forward at this time? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. I make a motion to approve items 10 through 40 with exceptions of 13, 19, and 20 and 22, which have already been action taken on.
All right. Thank you very much.
Conditions.
Let's vote, please. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 41 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for nuisance abatement regarding dangerous building located at 716 Donner Street in the amount of $3,457.35 and assess a maximum of $100,050 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is Fernando Lopez and Silva Mathcoro, and this is in Ward 1. Mr. Smith.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background is that the condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired WA Construction, LLC, to replace any broken windows remove all refuse and waste, including piled debris from fallen shingles, trim, cut, remove all weeds and grass exceeding 8 inches in height, and repair the roof, approximately 400 square feet. To date, there have been eight inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of May 2005 was $210,000. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include $1,549 invoice for WA Construction LLC, in addition to other fees assessed for a total of $3,457.35, and consider assessing a maximum of $100,050 in daily civil penalties.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Are there any questions of Mr. Smith? Are the property owners here, Fernando Lopez or Ana Silva Mafcoro? All right, it's a public hearing, folks. If anyone would like to be heard on this, be happy to hear from you. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
I'd like to move that we request that all of the back payments owed to the city for the work they've done to do the cleanup be paid, and $25,000 of the civil penalty.
All right, thank you. That's the motion. Please vote.
Yes. Yes.
Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 42 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of vacant or abandoned dangerous building located at 644 Brenner Way in the amount of $2,701.35, and assess a maximum of $29,350 in daily civil penalties. The property owner's bank, U.S. National Association, TRS, and this is in Ward 3. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open. Mr. Smith.
Again, Mayor and Council, Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background is that the condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired WA Construction to remove trash, debris, high and dead, dried vegetation, board the structure to City of Las Vegas specification, cut back trees and bushes from public right-of-way to cut in height of not less than 7 feet, and post no trespassing vehicle or dumping signs. To date, there have been 4 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of May 2008 was $157,721. The recommendation that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include $1,649 for work completed by WA Construction, in addition to other fees, for a total of $2,701.35, and consider assessing a maximum of $29,350 in daily civil penalties.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions to Mr. Smith? Anybody from the bank, U.S. National Association, TRS? Folks, a public hearing, if you'd like to be heard. We'll close the public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. For those of you in the audience, just for your information, we have about 3 or 4 of these every council meeting, and we have to take this kind of action to clean up our neighborhoods. It used to be where we had all the buildings in the older areas of Las Vegas, and now we even have a lot of these buildings out in the newer areas in Ward 2, 4, and 6. And we really try to make sure that our neighborhoods are kept up. And with your help, I think we can probably do that if you let us know if we have houses like this that we need to look into. With that, Your Honor, I make a motion to follow staff's recommendation for the civil penalties as well as the maximum $29,350 in civil penalties. What is this property worth, Devin?
The sale date of May of 2008 was $157,721.
Thank you. That'll be my motion.
All right, thank you. Let's vote, please.
Yes.
Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 43 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 1913 South 11th Street in the amount of $2,202.75, and assess a maximum of $48,550 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is James R. Kent, and this is in Ward 3. Mr. Smith.
Again, Mayor and Council, Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. Purpose and background is that the condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired Weaver Construction to remove the dead tree in the rear yard along Canosa Avenue, remove litter, trash, debris, dead and dry vegetation from the front yard. To date, there have been 6 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of October 1978 was $35,000. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include $1,065 invoice to Weaver Construction Services, in addition to other fees assessed for a total of $2,202.75, and consider assessing a maximum of $48,550 in daily civil penalties.
All right, thank you. Any questions of Mr. Smith? Is James R. Kent here, the owner of the property? Folks, a public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. I move to follow staff's recommendation for a total of $2,202.75 and a maximum, and a civil penalty of $25,000 added.
All right, thank you. Let's vote on that. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Item 44 is discussion and possible action concerning the status of the 2009 legislative issues. This pertains to all wards in the city. Mr. Knight.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the council. Chris Knight, Director of Building and Safety, here to give you an update on a little side job I've got of monitoring the legislature. Just want to share with you a little bit about what's going on up there. The session started back on the 2nd of February. There have been various committee meetings and various presentations made by the units of local government. Our city manager, Betsy Fretwell, acting deputy city manager, Mark Vincent, have been up and done several presentations to the various committees about our budget issues and revenue streams and our redevelopment area and the concerns that we have with those issues. One particular meeting that's ongoing is the mayor's legislative meeting with the Senate Majority Leader and the Speaker of the House. And the mayor's been participating in those meetings, and they have asked for some information relating to our redevelopment area that we're preparing right now at staff level to provide to the Speaker. Status on our bills. City of Las Vegas has 3 bills, AB 44, AB 48, and AB 94. AB 44 is a bill that gives us the ability to create the Budget Stabilization Fund. There was a hearing on that bill yesterday. Acting Deputy City Manager Vincent testified on the bill. I think overall the hearing went well. He can share any information you have, but there were those that spoke in opposition to the bill, but I think that we've got some traction on the bill and we'll be moving forward, and it may get amended, but we'll be working that with the committee. AB 48 allows local governments to resolve construction contract disputes by a process other than arbitration. That bill has not yet been scheduled for any hearings. Our lobby team is working that bill in the hallways up there. Brad Jerbick, our city attorney, will be prepared to testify on that bill on behalf of the city. AB 94, which relates to our redevelopment area and eliminates the sunset clause for the Tourism Improvement District. Again, it has not been scheduled, but the Office of Business Development staff has prepared testimony and will be prepared to go to Carson City and testify in front of the committee reviewing that bill. There were a few other bills that we had status that we wanted to share with you. Senate Bill 87, which is a bill that the League of Cities sponsored in cooperation with the City of Las Vegas, that relates to health benefits provided by a local government and the commingling of our retirement rates. There was a hearing on that bill yesterday. Vicki Robinson from Human Resources testified in favor of the bill on behalf of the City of Las Vegas. There were others that testified in opposition, representing different labor groups, and the committee took no action on the bill. They said they would go back and discuss it. We will continue to work with the committee members on that bill to see where it goes. SB 117 is a bill that repeals provisions of the Commission of Nuclear Projects and the Agency for Nuclear Projects at the state level and transfers that responsibility to the governor's office. The City of Las Vegas has long, this council has long been in opposition to Yucca Mountain and expressed its position through several resolutions and has a committee that deals with that issue. We will be watching this bill to see the impacts of it upon the Yucca Mountain project and how that bill could affect the city and its position on Yucca Mountain. AB 130 revises provisions governing the approval of the Metropolitan Police Department of negotiated agreements under the Local Government Employee Management Relations Act. That is a bill that basically affects our status and our attendance on the Fiscal Affairs Committee of Metro, and the council may want to discuss that a little bit this morning. That bill basically would say that any negotiations with the union would be finalized by the negotiating team and would not necessarily have to go back to the Fiscal Affairs Committee, which we have representatives on, and we are monitoring that bill as well. The other two bills we wanted to share with you, AB 147 requires governments to grant preference to local contract bidders. It is the local preference bill. We had some concerns from a purchasing standpoint about remaining competitive in the bidding process, but yet being able to do that. Mayor, you've been on TV with issues saying, buy locally, help our economy locally, and we think that's a good bill. Ted Olivas, the head of our lobby team, is working with the sponsor of the bill to try and get that bill where it protects both interests, keeps that competitive bidding process, but yet allows some local preference on that in awarding bills. And then the last thing we wanted to report on is the Senate Joint Resolution 3, which is similar to a resolution on your agenda today for approval. I believe Councilman Barlow is sponsoring that resolution that deals with the North Las Vegas Airport and giving the Clark County Commission greater authority to manage the types of flights that go in and out of that airport, given some of the recent events that we've had that have impacted the city of Las Vegas. So we have been monitoring. We've so far reviewed over 140 Senate bills and over 164 Assembly bills. We probably will be at about 1,200 bills for the entire session, of which we will monitor about 50% of those bills. Many of those bills deal with taxation. Many of them deal with our redevelopment area. So far, about 33 bills deal directly with taxes, and about 5 deal with economic development that we are monitoring, and we'll be watching those bills. And as more come out, we'll be reporting more bills to you in future updates. And I would be happy to answer any questions or have a discussion on AB 130 if necessary.
All right, thank you, Mr. Knight. Are there any comments or questions at this time of Mr. Knight?
Yes, sir.
Councilor Wilson.
Thank you. Chris, on the AB 48, perhaps this is for Mr. Jerbick as well, is the county in a similar position as far as a desire to have this bill passed? And are other municipalities and other counties across the state in a similar position as us?
I'm not aware of the position of any other municipality or county.
No. I haven't talked to the lobby team about where the other municipalities are either. We can find that out for you and get that information to you.
It just seems that if we have more other municipalities or counties on board with us, it would be an easier position to move forward with. So
we'll find out from our lobby team, Councilman, and get that to you. And then get it to all the council members.
Secondly, regarding the bill regarding fiscal affairs, could you give us another overview and kind of what the pros and cons of that bill are?
I think Claudette Enos is in the audience, our Director of Human Resources, who has analyzed that bill and gave us some of the position on the bill, and she probably can speak to it better than I can.
Ms. Enos.
Yes, Councilman. In reviewing that bill, it appeared that the current state of the statute allows for the Fiscal Affairs Committee and our elected officials to make the official decision relative to the agreements that are reached at the bargaining table. This bill would seem to take that away and required that the individuals sitting at the bargaining table, their decision would be binding. It did not appear that that was in the best interest of the city overall or the elected officials. It appeared that that jurisdiction should remain. Therefore, we submitted a recommendation that that bill be opposed as it was currently constructed.
Who's the sponsor of that bill?
I'm sorry, I don't know that. I believe Conklin?
Yeah, the sponsors of AB 130 are Marcus Conklin, Marilyn Kirkpatrick, and Oseguera. Don't remember his first name. John Oseguera, thank you.
Do we have any idea who asked him to sponsor this bill?
I have no idea, no, sir.
Nor do I, sir.
Would it be possible to find out why? I mean, I don't understand why they were even trying to do something like this. None of them are affected by our fiscal affairs dealings and stuff.
I'm unsure as to who this, or as to why the bill was put forward or who requested those individuals. I did have a brief conversation with Ted Olivas, our lobbyist, and he was not able. He didn't, at least at that time, have that information.
Well, I won't speak for the rest of the council, but I'll certainly ask you to let them know that I'm surely opposing it.
All right.
Mr. Mayor?
Ms. Retwell, did you want to be heard?
I just was going to say, oftentimes during the legislature, it's unclear where bills originate, and we can certainly do some background digging. But one of the things that we try to do is if we find that there's a bill that may interfere with your legislative ability to make decisions on things like major contracts such as this, we want to bring them to your attention so that you're aware that the way the decisions might be made in the future could be substantially different from how they've been made in the past on major contractual obligations of taxpayer dollars. This one rises to that level in my mind.
Mayor, if I could?
Yes, certainly.
The only thing that I can think, even any reason why they would want to do something like this is last year when the PPA, or 2 years ago when the PPA contract was up, the county did take, to me, some really strong steps, and we had 2 members sitting on fiscal affairs in the county, one of them being Tom Collins, and some way, somehow, he was removed from that committee because he was in favor of the PPA's increase, and they put somebody on there that was opposing it, and the PPA lost their contract by a 3-2 vote. So, yes, I think that was politics at its worst. But again, though, I don't think that should at all alter the way we do business with the city and the county.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman.
I understand that we may not be able to know who originated the bill, but we do know who put it into consideration, those 3 individuals, and I would request that we go to those 3 individuals and ask them their rationale. What do they think are the benefits of the bill? You know, why did they put it forth? Maybe they won't tell us who to ask them to put it forth, but we certainly should understand their rationale, and I think it would be a given that a representative would at least explain why they put a bill in.
As we're requesting the information that Councilman Wolfson requested, we can also get that information for you and share with you as well. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? All right, may I have a motion, please? Thank you. Let's vote, please. Yes. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 45 is discussion and possible action regarding a memorandum of understanding between the Las Vegas Police Protective Association and the City of Las Vegas regarding current labor agreement, a future 2-year savings of approximately $120,950 from the general fund. Ms. Enos.
Good morning again, Mayor and Council.
Good morning.
Claudette Enos, Human Resources Director. And I'm happy to report this morning that yet again, another of our labor organizations, the Las Vegas Police Protective Association, has come forward to partner with the city and voluntarily reopened its collective bargaining agreement to reduce the uniform and equipment allowance. They were due in June of this year $1,425 per employee for maintenance of uniforms and equipment, and the organization, through its leadership of Chris Collins, the executive director, his board, and our employees, partnering with our leadership team here at the city, has agreed to a reduction of 50% of that uniform allowance for the last 2 years of the agreement. That $1,425 reduced to $712.50 for the life of the contract. Those employees were due another increase in June of 2010, and they have agreed to allow for that to remain at $712 per employee. So the idea being to, again, try to preserve jobs for our employees and continue to retain services for our citizens at the current level.
Thank you very much. I see Mr. Collins is here. Would you care to speak at this time, Chris? Good. First, I'd like to say this to you. Thank you for your leadership. We understand as a city that there are contracts which are extant, and when we ask the various collective bargaining units to open up those contracts, they can tell us to jump in the lake. And we understand that, and we appreciate the fact that serious consideration was given to opening up the contract and for the concession that was made by the PPA. So I want to thank you for that.
Well, I appreciate that, Mayor, Council. It was a privilege and an honor to work with your staff. Your former city manager, Doug Selby, was very instrumental in bringing the group together. Quite honestly, I was sad to see him go, but when Ms. Fretwell stepped in, the talks continued in a positive manner. We obviously are coming in a little later than the other groups, and it was not because the city marshals or the deputy city marshals and the Muni Court marshals weren't willing to come to the table. Quite honestly, it came down to we had made other offers to the city that we thought quite honestly were more beneficial to you as a city and saved you more money. We could not get your finance people to agree with our numbers. I had those numbers done by 3 separate CPAs outside the city of Las Vegas. Each and every one of them said that the plan we had offered prior to this was a better plan for the city, and that's why it drug on for as long as it did. I'm very proud of the marshals who stepped forward. I have for you today the results of the vote that you can put into the record.
Please.
And I don't know if you would like your staff to work on language to amend the MOU, or if you want our staff, one of my attorneys, to draft it and get it to you.
Well, our attorneys are real busy. Yours aren't, so why doesn't your attorney draft it and get it done?
I will have it drafted today. Get it to you as soon as I can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right. Any questions of Mr. Collins or Messinas at this time?
Mayor Goodman.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Chris, I just want to thank you and your group for stepping forward and doing to me what is right. I just hope that we save 2 or 3 jobs.
I hope so, too. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilor Wilson.
Mayor Goodman, thank you. Just so that the viewers are aware, this is our smallest bargaining unit, is that right? How many employees are part of the LVPPA?
Approximately 77, 75.
Okay. Not that they're any less worthy or less important, but a lot of people, when they hear the PPA, they're thinking about the police department and police officers in general. That's not the case here. We're talking about just a small select group of city employees, but nonetheless, thank you, Chris. As you've heard before, we're certainly moving in the right direction.
I agree. These economic times are tough.
From what I understand from some of the briefings I've had, we're moving in the right direction. I'm just not sure if we have to still keep moving in this direction. Time will tell, I guess. Okay. Thank you, Chris.
All right. Any other comments or questions? All right, Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion, please?
Yes, I move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you again.
Thank you. Item 47 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new beer, wine cooler on sale license subject to the provisions of the Planning and Fire Codes and Health Department regulations for Chef Mark's Pastaria, LLC, doing business as Parma, Pastavino, and Deli at 7591 West Washington Avenue in Suite 110. This is in Ward 1, and this item is going to be heard in the afternoon session in conjunction with item number 97, SUP 32491. Is anybody here from business licensing? Ms. Meyer or Mr. DiFiore on this one? That's going to be heard in the afternoon then? Okay, thank you. 48 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a change of business name, a change of location, and change of ownership for a supper club from ARG Enterprises, Inc., doing business as Stuart Anderson's Black Angus, which is non-operational, to TCB Las Vegas, LLC, doing business as Field Goods at 6750 West Sahara Avenue. This is in Ward 1. Ms. Meyer.
Mayor, members of council, Carol Meyer, Finance and Business Services. The applicant that you have before you today for consideration of temporary approval of this supper club license has met our criteria for consideration for approval, and my recommendation would be approval subject to all conditions.
All right, thank you. Yeah, you folks, please identify yourself.
Suzanne Bell, consultant, 8509 Raindrop Canyon Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89129. With me is Danny Coker.
Danny Coker, 2714 South Highland, Las Vegas, 89109.
Mr. Coker, I'm your best friend, okay?
Yes, sir.
And the reason I'm your best friend is you have hundreds of people out here just waiting to go to your new restaurant.
Yes, sir.
And
Come on. Thank you.
And they want to hear, what is your specialty there?
Our specialty is whatever you want. If it ain't on the menu, we'll make it. And we make some wicked Oscar-tinis, by the way.
All right. That's what we needed, an Oscar-tini, folks. All right, thank you. Are there any questions of Ms. Meyer or Mr. Coker? All right, this is Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Move to approve. You're replacing another supper club in the area, and we wish you lots of luck. And everybody come to Ward 1 and get that great food.
Thank you so much. Yes. Appreciate that.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Item 49. 49 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a change of ownership for a martial arts instructions license from Dillo's Training Center to Lunt Enterprises, LLC, doing business as Karate for Kids, ATA, at 4840 East Bonanza Road in Suite 2. This is in Ward 3. Ms. Meyer?
Mayor, members of council, Carol Meyer, Finance and Business Services. The applicants that we have for this application have met our criteria for consideration for temporary approval. And Mr. Lunt is here to answer any questions you may have. My recommendation would be approval subject to all conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Lunt. Would you please identify yourself for the record?
Norman Dean Lunt, 605 Agate Ridge Drive, North Las Vegas, Nevada, 89081.
Okay, we'd be happy to hear from you if you want to address us at this time.
We run a martial arts school over on the east side, and we work with a lot of underprivileged kids. And we're just trying to keep the doors open to keep the kids training, keep them off the streets.
Right, thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Meyer or for Mr. Lunt? All right, hearing none. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor. You've heard the conditions. You want to abide by those conditions?
Yes, sir.
I move to follow statutory condition for approval of this item, Your Honor.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Item 50 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new massage establishment license subject to the provisions of planning and fire codes for Diane I. Somerville, LMT, doing business as Diane I. Somerville, LMT, at 4325 North Rancho Drive in Suite 150. This is in Ward 6. Ms. Meyer.
Mayor, members of council, Carol Meyer, Finance and Business Services. This massage establishment license is an ancillary massage license. It's going to be, she's going to operate within the chiropractic office that she has been working in. In the past, there was an exemption where anyone working under the direction of a chiropractor didn't require a massage license. That has now changed. I do need to correct on the record, we have a typo in her name. It's spelled with only one M in Somerville, and we have two. She has met all of our criteria for consideration for temporary approval, and my recommendation would be approval subject to all conditions. The conditions on this type of massage, accessory massage, is that it's confined to one room. On their application, they said their room is only 70 square feet. They can have no exterior signage. She has to keep the same hours of operation as the chiropractic office, and she understands all those conditions, and I'll let her speak for herself.
Right, Ms. Somerville.
Good morning, Mayor and Council.
Good morning.
I work with a chiropractor and have done so for a number of years. I provide therapeutic massage for all my clients and would hope to continue to do so.
Right, and you understand the conditions, and you agree to those?
Yes, sir.
All right, very good. Are there any questions of Ms. Meyer or Ms. Somerville at this time? All right, hearing none, Councilman Ross, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. You asked all the right questions, and Ms. Somerville, appreciate you being here today.
Excuse me, pardon me. All right. Do you have any idea how long it will take? All right, folks, apparently we've had a malfunction on this equipment, which cost us about $50 billion of taxpayer money, and we're going to take a recess until it's fixed. We'll be in recess until the $50 billion worth of equipment is fixed.
Ms. Somerville, stick around. We'll get to this.
Nothing like having you.
Oh, I have no idea.
You don't stop? It's okay.
Hi, Karen. I'm standing in the back.
All right, folks, we're back in session. If anybody went to the restroom, hurry back. All right, Ms. Somerville, thank you very much for your presentation. This is Councilman Ross.
It started again.
Can you hear me? Bev? Buzz is back? Okay. Ms. Somerville, we're never going to approve your... Yeah, mine's on, but it's on the phone.
You have a cell phone? Is it on or off? Off. Does you have a cell phone? Okay. If any of the youngsters have the cell phone, they better turn them off. Oh, it's Councilman Ross? Oh, okay.
How many computers?
Can you hear the recording? It's gone now?
All right, very good. Thank you.
I'll just tell you that it's going to now it's back. Everybody hear me? I would move to approve this item with all conditions.
All right, let's vote on that, please.
What happened?
Yes. Post, please. Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Shall we continue?
No.
Test 1, 2. Now plug that back in. That's it. We got it.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Item 51 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of massage establishment license for Mayo Works LLC, doing business as Mayo Works LLC at 2701 North Tenaya Way in Suite 100. This is in Ward 4. Ms. Meyer, is the applicant here? Here they come. Okay. Ms. Meyer.
Mayor, members of council, Carol Meyer, Finance and Business Services. The applicants you have before you today have met our criteria for consideration for temporary approval of this massage establishment license, and my recommendation would be approval to subject to any and all conditions.
All right. Thank you, folks. Would you please identify yourself for the record?
Jason Aguirre, 433 Emerald Heights Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89144.
Thank you.
Christy Aguirre, 433 Emerald Heights Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89144.
Thank you very much. If you'd like to be heard, this is the time to be heard.
You know what? I opened Mayo Works in May of 2004. I sold it in October of 2007, and with the way the business deal went down, we're coming back in to take over the company, and that's what we're here to do.
Very good. Thank you, sir. All right. Any other questions or comments? Councilman Steinman?
Yes, we welcome you back to Ward 4. Thank you very much. And I'll move for approval of this item.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Motion carries. Item 52 is discussion and possible action regarding a 6-month review of temporary approval of a tavern license for Backdoor Lounge at 1415 East Charleston Boulevard in Ward 3. Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, Ms. Fergosa is here today with a 6-month review of her business operation known as the Backdoor Lounge. There are some calls for service that have occurred in the last 6 months, 11 totaling, and I was able to go over those calls for service with Ms. Fergosa yesterday. She acknowledged that she was aware of several of them and actually may have made calls either from herself, her husband, or the bartender to Metro for these calls for service. They included 2 assault and batteries, 1 fraud, 2 other disturbances, 1 person with a gun, 1 malicious destruction, and 2 robberies. My recommendation today is going to be that we extend the temporary license for an additional 6 months to see if the number of calls for service do diminish or at least minimized. She is essentially going to be coming forward before the Nevada Gaming Commission here, maybe in the next couple of months, for, I believe, 9 slot machines for her approval. And my recommendation in the extension of the temporary license would be to extend it 6 months. However, if we do get the gaming license application before the state, we will be coming forward for a city gaming license, and I would like to bring the tavern operation back at the time that the city gaming license is to be considered by the city council.
All right, thank you. Ms. Fregosa, would you identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Irma Fregoso. I live at 4509 Melrose Abbey Place, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89141.
Thank you. Would you like to say anything, having heard Mr. DiFiore?
I believe that the calls to Metro since I took over have diminished as time goes by. When we first took over the first month of August, we did have some problems with previous employees there. Somebody that had been working there for 6 months running the place that did not want to listen or did not want to follow through with the new rules, and we did call Metro on several occasions for him, because once I would leave the tavern, he would come in and start taking things until we put a stop to it, and call Metro several times until we had him 86. And then just as time has come by, we have diminished the phone calls to Metro. We've sort of cleaned up the parking lot. We have better security. So as time goes by, you will see that those calls will diminish.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions of Mr. DiFiore or Ms. Fregosa? All right, hearing none, this is Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, just one quick comment. I believe the last time you was before us, you told us you never done anything like this before.
Pardon me?
You said you'd never done anything like this before?
Never. I've never ran a bar before. This is the first time.
Are you having fun?
Yes, I am. Yes.
Are you getting any sleep?
No. Can you tell?
I move false staff's recommendation.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Item 53 is discussion and possible action regarding a 6-month review of temporary approval of a supper club license for Vangnuda, doing business as the Five Thai Restaurant, or V-Thai Restaurant, I should say, at 4750 West Sahara Avenue in Suite 25. This is in Ward 1. Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, for this 6-month review, we also ran calls for service from Metro. There were 12 calls for service in the past 6 months. Of those 12, 3 were perimeter checks by the Metropolitan Police Department. A breakdown of those calls for service include 3 grand larceny, 1 other disturbance, 1 burglary, 1 missing found property, 1 suspicious person, 1 fraud, and 1 vehicle stop. Being new to the business operation, I have not had a chance to discuss these calls for service with the applicants, but what I'd like to do is extend, again, this temporary license an additional 6 months with the review of calls for service and the activity during this next 6-month period.
All right, thank you, folks. Would you please identify yourself?
My name is Edward Brown Sr., 6217 Markleham, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89130.
Thank you.
My name is Suwanada Amrapayar.
Thank you very much. Would you like to be heard, folks?
We weren't aware of any of these calls other than the burglary, I think, was our restaurant being burglarized. But other than that, I'm aware of any of the other calls.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, are there any questions of the applicants or
Yes,
Mr.
Mayor.
DiFiore? Yes, Councilman Barlow.
Mr. DiFiore.
Yes.
Do we not communicate with the applicants as far as what's your findings are prior to them coming before the dais, because the gentleman is stating that he had no knowledge of the calls for service. So how do we communicate the information that will be shared so that they're fully equipped to come and respond to the council's questions?
Actually, I tried to call yesterday to set up an appointment, but I found that the number that he listed on the application was disconnected, so I had no way of getting a hold of him. I did try the business number, but was not able to get through for a live person for me to contact to be able to set up that appointment.
Mayor Goodman.
Yes, Councilor Wilson.
Jim, this goes back to what we were talking about at the last meeting as far as, like, as Councilman Barlow kind of puts it, giving these people an opportunity to hear things before standing up in front of us. So I, once again, going to ask you to sit down with me or any of my colleagues about considering a new policy so that, because this is a 6-month review.
Correct.
So 6 months ago, these folks were before us, and now they're before us again, obviously, maybe 30 days out. Start some sort of process where we notify them if there's any problems or anything like that, so that we give them a sufficient amount of time to respond. It gives the council enough time, rather than hear it for the first time at the time of the agenda item. So that's going to be my suggestion, is that we start reviewing some of these things, because it's just not fair to them, it's not fair to us to hear it on the day of the agenda item. And then my second comment is, if there were no calls for service, quote unquote, would you be recommending another 6-month temporary, or would you be recommending a full license? Is that the only problem?
I would be recommending a full license, and the reason why is because sometimes the calls for service may not be pertaining to the business. It just may be the address. Other times it may be as a result of the operation, and that's things that we would like to consult with them about, to discuss with them, and so forth. And so I think your suggestion is very good. What does happen, though, in some circumstances is if we go back 30 days, and we may want to shorten that time, there may be a significant amount of calls for service during that 30-day period that we don't have an opportunity to discuss with them.
Well, whatever the time frame is, whether it's 30 days or 2 weeks out, for purposes of a better process for giving them an opportunity and us an opportunity, I invite you to have more discussions. Secondly, you can always run something the day before to see if there's calls for service within that last week or two. It sounds to me like, and I don't, this is in your ward, is it not, Councilwoman?
Yes.
I don't want to step on your toes, but it sounds to me like some of these calls, like this gentleman says, they're unaware of them, or they don't really cause an area of concern.
That may be true.
If their business is broken into and they call the cops, come out and make a report, I don't know that we should hold that against them. And I know you know that.
Right.
So let's be talking about this more, please.
Okay.
Did you want to be heard, sir?
Yes. Are these calls at 4750 West Sahara? Because there's probably 125 different suites. Or is this just for my suite?
It doesn't specify the suite. It does specify the 4750 West Sahara.
All right. Well, okay. Oh, whoa, folks. Whoa. This is a good practice session for us to just take it easy. All right. Okay, Councilwoman Tarkanian.
I also am very concerned that they didn't know that information sooner. And of course, it's not just them, it's others that will come up with other types of businesses. I feel that would be no later than 2 weeks before the item appears, they should be made aware of all calls that might be affecting a relicensing. And I think, as we've stated already, that the last 2 weeks, if something comes up, we can check it, we can let them know. But certainly no later than 2 weeks before the item appears on the agenda, that we should have that done. Now, I will move, we can either obey this until we find out exactly where that was, or we can move for the temporary, which doesn't change anything, which lets them continue, and I'm sure that that might be the better way to do, because you'll be back anyway. And so I move to continue with a 6-month temporary. We'll judge at that time, because it might be a chance that it did come from yours, and we want to be sure about that. I don't think it did, probably, but you have no harm given to you if we just continue this. It won't hurt your business in any way, doesn't reflect on you in any way, and it helps us in the learning process to do it better. So that's my motion.
All right, thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Yes. Opposed? Yes. Motion carries. Good luck, folks.
Thank you.
Item 54 is discussion and possible action regarding a 6-month review of temporary approval of a beer wine cooler on-sale license. Yoko Management, Inc., doing business as Yoko Sushi at 2351 North Rainbow Boulevard in Suite 103, and this is in Ward 5. Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, the applicant today for this 6-month review, we did run calls for service during the last 6 months. There were only 2 calls for service. Both occurred on New Year's Eve, I believe, a robbery. And with that, having said that, I have no concerns about recommending approval of the permanent license for Yoko Sushi today.
Fine, thank you. Folks, please identify yourselves.
My name is Songja Yang, and 2351 North Rainbow Boulevard. I'm the owner.
Very good. Well, apparently the recommendation is in your favor, but if you'd like to be heard, we're happy to hear from you.
I just want to say that we have.
Please identify yourself.
I'm Andy Yang. I'm her son, and we have all-you-can-eat sushi at Yoko Sushi. And I just want to say hello to Councilman Barlow. He stops in all the time, and we have excellent appetizers and desserts.
All right, that's very good. You heard that, folks. Good sushi here.
Mr. Mayor?
Good sushi.
Mr. Mayor, we just want to know if he eats a lot.
Whereabouts on Rainbow is it?
It's on 2351 North Rainbow. It's on the corner of Rainbow and Smoke Ranch.
Very good. Okay, everybody hear that if you like sushi. All right, very good. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. The councilwoman wanted to know if I ate a lot. I traditionally get the all-you-can-eat. What is this? It's a good price, though. What is the all-you-can-eat?
$25.95.
$25.95 all-you-can-eat.
And for the dinner. And we have to tend to kick Councilman Barlow out after the hour.
I didn't tell you to say that. That's my hangout. But thank you so very much. And the food is very great for those of you that have not been there, right at Smoke Ranch and Rainbow. And you all are doing a very good job. And I really enjoy your restaurant.
Thank you very much.
So I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item. Good luck to you.
All right. Thank you. Let's vote, please. Yes. Opposed, please. Okay. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
What do you think? Should I call that a order or not? Keep on going until three lanes go. So we have Capriati now. Still forward.
All right, there's an item 56, which could take some time, so because we have a big crowd here today, I'm going to call forward item number 59. 59 is R9-2009. It's a public hearing and possible action regarding a resolution authorizing a lease purchase agreement in an amount not to exceed $267 million for the acquisition, improvement, and equipping of a new City Hall project, and directing the city to forward materials to the Department of Taxation of the State of Nevada, and this is in Ward 3. Gentlemen, let's wait for the presentation to take place, and then we're happy to hear from anybody because this is a public hearing, and I hope that it will be conducted the same way the meeting has been conducted, with everybody being appreciative of the comments of those who are addressing the council. Mr. Adams and Mr. Vincent.
Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor. Mark Vincent, Acting Deputy City Manager for the City of Las Vegas. Scott and I are here today to do a presentation. This, as you know, is a public hearing. This also has a resolution for us to move forward to the Department of Taxation for their approval to do the lease purchase agreement. Also, for your information, the public's information, the Debt Management Committee convened on Friday and approved our moving forward to the Department of Taxation, so that's what we hear about today. This first slide, what I'd like to do is just introduce a little bit about the financing in general, the lease purchase, why we're doing it, and then I'm going to ask Scott, and I'll assist him as needed, to go through the project again, what this project entails, and what's going on beyond just the City Hall project itself. So, again, this lease purchase agreement, it is not a general obligation of the city. It is subject to an annual appropriation by the City Council. If the City Council does not appropriate funds for the annual lease payment, then we'll have to find another place to live. But the fact of the matter is that it is it has a non-appropriation clause. The trustee who is protecting the note holders with respect to the financing cannot force the city to raise property taxes. So again, this is not backed by the full faith and credit of the city. This is simply a lease purchase agreement, and it's not a general obligation of the city. A lot of questions have been asked. Why did we do this? Why was this method of financing chosen? First of all, this was a deal that was brought to the city. The city doesn't own this land. Scott will explain some of the intricacies of the land swap arrangement, but this
agreement gives us an opportunity to swap some land and be able to be a catalyst for other projects that are well in excess of potentially $4 billion in development. So again, we don't currently own the land. The non-appropriation clause gives us a lot of flexibility. We do recognize that we are in a significant recession. And the lease purchase arrangement allows us to decide as we recover when and how we will exercise our purchase option and refinance the City Hall. So it gives us time. So it allows us to take advantage of the fact that we have a deal here in front of us today, and it allows us to decide when it is that we will execute that. The certificates of participation notes are structured such that we have 7 years of capitalized interest. That's about $120 million worth of capitalized interest, and this explains why there is this confusion about the City Hall cost $137 million to construct, but yet the financing could be up to $267 million. It is because of the capitalized interest. Now, will we actually accrue all of that capitalized interest over the term of the 7 years? It depends on when we decide to exercise our option and refinance it. The sooner we do that, the less capitalized interest we'll have to pay. So that's why there's that range of time. But it also gives us great flexibility during the current economic crisis we're in, that we will not be facing a lease payment for the first 3 years, and then the next 4 years the lease payment would be just $2 million. It gives us great flexibility, so it gives us 7 years to see what happens with our economy. We believe firmly that while I can't tell you the recession is going to turn around next year or the year after, but a 7-year cycle we believe will be recovered within that time, and we'll be able to exercise our purchase options. So,
Mayor Goodman, a quick question, just for clarification. The 7 years, when does the clock start running on the 7-year time frame you're talking about?
As soon as we would sell the notes. We'll get 3 years of capitalized interest for the construction period, and then beyond that it'll be $2 million a year. So as soon as we sell.
When do we hope or think that's going to occur?
April 29th, I think, is on our schedule. I think so. I think it's April 29th.
Thank you.
I will mention, just since I have the mic, that...
I could change that, too.
You could. Is it on? In that there has been some concern about the debt that the city is incurring, and I will tell you that the city's debt ratios, either on a per capita basis or as a percentage of our assessed value, is the lowest in the valley and the lowest throughout the state. When you tack on to that the debt for not only the Performing Arts Center, which is GO debt, as well as this, assuming that we would exercise our purchase option and turn it into GO at some time, you add that on to our debt, and our debt would still be the third lowest. So we are very fiscally responsible. Our debt's very low. We think we can manage this. We think there is some risk. There's always risk when we're talking about financing agreements, but we think it's low, and we think it's manageable, and we think the 7-year window of time gives us a great opportunity to be a catalyst for the things that Scott's about to talk about.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions of Mr. Vincent before we go on to hear from Mr. Adams? All right. Yes, Councilman Steinman.
At the end of 7 years, can the city walk away?
The non-appropriation clause states that if the city does not appropriate money for the lease, then the trustee who is holding the property for the benefit of the note holders would then take it over and would have to find another tenant. Projects like this are not unusual. I mean, the City Hall projects are often lend themselves to a lease purchase arrangement because they typically look like office buildings or office space, so there are other markets for them. There have been lease purchases done throughout the state, by the way. The university system does it for some of its assets. Washoe County has built a lease purchase project, and just recently, ironically, the City of Henderson got approval to do a lease purchase for some energy retrofit programs. So it's not really common, but it has been done in the state with other agencies.
And the capitalized interest was how much during that 3 years?
If we go for the full 7 years.
No, you had 3 years and then you had 4 of occupancy, didn't you?
It's the The first 3 years, it's about $16 million a year we're capitalizing, excuse me, $18 million we're capitalizing, and thereafter it's a little over $60 million a year we'd be capitalizing. So for 7 years, it's about $121 million with interest.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Vincent. Mr. Adams.
Good morning. Scott Adams, Director of the Office of Business Development. I know there's a lot of folks here that want to speak, and I'll try to move quickly through this, but I think it's important that
take your time.
Much of this gets reasserted again for the record because this is a public hearing, a taxation required public hearing. I'm going to very quickly go through what our development strategy has been for City Hall, an overview of the 3 projects that are directly affected by the City Hall project. Quickly, the City Hall agreement terms, financing and approval process for City Hall, a little bit about the development terms for parcel PQ and the block project, and then I'm going to end at public purpose. Reassert again for the record the leveraged private investment and job creation that will come out of this project. We have for a long time now, probably 6 or 7 years as a city, been evaluating how we can best use our city assets, especially to give us the ability to have new space to accomplish and accommodate all of our needs. There's 2 underlying strategies for this City Hall project. One is it's been really looked at as an asset management approach. How can we get the highest and best use for the city-owned assets that we hold? As you know, all of our land is tax exempt, so and doesn't produce anything other than use for us publicly, so we're looking at how we can maximize that. And then secondly, we've been looking for the most cost-effective solution to meet our long-term space needs. And we've implemented that strategy a number of different ways. One is we bought the Atrium building to serve as our new development services center. We felt that was cost effective because we bought it at $200 a square foot versus having to build a bigger city hall to accommodate a new development services center at a higher new construction cost of $500 a square foot. So that was one prong of our asset management approach in terms of meeting our long-term space needs of the city. We still needed a new place to replace City Hall, a new facility, to not only replace an aging, deteriorating facility, but meet our long-term needs, and we looked at this project. We're putting it on a 2.7-acre site. That allows us to sell our existing 6-acre site and the adjacent 12 acres, a total of 18 acres, make that available for private tax-paying redevelopment. So we're taking what was on 18 acres and moving it to 2.7 acres. At the end, we believe we'll also save about $500,000 annually in operating and energy costs, because as you know, the new City Hall project will be a LEED certified building, meeting today's most stringent energy saving and sustainable standards. This right up front shows you vividly how all that property that we hold goes into play. In the lower portion of the map, you see in sort of a yellowish color the 5 blocks of the Live Work project. The uppermost block in that 5 blocks is where City Hall would go. We would sell or trade the land in the gold site, which is Union Park, the very uppermost to that, and it should show on your screen a dotted area. That portion, that northern site, which is known as parcel PQ in our Union Park master plan, would be swapped for the block that City Hall currently sits on. I'll get into that in a minute. Then what it allows us to do is get rid of all of the red, blue, and green parcels. The red parcel currently has on it the current bus terminal that's operated by the Regional Transportation Commission. That moves into the Live Work Las Vegas project. We then are also able to move City Hall into the north end of that Live Work Las Vegas project, making us able to sell the blue site, and we had acquired the land next door, the green site, for expansion of City Hall. Those 3 sites, the red, the blue, and the green, together comprise somewhere around 24 acres, which all are tax exempt. They're government owned and currently not paying anything on the tax rolls. This drills down very specifically into the actual development program that we'll be involved in should we move City Hall from where it is now into this new development. At the upper end of this sketch, you see the blue-colored rendering of the parcel PQ. The lower end of the rendering, you see the 5 blocks comprising live-work. By reference, that live-work development straddles Bonneville and Main. It basically is at the intersection of Bonneville and Main for everybody who's watching. We would be swapping the land that's on Union Park at the uppermost portion of the screen for land in the Live Work Las Vegas project. You can see that by the lighter blue color, which is in the northern tip of that 5-block development at the lower end of the screen. The very other end of the Live Work site, at the very lower end of the screen, you can see low buildings there. Those are the buildings that comprise the proposed Regional Transportation Commission intermodal terminal. So at either end of that development, there would be a City Hall on one end and a new intermodal bus terminal at the other end of the site, anchoring and catalyzing that 5-block development.
Mayor Goodman.
Yes.
Excuse me, Scott. Do you have a pointer? Do you have something?
No, I can't. I can't do that. I don't believe.
Oh, is this a PowerPoint you've got up? Okay. So if you pointed to something on the screen.
I don't know if we. It might be too much to switch back and forth here.
And the reason or pencil. Yeah. The reason I say it is, many of us are familiar with these diagrams, but many are not. The folks in the audience, the folks at home, when you talk about the lower end and the upper end, if you had a pointer where you could point to it.
Councilman, I've asked the IT if they could come up and get the keyboard and mouse, and then I can navigate.
Yeah, that'd be great.
So you can see it on the screen.
That's exactly right.
We'll see if we can get that set up.
The other option, I don't know if they can switch to the overhead real quick. I've got the same sketch on overhead. Yeah, there you go. Okay, if we blow that up, it'll show it. It's the same slide. What I'm getting into here is that this site here is parcel PQ on Union Park. That's about 6 acres. It's land we currently own on Union Park, again tax exempt. Everything we own on Union Park that is currently not owned privately is tax exempt. All of this property here are the 5 blocks of Live Work Las Vegas. This uppermost block here, you see a little blue shaded here. This is where the proposed City Hall would go. The other end of the development on this block is the proposed intermodal bus terminal. These would be relocated from where they are right now, which I showed you in the prior map, which makes those sites available. These 3 blocks are the 3 blocks of private development that would be leveraged to the catalytic effect of having a City Hall anchoring one end and a bus terminal at the other end, and that would develop at full build-out 1 million square feet of office space and about 300,000 square feet of retail. Now, put it in layperson's terms, 1 million square feet of office space is like having 3 Mulaski corporate centers in Live Work. That's our most recently opened Class A office building. That was about 285,000 square feet, so it's bigger than 3 of those put together. And then by reference, 300,000 square feet of retail is about the size of the first phase of the factory outlet mall that was built over near the interstate. So to give you a scale, we're talking about taking a whole factory outlet mall, 3 Mulaski corporate centers, and packing them into 3 blocks of development in the urban core of downtown. Very intense urban redevelopment project. The other end of the development, we're talking about a 1,000-room casino hotel and 65,000 square feet of ground floor casino space and another 250,000 square feet of retail space, almost another whole factory outlet mall on that development, because that becomes part of the retail ground floor of the Union Park master plan development. If I could switch back to, I hate to do this, back to the PowerPoint again. There we are. Let me move on. You have already approved a master development agreement with the Live Work Las Vegas Forest City joint venture. It's an umbrella agreement for the 3 projects comprising City Hall, the PQ development, and the block project. The block project are the 5 blocks of Live Work Las Vegas. It's accomplished 3 tasks under this master development agreement. It established a feasibility period for the City Hall design and due diligence process that we're near the end of. It gave the city binding site control of the Queen of Hearts block. We actually had an option agreement as a safety valve that we could buy that block if anything were to happen during this process. And it guides ultimate transaction documents for all 3 projects that we're going to bringing back to you at either the next or the meeting after next council meeting. We have negotiated all the business points of those transaction documents. Our attorneys collectively on the city and on the LiveWorks side are now assembling all those documents for finalization to bring back to you for final approval that will carry out the terms of that master development agreement. This diagram shows you how that structure works. Under that master development agreement, we'll have a City Hall development agreement. Under there will be a lease purchase agreement, an exchange and parcel PQ development agreement, and then there will also be a block project owner participation agreement. This was something that I had previously presented to you way back in April when we first unveiled and asked for you to approve the master development agreement. Here's what we've done so far on the design and construction of City Hall. You have appropriated $10.1 million for pre-development work on City Hall. A good share of that money has come from the redevelopment agency. That has gone towards a number of things. Forest City is managing this work under the master development agreement. And I would remind you, one of the advantages of this transaction is that Forest City Enterprises is one of America's major urban redevelopers. They build buildings as their major line of business. The city does not build buildings as their major line of business. So we feel very confident that they've done a very good job managing the work up to this date and will manage through and get the building built on time and under budget. So far, they have done pre-development work consisting of construction documents design, utility studies and relocation. Included in the $10.1 million was amount to relocate a major transmission line that runs down the alleys of the 5-block live-work development, provide site investigation, and cost estimate. We are very much in a position where we can now move forward towards construction. We understand the site, we've got our arms around it, and are ready to move forward. Whiting Turner has been selected as the construction manager at risk for pre-construction services. And these pre-development costs that we've incurred so far, once we approve and move forward with financing, the certificates of participation could be paid back to the city out of the permanent financing of the project. So you can really look at what you've advanced as a bridge loan to get to the permanent financing, which will pay the city back. Let's talk about the land exchange terms. There's been a lot of discussion about how that works. At the approval of the agreements, both parties will place their respective site deeds in escrow. We'll have a backup long-term ground lease with the developer in the event there is an exchange. But at this point, we don't see anything that would prevent us from moving forward with the exchange. At the completion of City Hall, we'll close escrow and the sites are exchanged. So going into it, we'll be in escrow. Coming out of it, we'll be title holders of the respective exchange properties. This is a point I hadn't made previously, and I think it needs to be made here due to a lot of the concern that our citizens have had about the exchange. If you go back and look at what we paid for Union Park, we paid on an exchange basis then a value of $32 million for Union Park. Parcel PQ represents about 10% of the total area of Union Park, therefore about 10% of that basis land value in Union Park. So we could say parcel PQ, we have about $3.2 million into it in land cost. We're exchanging it at a value of $40 million. In simple terms, we made $37 million on the flip, using sort of crude real estate terms. I think that's better than most of the developers are doing on the Strip. We're using the profit.
Yes. Excuse me one second. I just want to make sure that what goes into your explanation is we paid $32 million, you said, for Union Park.
For all of Union Park.
61 acres.
Right. We are now selling the PQ for 40.
The truth of the matter is we didn't pay for it. what we did is we traded land for it. So we're not even out of pocket dollars for that 61 acres.
That's correct.
That's a
but
very
to be
important
honest,
consideration.
that's our basis, because that's what it was worth, valued at the exchange basis at that time in year 2000. So we're taking the profits. This gets back to asset management. We're taking the profits accruing from that appreciation since 2000, using that to exchange for a site so we don't have to pay for the City Hall site. You know, we could have easily just gone out and found a site, like a lot of cities do, and paid cash for it. But we chose to use the equity that we have in Union Park to exchange for a site and realize that appreciation that we've experienced since we acquired Union Park. The difference now, they're exchanging.
Okay, yes,
Mr. Adams, what you're saying essentially is when you say we, you mean the taxpayers of this city.
Yeah, the city of Las Vegas, you acting as council representing the city, have realized a $37 million profit on this flip.
Thank you.
And that's typically the term used when you buy and sell real estate. It's called a flip, and that's what it's kind of what we've done here, but through an exchange. The site we're acquiring is only worth $33 million. We've already agreed to those deal points. It's in the master development agreement. They owe us a difference of $7 million of consideration, and we would apply that consideration towards building a new combined police and fire station on Union Park in their PQ development, to cover the cost of soil remediation on Union Park, which is an obligation, as you know, we've typically incurred as a city to make it ready for development, and to cover potentially, if there's still money left after that, the acquisition of air rights and the construction of an air rights bridge over the railroad tracks to connect one side of downtown to Union Park. So it's very important. This is a point that we hadn't made before that I think is important to make today, that we're really not just exchanging, we're actually flipping what we acquired for a profit. Moving on to financing. The city intends to finance the soft costs and hard costs through a lease purchase agreement, and the city would use COPS as the financing of that lease purchase agreement to get the best terms. When we first looked at the transaction, we were looking at the developer financing it, but we can get a better cost of money than they can. So quite simply, we just said we'll do it because we can get our money cheaper than you can.
Mr. Mayor,
yes,
could
definitely.
I just ask that you give the full names for the acronyms?
I'm
for
sorry.
people who do
COPS
not,
stands for Certificates of Participation.
just for those who have not had this before so they understand.
And as Mark had alluded to earlier, that's a very specialized form of financing, typically done through lease purchases and very typically done throughout the United States by various governmental authorities and bodies. Our lease purchase agreement would be for a 30-year term. We have identified an alternate funding source for the parking garage that would be built across the street that we already own the land under. And as a process issue, this lease purchase approval requires review and approval by you, the Debt Management Commission, which we received approval of last Friday, and the Nevada Department of Taxation. As to the structure, this really kind of lays out in detail how the financing structure works, what the actual interest payments are during that 7-year term that Mark talked about, how we would effect a reduced payment. That difference gets deferred, accrues, and builds up such that at the end of year 7, we have incredible flexibility as to what we can do at that point in terms of handling both the accrual and the project itself. We could, anytime during this process or at the end of that process, buy and take ourselves out of this lease purchase financing through tax-exempt bonds. We could use the tax increment financing that we're realizing from all these leverage projects, and I'll show you that in a minute on the public purpose end of the presentation, and make these payments. We could, if we realize the sale of the old City Hall site and the adjacent property, capitalize that, and pay down this accrued interest using the proceeds of that sale or revenues coming out of the development of that project. Or we could continue on with a lease purchase agreement and amortize over time, a longer term, that accrued interest. The point is we have incredible flexibility at this point. It is a bridge financing that could be permanent financing, but there's a number of options that we have depending on what's going on in the economy at the time to give us maximum flexibility. On to parcel PQ and what our development terms are there. And most of this was already approved by you at a high level in the master development agreement. The exchange and parcel PQ development agreement will specify the final development terms, that the developer must build a 1,000-room casino, hotel, or other program agreeable to the city. I think one of the advantages of the exchange is we're committing it up front. They will be vested in a $40 million property. They have to make that $40 million go to work as a developer. And we've entitled it as a casino. We believe they will work quickly as they can, to build a casino on that site because they will have land carry interest on that site that's ticking away, would push pressure on them to perform.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Adams. Are you going to come to why a lot of these folks are here today as to how many jobs are going to be
I'm
provided
almost
here?
there. Yep.
Okay.
And then the developer, the city expects the developer to start construction within 5 years. We have already approved gaming rights on Union Park on this parcel PQ, and the developer gets no tax increment financing rebate on that development. Moving on to the block project, as I said, they were going to build 1 million square feet. Their first phase has to match the same size that we're building on City Hall. They will receive a TIF rebate. We've already discussed this previously, but it's to go against their financing of public infrastructure in their block project. As you know, that part of downtown, the infrastructure is in bad condition. They'll be replacing sidewalks and infrastructure as part of that TIF rebate commitment. The incentive is a rebate. In order to get it, they have to build development. We don't give it to them up front. When they build it and the property goes in the tax rolls, only a portion of that part that comes to the redevelopment agency, not the other taxing entities, gets rebated back to them.
Mayor Goodman.
Councilor Barlow.
If I may. Mr. Adams, go back 2 slides, please.
Okay.
Okay, you stated in the last point, developer gets no TIF rebate on PQ. Explain again for clarification as far as, on one hand, the developer gets no TIF rebates on PQ. However, on the following slide, go to your next slide.
Right.
Okay.
They're receiving one.
Okay, there we go. They're receiving, on bullet number 3, developer will receive TIF rebate to assist with financing public infrastructure. Just clarify that.
Well, this was something that we did deliberately from the city's perspective, from a negotiating standpoint in our discussions with Live Work. The larger value in the transactions is on the casino end of the project, on PQ. And that's where they really are going to get a lot of their profits out of the development. Their feasibility is more marginal on building the block project, and that's where we believe there was, if any incentive warranted, it was in that development. Not on a casino, not on a hotel casino. So what we committed to was the rebate on the part of the project where you're in the core of downtown redeveloping an area that's in more deteriorated condition, where the infrastructure is poor, versus the site that's vacant, where we're putting, as part of the Union Park Development Program, in new infrastructure. So we felt the rebate wasn't warranted on the casino end of the project, but was warranted on the office and retail urban core redevelopment end of the transaction.
So on the latter, will the prevailing wage kick in on the latter?
it will, on anything they receive through the redevelopment agency, on the block project that's committed under owner participation agreement 3, tax increment financing rebate will be built with prevailing wage.
Okay.
State law mandates that.
And will they also be subject to, for example, the employment plan as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. This is the same slide I showed you before. This is to set the stage for what the mayor just asked about in terms of job generation. Pardon me? This shows the 5 sites that are all involved in the move of City Hall. And I'll just real quick remind everybody again, current City Hall's on the blue site. It goes from this site over to this site. The current bus terminal's on this site. It goes from here to here on this site.
Mr. Adams, let me interrupt you one moment. The youngsters are being summoned to go back to school.
Okay.
I want to thank them very, very much. Thank you for your note. They were really terrific. The fact that they sat up here and really listened to things that were fairly complex. They were wonderful, wonderful young people, and you're always welcome back. Always welcome back. Thank you, Mr. Adams.
Back to the diagram, the site next to City Hall we had originally assembled to expand City Hall, and by moving City Hall away from here, and I'll make a side note here, we're sitting on what, I guess in Las Vegas terms, amounts to waterfront property. I mean, we have, if you think about it, a City Hall, an adjacent expansion site on Las Vegas Boulevard on an interstate interchange. That's as close in Las Vegas as you get to waterfront property. I know in other cities I worked on, it was always made no sense for government to have their tax-exempt property on the most valuable assets or holdings in a city. So we're moving City Hall into an interior core area that needs redevelopment away from a site that has more value for private investment than it does for the city to occupy that site. And then we're swapping this site for casino hotel development to get us the City Hall site. So that's how it works. Now this is how, we'll go back to the overhead, the PowerPoint. This is the fiscal and economic impact. Each of these 4 sites is an incredible amount of new investment. On parcel PQ, $1.2 billion, live work, almost $1 billion. The CIM Lady Luck development is the development that's planned on the post office block where the current bus terminal is. And we've underestimated, I think, what the value of what we think the potential of the City Hall and adjacent property is. Each of these has an incredible amount of proposed new taxes that would be generated by each, ranging from $3 to $6 million a year, and ranging from 1,000 jobs on the parcel PQ all the way to 5,000 jobs in the Live Work Las Vegas development. These are permanent jobs, not the construction jobs. You probably could add another 1,000 roughly on average construction jobs in each of these developments that would occur on top of this. We're only counting permanent jobs. If you look at ultimately the businesses that will come in and occupy these developments, they'll be filled by new employees. Those are permanent jobs. So it rolls up to 13,441 permanent jobs and $16 to $20 million a year in new taxes. Now that is the number that could be used to offset that annual lease payment to pay for City Hall that I mentioned a little bit earlier. Why are we doing this now? This is a window of opportunity with investors stepping up to the plate to capitalize on the private development of 45 total acres downtown as a way to help finance City Hall. A lot of times these windows of opportunities go by and then they don't happen again. With projected City Hall is to open in 2011, but we don't need to make the full rent payments until 2016, which we showed you in the deferred interest schedule. We expect economic recovery within 3 to 5 years, and that's a pessimistic view. I mean, even today, as stubborn as our recession is, most of our economists are expecting a full recovery of the economy much sooner than 3 to 5 years. But taking a very pessimistic view, we'll still be recovered in time to fully handle what we believe the repayment obligations of the City Hall project are. We're avoiding increases in future construction costs. Now is the time to build to get the best possible price, and it provides an incredible development stimulus for new construction jobs. That's why now. In summary, the City Hall project maximizes the use of city assets, satisfies the city's long-term space needs. It creates new taxes projected at $5 to $20 million annually, which can offset the cost of City Hall. The block project redefines our downtown office market in an area that really needs redevelopment at no upfront risk to the city. We're not putting cash in and hoping that it'll pay off. We rebate as they perform. That's the way it works. Their return, the developer's return, is based on their individual performance. So, in closing, our action requested today is your approval of this resolution that's before you. That's part of the public hearing. The staff recommends approval.
All right, thank you very much. Before we hear from the public, I'd like to make a brief remark or two, because I think it's important that we put everything in historical context here. Yesterday was a watershed day for the city of Las Vegas and for this community, as well as for the state of Nevada and perhaps the world, because an arrangement was made between the Lou Ruvo Brain Institute, which is on the 61-acre parcel that we've discussed, parcel PQ is located, and the world-famed Cleveland Clinic, where they will partner together in order to address problems of neurodegenerative diseases such as Alzheimer's and Parkinson's and Huntington's and even ALS. That, in and of itself, has taken the city of Las Vegas to a whole new level. We are now a major league city in all respects, in the sense that we have the beginnings of a great academic medical component, and the other projects that we're talking about, such as the ones that are being considered today, are all part of what makes a city a world-class city. And that's what we're all thirsting for, that's what we're aspiring for. And this is not just a City Hall project. These are 3 different distinct projects that will be interwoven in order to make the city a very, very special place. Secondarily, these times are very challenging. You all know that in this room. I hope none of you have been involved with the foreclosures. I hope none of you are having a difficult time in meeting your obligations for health costs and for food and just the everyday necessities to survive. That's my wish. But the one thing that we're trying to do as a city during these challenging times is to do our very best as a council to create jobs. That is our utmost issue, because unless our constituents are working, the city is not going to be a world-class city. And by these projects today, I want you to know that we're going to be doing everything that we can to make sure that when City Center is completed, that those construction workers will have a place to go, that they will not be out of work. They'll be able to come downtown. They'll be able to work on these 3 major projects and to keep themselves economically healthy. And that makes what we're trying to do. I know that's why you're here today. I've spoken to the leadership, Mr. Morley, and he says all he's concerned about is to make sure that the folks in this room have jobs, and that is of utmost importance to each and every person who's sitting up here on the dais. And your support, of course, is appreciated. When we have the speakers, try to contain yourselves, make sure we know how you feel, But we want to hear from the public. This is the time for a public hearing. And I really want to thank Mr. Adams and Mr. Vincent, because what you did is you simplified what this is all about. This is not, as some people would have it, the building of a Taj Mahal. This is a way of creating a situation in our city where everybody's going to benefit from it. And I'll tell you something else. Don't apologize for the building of great buildings. All great cities have great buildings. And this is going to be a great building. This is just what is part of what makes a city great. And to be defensive about this is foolish. The great cities have buildings that last for centuries. And they're always in the downtown. And the people circulate around those great buildings. So this is what we're trying to accomplish here as well. We want everyone to look at Las Vegas as being the greatest place in the world to live and to work. And that's our objective here today. So keep your remarks, if you can, in that particular vintage, and we'd love to hear from you.
Your Honor, before you do that,
Yes.
can I direct a couple of questions
Certainly.
to Mr. Adams? Before you pack up all your homework there, Mr. Adams, I written a couple of thoughts down here. I want you to share with the council and the audience and the viewers at home our discussion with the chairwoman of the Clark County School Board the other day in regards to education dollars. Can you share a little bit of that with us?
Well, I think, I can illustrate this on this slide here. The downtown area is inside the redevelopment area. And I think one of the issues or criticisms that's risen is that as we move forward through redevelopment, we're not generating any new taxes in fact, we're taking taxes away from the school board and the other taxing jurisdictions, such as Clark County and the others. And in fact, it's exactly the opposite. As we grow these new taxes downtown through projects like this, because there's voter-approved protected millages or assessments that are part of the total tax bill, as we grow the part that comes to the redevelopment agency, we're growing the parts that go to the other taxing jurisdictions as well. When the redevelopment area is formed, there's a base tax level that's fixed that continues to send the taxes that were in the redevelopment area to the school board, to Clark County, to the other taxing jurisdictions. But then as we grow the value of the redevelopment area, their portions grow as well. And that's been a big misconception. And we'll be bringing to you at an upcoming meeting some charts and graphs that show more vividly how that works. We've shown you some general ones in the past year. We're going to show you some very specific ones that show how some of these projects, like the Allure project, the World Market Center, have incredibly increased taxes for the other taxing jurisdictions.
Your Honor, I think, Mr. Vincent, do you have some examples and some numbers for us?
I do. I think I'd rather wait till we do the graphic presentation, because this is a little bit detailed information. But in addition to the tax rates that are voter approved and protected from the redevelopment, that benefit from new development, the way that the base is set for the redevelopment area is set on the whole area in aggregate. And if you could imagine that we are still in a blighted area, we still have some property in the downtown that's dropping in value, and we have property that's increasing in value. And we will be able to show with the graphics that Mr. Adams is talking about, not only are the voter-approved overrides for things like school district capital bond programs, we'll be able to show you that if it weren't for the increase in value that made up for the drop in value of other parcels, that the operating revenues would have been hurt as well. So I assert to you that the operating tax revenues benefit from redevelopment too, because we are still in a blighted area that still has some dropping values.
Well, with that, Your Honor, another question. Actually, I'd like for either one of you to make comment about Applied Analysis's review of our RDA in regards to its position in the country, its success or non-success. Can you make comment to that?
I think probably one of the more significant findings is that when they compared us to other redevelopment agencies around the United States in terms of the dollars that the redevelopment agency puts into redevelopment and what they get back in terms of new private investment, our ratio of private investment to public dollars invested is one of the highest in the United States. They gave, I believe, if I'm correct, a range of somewhere in the $8 to $12 to $13 range of, for every dollar put in, you get $8 to $12 or $13 back. That's the national standard or average. We're actually getting 15. So for every dollar we put in, we're getting $15 back in new private investment, which puts us really at the top of redevelopment agencies around the United States in terms of return on investment.
One more comment, Your Honor. When you talked about stimulus, this type of project is exactly what President Obama is doing for this country in regards to stimulating the economy and getting people to work. And I just want to make that comment.
Thank you. We'll hear from Councilwoman Tarkanian, then we're going to hear from the public. Councilwoman.
We've already, as a city, been involved in many redevelopment projects, correct?
Absolutely. We.
Okay, that was just what I wanted.
Yeah.
All right. Then, have any of those projects in any way cost the school district funding?
Not that we're aware of. I think.
In other words, I asked this question before, and I was told no. So I want to know if it's on the record or not.
Yes.
We have not in any way damaged or lessened the monies that went to the school district because of any of our redevelopment projects.
That's correct.
And in almost every case, we have increased the funding going because we have increased the tax basis for a blighted area.
That's correct.
Okay, that's all I wanted on the record, because I feel very strongly that schools are not hurt in any way, and they are not by every background information data that you've provided to us. So I wanted that in very clear terms. We've done a lot of these redevelopment projects. In no case can we find anywhere we have cost money to the school district, and in fact what we have done, as you consider them as a whole, increased money for the school district.
That's correct.
Okay. Then lastly, I wanted to say, my understanding is that the members of this council and the mayor feel strongly that these jobs that come, and you listed the large amount of new jobs that we would, the jobs that would be coming from this project, will be going to local, the 13,441 jobs will be going to local workers. We'll make every effort to ensure that it goes to people who live within the city, who work hard to build up this city, who are a part of all that we are in Las Vegas. Is that correct?
That's
Okay, folks.
I know my fellow councilmen feel the same. I just wanted that on the record because I've heard their comments, and I know they feel that strongly also.
And it would be our hope that by building these new buildings, it gives us now the space that we need as an opportunity to attract new business into Las Vegas that doesn't exist here today. For example, like we just saw with a recent TELUS announcement, we were able to get a major Canadian telecommunications company to commit to locate a new facility here and create 1,000 jobs. That, by creating this platform of new space, we now have the ability to do those very kinds of things.
For jobs for people within our community.
That's correct.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now what we're going to do is we're going to hear from members of the public. This is a public hearing. If you gentlemen would step up, give us your name, please, and an address, and we'd be happy to hear from you.
My name's Keith O'Connell. Address is 3709 Ricebird Way. That's North Las Vegas, 89084.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I'm here today on behalf of the Laborers Local 872. These men and women in the crowd today. I just want everybody here to know that we're here for to promote prosperity, growth, and jobs in this community. It is my understanding that there's an organization in town that is working against us for that purpose. I really wish we could come to a resolution with them and the rest of the community and the city as well to get these men and women back to work. My wife and I In 2003, we lost our 5-year-old child to cancer, and I know what it's like to be devastated. And these people every day, everybody in this room is out of work right now, and their lives are being devastated on a daily basis. So I'm just asking if we could all come to a resolution, some way to put all these men and women back to work with this project and other projects as well. If that would be something that we could possibly get done here.
I promise you we're doing our best.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Kenji Glosson, Kenij Glosson, and I live at 501 Desert Lane. That's in Las Vegas. I'm also here to speak as a laborer, and to where we need to go back to work. We need to build Las Vegas. We're not asking Vegas what can they do for us, but we're saying, what can we do for Vegas? We want to build this. We want to be a part of these projects, and we should be a part of these projects. All the jobs, put all the laborers back to work. There's like 5,000 members. Let's put them all back to work, because in the long run, we are going to buy from those stores. We are going to pay the city taxes. We are going to. We are the future. And also with the little kids in schools. Some may not want to be councilman, and so the labor is there to teach them, to bring up the next generation. So we're looking at 100 years growth or more too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, councilors. Richard McCracken for the Culinary Workers Union.
Wait a second. Wait, let the gentleman be heard, please.
One step is missing from the description of the steps that are necessary for the financing of this project to proceed, and that is voter approval, because the financing that is involved here does require voter approval. So it's modest, but very welcome to have one supporter in the audience. The resolution admits that going this way, instead of going to the voters, frankly, to get their approval, will cost the city approximately $2.6 million more per year in financing costs. That's the price tag for this approach, $2.6 million more in financing costs per year. The only reason given by the resolution for going this way instead of going to the voters, frankly, for approval of general obligations, is that this way, that using the lease purchase agreement, avoids having to have a vote by the taxpayers. That's the only reason given in the resolution. So the price tag for not going to the voters and getting their approval is $2.6 million per year. But it doesn't work. A lease purchase agreement by itself does not mean exemption from the requirement that debt obligations must be approved by the taxpayers. That is still required by law unless the obligations that are created, in this case the certificates of participation and the agreement to build the city hall, unless those things are genuinely subject to non-appropriation in any year, meaning that you as the city council could at any point in the 30-year life of this obligation say, no, we don't want to pay for this anymore, it stops. Under Nevada law, unless there is that ability by the city to stop its obligation, to stop making lease payments in any year, then it's not a lease purchase agreement that is exempt from taxpayer approval. Instead, it is one that is required to have taxpayer approval. This arrangement that's being presented to you is not one that qualifies under the statute for exemption. It is one that requires you to go to the voters for approval. That's all. Just go to the voters for approval. Even the description of the project in the resolution shows you that that's what it is. This is not, unlike the one Supreme Court case that is often relied upon for this type of approach, this is not just to lease some offices. This is to build a new city hall. The description in the resolution is not about leasing a new facility. It says that the city proposes to incur financing in an amount not to exceed $260 million to finance the acquisition, improvement, and equipment of a new city hall. That is not the description of a lease purchase agreement. That's the description of a development agreement, which is what this is. And really what you're talking about here is a two-stage transaction. And again, the resolution makes this clear by its incorporation of the statements made by your financial consultant, NBS. Really, the certificates of participation are nothing more than a bridge loan. They're really, and that's the term that Mr. Adams used, they're just a construction loan, because the whole object here, in the end, is to replace these certificates with general obligation bonds. That's in the resolution itself. The consultant says, it is our understanding that it is the city's intention to refinance the certificates of participation with general obligation bonds after construction is complete. So in other words, the idea here is that these obligations will be undertaken without voter approval after the city hall is completed, when it's a fait accompli, when it's all done, can't be undone. Then you'll go to the voters and get their approval for refinancing through general obligation bonds. So really what we're talking about here is not a lease purchase agreement, not like that Supreme Court case. We're talking about a development agreement, and your own resolution makes that clear. The consultant recognizes that in order to make this appear to be an exempt lease purchase agreement, it's necessary to have a non-appropriation clause, the clause that says that in any year the City Council can decide not to appropriate any money to fund this obligation, this $260 million obligation. What are the chances that that would happen, that the City Council would ever say, we are not going to live up to this obligation, that we borrowed this $260 million and now we've decided in year 7, year 8, we're not going to pay it back? Your financial consultant makes it absolutely clear in his report and says the city does not ever plan to non-appropriate funds for the proposed lease agreement. Does not ever plan to non-appropriate. So it's very clear, again, from your own consultant's mouth, that this is a development agreement where you intend this obligation that's being undertaken now to not be subject to termination, not be subject ever to non-appropriation. And of course that's the case, because how else could you ever sell these certificates of participation? Even with that, people will be very nervous about buying these certificates. So there is more. In order to assure anyone who buys a certificate that the city will in fact never stop appropriations, that it will always make these payments. Because the one version of this deal, we don't know what both versions look like, because one is not public. The swap is not public. But the option agreement makes it clear that there's a covenant running with the land, that this land can only ever be used as a city hall. So if the city were to stop making payments, stop making lease payments, although the consultant says that if the city fails to do that, that is, fails to appropriate money, stops making lease payments, then the developer can evict the city and then find other tenants. If the land can only be used as a city hall, what other tenants? Is Searchlight going to have its city hall in Las Vegas?
Is that it?
No. But close. And the reason, what's next is that there's another Nevada statute that it has not been complied with. That's also extremely important for the taxpayers in this city, and that is the statute that requires identification of each source of the revenue that the government anticipates using and the dollar amount expected to be used. The resolution that you have does not do that. There is nothing in the resolution saying where the money is going to come from to pay these obligations. It just says legally available funds. It doesn't comply with the statutory requirement to say what funds and how much from each of these funds. The resolution admits that the city does not have existing funds to construct a new city hall. In fact, the city is actually going to borrow more money than the $260 million. The resolution itself, this is a detail that may have escaped some people, the resolution is not just for the amount necessary to fund this construction. The city is actually going to issue more certificates of participation to create a debt service reserve to pay interest on the construction part of these certificates. In other words, the city is actually going to be borrowing not just the amount necessary to build the city hall, but borrowing an additional amount to be used to pay interest on the amount used to build the city hall. The city is going to be paying interest on interest. This is not a $260 million project. This is something more than that, because the resolution doesn't say how much more is going to be borrowed for that debt service reserve fund. Doesn't say how much the taxpayers are going to have to pay every year. It does say that the amount charged to the general fund will range from $2 million per year to $23.5 million per year. That's how much from the general fund. But it doesn't say how much total each year the taxpayers will have to pay. It doesn't say how much total the taxpayers are going to borrow. And it is the taxpayers who are going to be borrowing this money and their children. So right now you don't know how much, because the resolution doesn't say this is going to cost. You don't know how much the upfront borrowing is going to be. You don't know how much the annual cost to the city is going to be. So it doesn't comply at all with the statutory requirement that these things be known before a project is approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For the record, no, please, folks. Mr. McCracken, for the record, those issues were discussed with our legal staff, and they disagree with you, and I just want to make that very clear.
I take it that the audience also has the same legal opinion as the city attorney.
Well, the audience wants to, they want to get a job, Mr. McCracken, and that's what we're trying to do for them.
Good afternoon. My name is Rochelle Abram Mackey. I'm at 1437 Blazing Sands, and I listened very attentively to what he was saying. $100 billion interest over 7 years? That's phenomenally insane to put a bus terminal where nothing is. People want to come downtown Las Vegas. We have property here that we can raise and lower the interest and the value on it according to the city council. So I know I'm being played with when I hear this man talk about flipping property. What about the taxes? We have a city hall that is paid for. Are we not in a recession? I understand everybody in this room would like to have a room, would like to have a job, income, but let's not do it at forsaking our children's interest. Who's going to pay all this interest? 7 years, $100 billion in interest alone? I'm listening very attentively. Regardless, we're sacrificing our future, our children. We have a city hall that is functional. We have a bus terminal that's functional. Is this not a recession that we're in? We're spending money that we don't have, but we could use and appropriate it for our city. That F Street wall is an economical
That's it.
To our west side.
Vincent?
Mayor, if you are interested...
Hey, folks, I want to hear Mr. Vincent here.
If you are interested, I do have our outside bond counsels here today if you want to address the issues that Mr. McCracken.
No, I don't.
Okay.
Hey, Goodman, I have a couple of comments.
Okay, I wanted to hear from you, but go ahead.
Mark, excuse me, sir. Mark or Scott, just a couple of comments. I remember hearing 2 or 3 years ago how the cost of construction and the cost of materials was at a high point 2 or 3 years ago. Can we say that same thing today, or are we at a lower point? Is the cost of materials decreased in the last 18 months?
We are seeing the cost of materials and our bid prices declining. We did hit an apex. So certainly, I mean, there's lots of reasons to do this now as opposed to 5 or 7 years down the road. And the cost of construction will be significantly higher. At the peak, we were experiencing increases that were almost 12% per year in the cost of construction. So,
but that's not today.
Not today.
Okay. Secondly, I asked you to produce some documents that showed 2 examples between Allure and the World Market Center. I have those documents right here. With the mayor's permission, real quickly, and this illustrates what you're talking about, Councilwoman, I mean, in black and white. And I have them right here. You got them? Maybe the same documents, to show the difference in monies that are going, and I'm just going to pick out one, the Clark County School District, from the year 2005 property tax revenue to 2008 as a result of the development of 2 projects, the Allure condominiums and the World Market Center. I don't know if we can see those.
It's a little difficult to read.
Mine are better, Scott.
It's probably the same. It's probably the same. It's just the issue of the fuzziness in the screen.
Okay.
Well, we can use the graph. That'll help. This is the graph of the World Market Center. There you go. Each layer represents a different agency that's not. Some of those overlapping tax rates are combined. Some agencies have operating debt rates and other rates. But it goes State of Nevada, Clark County, Las Vegas, School District, and the Redevelopment Agency. This was the World Market Property Tax Bill distributed in those same layers in 2005. This is it in 2008. So you can see this little sliver there right here was the school district's revenue in 05 from this parcel, and this is what it is today.
And just to amplify, in 2005, the money that went to the Clark County School District from the World Market Center was $38,000. That was before it was built. As a result, in 2008, it was $681,000. That's, am I right? That's the increase in money that went to the school district as a result of the development of this project.
That's correct, and part of that is for the voter-approved overrides for the capital program, but part of it also is to make up for the declining values from other parcels in the redevelopment area.
Okay.
Just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, we're going to put the 2-minute timer on now. All right. Because I know you.
Dick Geyer, 8260 Hilton Head Court, president of 18B, the Las Vegas Arts District, and also on the board of the Downtown Las Vegas Alliance, which is a group of businessmen seeking to develop the RDA areas. The proposed bus terminal and City Hall and the office space is a few blocks north of the Arts District. For those of you who don't know it and have forgotten, we had 6 or 7 projects planned for the area. Condominiums and a large apartment house. We have another project in the offing for about $80 million. Having this project just to the north of us at Main and Bonneville, in my opinion, will help substantially to change the neighborhood. It's just a few blocks away and will be an encouragement in the future for these projects to go forward. Also, having thousands and thousands of new jobs right in the downtown will be an encouragement to the condominium developers to come in and build once again. Secondly, in the history of the Arts District, the recent history, there was a large development plan just to the west of us that ran into an obstacle from Culinary, and because of that obstacle, there was a large delay in the negotiation, and when the monies were not quickly found, suddenly at the fall of 2007, as you know, the market crashed, and that developer is no longer able to go ahead with what would have been a $9 billion project. These are facts and a little opinion thrown in, but I really hope you will move forward with this. Otherwise, I foresee the area for which I am a representative going further into blight, going downhill, as we just sit there with no new development and no hope for development. Thank you
very much.
Hi, I'm Pamela Stancliffe. I live at 6633 Loudon Lane in Ward 1. My primary question is, if the building is not going to start for 5 years, how is that going to help these people who are out of work? You can build in 5 years, but what do you do between then and now?
No,
now and then.
No. We're not talking about building in 5 years. We're talking about, when would the project begin? This summer, ma'am.
Okay, I'm sorry, sir. I'm very glad to hear that, because you had a great presentation, Scott, but you did not say that it would start this summer. You said 5 years, and that's what I wrote down, and that's why I'm asking this now.
Let me speak into the mic on that. Our schedule was that somewhere in the midpoint of this summer, plan was somewhere around July 1 to start construction at City Hall and have a 2-year construction period that would complete it same time 2011. And so that was implied. It wasn't direct, and I wanted to make that statement for the record.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I also wanted to know on the map, because I only heard about this yesterday, so I did research all night, and so I'm a little fuzzy. But where's the parking going to be for these 13,000 permanent jobs, and for all of the people that are going to be coming into this area? You didn't mention anywhere on that map of yellow where the parking was?
There's going to be adequate parking. That's being taken into consideration with the project. We're not going to build buildings where there's not parking.
Okay, because you said something about it was going to be across the street from the City Hall, and I didn't know which street.
There'll be plenty of parking.
Mr. Mayor, I certainly hope so, sir, because right now we have a problem trying to get here. Sometimes we have to park quite a ways away because the parking is full. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Stan Washington, 2200 Matheson. Always glad to be here, Your Honor. First of all, I want to go ahead and thank yourself, Councilman Barlow, Scott Adams, city staff, Forest City Development, for coming to West Las Vegas community yesterday to explain what's going on to that community there. There's a number of issues that are involved in this thing, from distribution of funds, schools, and all the rest of that good stuff. But my primary concern, as you've always known, is how this thing impacts West Las Vegas from an economic development standpoint and jobs. And while I'm here to go ahead and thank you for informing the community, because that, I believe, is what my job is to go ahead and do, I'm not here to go ahead and speak for them, because they can speak for themselves based on the evidence. So my statements is basically based on my experience and what I basically know in my background. And from an economic standpoint, I do have a degree in accounting. I understand finance very well. This is a sound transaction moving forward from the city standpoint, timing-wise. Las Vegas, as you know, has always been a town that's basically been out front on the edge. If it wasn't for Steve Wynn back in the day when they all told him he was crazy about the Mirage because he wanted $700 million to go and put that out there, we all know the history on that situation. So the fact that there's basically the detractors who are saying, no, it's time to sit still and not move forward, that's not what Las Vegas has been about, and it's not what Las Vegas should be about going forward. However, the deal hinges on the fact, from our standpoint, of inclusion, and I want to speak to the Forest City Development Group, the research that I basically have done. They are no question a world-class developer coming in with their world-class experience in this particular town. They have, in my estimation, made the type of commitments moving forward that we needed to hear from our side of the community moving forward. So with that, I'd like to only go ahead and say that you can expect myself to continue to go ahead and encourage the folks on our side of the freeway to work with the council and work with Forest City to make sure that this is a world-class project that works for everybody, because heaven knows economic development is the order of the day. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
Hi.
Hi.
How you doing, Mayor Goodman?
Fine, thank you.
All right. My name is Malva Douglas. I live 1155 East Flamingo Road, Las Vegas, 89119. I'm an 80% laborer. I'm in the apprentice school, and I'm grateful and blessed to stand up here and be a part of an organization with my brothers and sisters to fight for justice, honor, strength, integrity. I am so grateful to work for a union that stands up for itself, for our members, for our families, for our whole city of Las Vegas. I'm just really grateful, and I have a great instructor, and I'm 80% apprentice, and I've learned a lot. And I've worked at the Encore, I've worked at the Royal Market, and I pray that I work at the City Center. Amen. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Lou DeSalvio. I reside at 8429 Vivid Violet, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89143. I'm up here and I cannot believe we stand here and fight amongst our union brothers and sisters on the other side. I spent most of my life as a laborer, okay? And we have the culinary up here protesting work that we build in order for them to go to work. It's obvious that there is a hedge-hunting situation handed down by the Secretary-Treasurer of the Culinary Union, okay? Because if he was looking out for his members' best interest, number one, he'd be here today. Number two, he would have shown the force that we've shown because we do care about our community, okay? We want to provide these buildings and these structures for those members to go to work. We are supposed to stay as one. Now, I agree with the culinary, but I do not agree with the representation that came forth with this problem. This gentleman has fought this since the beginning, and I know damn well, excuse my better lack of term, okay, because it really aggravates me. I know this is a personal issue with this man. He is upset that some of these casinos have been built and has gone non-union where he wanted his people in. We are sorry for that, but please do not tie our hands of our families to be able to provide a living for them, okay? We will always support and we will always back, whether they're the building trades or the culinary. We are supposed to stand as one, and we're supposed to go into this as one, and right now, I feel very segregated. Thank you very much.
All right. Yes, sir.
Mayor, my name is Mario Anguiano. I reside at 6201 Desert Sun Drive.
Would you mind taking off your hat?
Sure. Yes, sir.
There you go. Good. Nice hairstyle. Nice
sorry
haircut.
about that.
I said nice haircut.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm at 6201 Desert Sun Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89110. My brother that was just up here almost took the words out of my mouth. I've been here in Vegas for 19 years. I've seen this city grow. Anywhere you look downtown the Strip, you will see that a lot of my brothers that are behind me, it's been their sweat and their hard work that made Las Vegas what it is, along with the people that had a dream to make the casinos the way they are today. And with God's help, we've supported a lot of people. We've supported our veterans. We support a lot of people in this town. And with our sweat and our continuing hard work, we're going to build that new city, that new place.
to Mayor Goodman and the rest of the City Council. Hi, Ricky. My name is Linda Jones, and I reside at 113 John Belcher Drive in Las Vegas, 89145. I come before you as a member, a laborer, member of Local 872, but also as a single mom, trying to raise my kids, and I got a grandchild on the way. I heard arguments from both sides, and to me there's really no argument, because we could sit here all day and talk about what could happen, but let's look at what's happening now. What's happening right now is I'm unemployed, which means that my family's income is not existing anymore. In the summer, I can go to work. I can have something to look forward to build in this city so that my children, my grandchild can have what they need. I don't want to get involved in arguing semantics. I don't understand it. It doesn't make any sense, because right now is what we need to do. When Barack Obama took office, the first thing he wanted to do was get the economy back on the right track. Not by what could happen 12, 13 years from now. We're talking about right now. And right now, we need to get this measure, this bill, this discussion resolved so that we can move forward and that the rest of my brothers and sisters that are on the out-of-work list can get back to work. And it's not about unions. To me, it's not about unions. My grandmother's a retired culinary union member. We built this city, but the culinary, it provides the service that keeps this city operational. So we go hand in hand. It doesn't make any sense to be enemies. We're not enemies. We just want to go to work. And once we finish the job, you come in and you do the job, everybody wins. And I just want to win. And I thank you all for even considering this measure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council people. I think for the first time I won't use up my 2 minutes.
All right, you have to identify yourself for the record, please. Please identify yourself.
I'm Gene Collins, and I live at 1101 Ellen Avenue. And I'm listening to the individuals behind me. I too have I have 2 tickets. I'm an operations engineer and also an electrician. So I have I'm retired from both, so I have 2 tickets in my pocket, so I understand what they're saying because I've been in the same trenches. But last night, I just want to thank you and those individuals who showed up, Councilman Barlow, that showed up at our town hall meeting to discuss this issue. For the first time, you know that Stan Washington and myself has been at the forefront of all development and stuff that's going on for this community. We've been fighting for the World Market Center. We've done all of these things. So last night we had a chance to meet with the developers and everything from Forest City. They gave us some commitments. I alluded to the fact that we have had those commitments in the past, and as it relates to our community, nothing never materialized. So after speaking with those individuals last night, and they said this: if you don't believe what we're saying, just come watch what we do. If you don't believe that we're going to follow up on our word, you can just watch and see exactly what we're going to do. Now, I'm not here to get in a fight with our brothers and sisters like this, but I understand that when a person is out of work, they need a job. I understand that. And what I see behind me here, at one time I was out of work, and I needed a job. So the only thing I can say is that we're going to watch our friends, the developers, and we're going to make sure that the community that I grew up in and still live in is going to have our advantages, because I believe what they told me last night, Mayor, and also you was there, Councilman, you was there as well. So for that, I'm going to support these brothers and sisters behind me.
First, I want to thank y'all for allowing us to speak. My name is Carol Contreras. I live at 1190 South Mojave Road, lot number 102. It's a senior citizen park, and this has hit us very hard. We've had a lot of tragedy since we moved here. We moved here, and I'm talking about my sister, wherever she's at, Janet. We're both in the same, we believe, in Las Vegas. We left a state where we were starving. I mean, you were starving. We see people here that to us, everybody was rich here. And they opened up their arms. They accepted us. You were one of the first people I met here at the union meeting when I got in. They took me in. My life has turned around. I've had the medical attention. dental attention that I needed, but that we could not afford in Texas. And I'm very educated. I chose the union because I believe in the union. And you know what? And I believe even more in them because what a strong local government you have here. And I was very involved all the way through my college years with political parties. Now, I will be honest, it's the Democrat Party. I was with them, and I wrote a lot of speeches, and I have a lot of friends that are politicians, some high ones. And I'll tell you right now, this city is second to none already, and I feel like I was, matter of fact, everything is almost packed in my house. I was leaving because of the job situations. It wasn't anybody's fault that it fell out. We're in a recession. But my sister and I have been living on our savings, our life savings, because we believe in it. We kept saying, let's hang in one more month. Let's hang in one more month. I have 2 more weeks to keep my place. But you know what? I'll run my credit a little bit and stay a little bit longer because now I'm going to work in the summer, and I know that y'all are going to make it happen. I believe in everybody up here and our union.
Good morning, or afternoon now. David Pruitt, 3850 East Flamingo Road. I was born and raised in this city. I was born at UMC Hospital. I lived on Bonanza and Lamb. I graduated from adult education. I went to Rancho High School. I went to Orrin K. Gregson, all in the inner city. My grandmother was in local 7-Eleven, clerks. She worked for Vaughn's. I agree with Councilman Ross. The fundamental infrastructure of a sound city, you must have a sound middle class. Everyone in here is middle class. We are not rich. We do not own businesses. I mean, we work every day. I mean, and beyond that, we're in a union. So we fight for our money. So we can have a solid infrastructure at the bottom. You don't build a house on mud. You build it on a sound foundation. So we must circulate money in the city now. Not sit here and wait to readjust a loan and have a 4, well, I got an 8 adjustable loan, now I need a 4%. There's no time for that. We need to circulate money, not live off of credit. We need to live off of money, which is here, going to put out good jobs. Well, she left already. I didn't even catch her name, but one of the ladies said that we're going to be having our children pay for this if we go forward with this job. Councilman Tarkanian said the school funding is not going to be affected by this. It is not. I listened to 2 young men today give outstanding speeches. I mean, our school funding, I truly believe that all those young men and women are the future of this city. I mean, I'm from this city. I moved around a lot and stuff, but this is my hometown. And I love this city to the bone. But we need to live off of money now. We need to circulate it. And beyond that, I am disgusted with another organization that should stand for the same principles that we have. I do my own parts. I work union. I shop union. And it disgusts me that another union attacks us in this manner that affects people whose daughters, their children have passed away. People are getting put out of their homes. We have people living month or check to check, dime to dime, living off their life savings, like Ms. Contreras just said. And I have to say that, I've done everything in my power to support the culinary union. I shop at union-affiliated casinos. I don't go to the non-union ones. And we need their backing as well. We can't sit here and be fighting amongst each other, but bottom line, we have to circulate money in this city. And I'm 100% for the growth, and we need this money now, and we don't need it 10 years from now. This is the time to act. So that's it. Thanks.
Beatrice Turner, West Las Vegas. As I walked in this door, I look around this room. Tell me how many of people look like me is represented. is represented. It's not too many. I don't have a problem with either union because I am a union, because now we are union members. But you know what I'm looking at, what's best for my community in Ward 5, and this city hall has never did nothing for my community, so we know the new city hall might not do too much neither. But now whatever jobs, whatever the new developer come through, we want to make sure that everybody play a part in it. No more just a few get it. We want to make sure everybody get what they supposed to get, because we have licensed contractors and the whole 9 yards, so when they be able to bid on those jobs, because they wasn't allowed to bid on them before. And Oscar, all this drama, you want to run and have these two unions fighting, but you know what? They gonna still got to come together one day. They gonna have to come back together. But this you playing up to this job thing, that you playing on these people's sympathy. That's what you're doing.
All right, next. Folks, look, it's a wonderful thing. No, we live in America, and people are allowed to express themselves, even though we do disagree. Even though we do disagree with them.
It's on already. Okay. Thank you. Yes. Is it my turn? Okay. Yes, I am Juanita Clark. I'm here representing a neighborhood group called Charleston Neighborhood Preservation, and we are here to speak against the way that the city hall is being built, because we know that we elected our representatives to be here, and we appreciate that, and we know what their function is to be, and the fact that things laws have been passed around through the state legislature to make a redevelopment agency that allows our representatives to work to wear a couple of hats. And so I'm just going to read what we have prepared here. The Charleston Neighborhood Preservation residents are highly sensitive to what first inspires and then motivates individual incentive. Grandfather Economic Report provides a pie graph representing the whole economy in 2007. I'll lay this up here. I forgot how to do this. Is that the right place to lay it? Okay, thank you. Okay, very good. It's kind of sketchy there. Okay, this is a 2007 economy report. The entire, and it's just a pie graph, and so this shows the entire economy, and it shows that in 2007, the total government shares was 43%, and the private sector was 57%. Now, in the last year, 2008, this has grown, and it's almost 50%. So when you have government, which only gets their money through taxes, taking over the private sector cannot come in. As taxpayers, we are the only support for the government portion. We support an increase in the private sector of the economy. We support the right of our city fathers to choose whether or not we want to be strapped to a now stated $267 million tax burden, when in 30 years will be another old building for which our grandchildren will pay off those bonds. I have heard, though, today that it's 7 years, and however, at the end of 7 years, at which time you will be in, your followers will be in the building, but and I won't be here to pay that off either. But I have 12 grandchildren. And lots of other people do too, that this is going to be a strap into. Remember the Regional Justice Center, where we now owe nearly 3 times the original amount promised us.
Ms. Clark, do you have much more to go because you're way over time? Okay.
No, Mr. Mayor, we do not. Beware of Henderson's Lake Las Vegas, which, after being issued $100 million in funds similar to the tax increment funds used by our redevelopment agency in July, filed Chapter 11 bankruptcy. And so in closing, we respectfully request that you elected representatives vote no on this resolution, which would make the We the People taxes in a public public-private
Folks,
partnership.
please, let's be quiet.
Thank you. Imply that we are are implicit in any possible failure to subsidize business ventures. And of course, I'm a very positive person. I like to think positively, I act positively, and I think we also need to be realistic, however. And so we respectfully ask you to do today what could improve tomorrow, and we think that that would be to vote no, and thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Yes, sir. Pastor? The woman who didn't know where she was.
To the mayor and council, I'm pastor teacher Dr. S.S. Rogers. I live at 3407 White Stallion Court, North Las Vegas, Nevada, but I pastor the Greater Mount Sinai Missionary Recruiting Ministries, 1025 Belzar Avenue, 89106, and Ward 5. I'm here today to commend this council, all of our councilmen, and the mayor. I think you have the STEM-On project is to put on the market that these people who are out of work will go back to work. We all need jobs. We all need to support our families. And I think with this project, it would bring forth the initiative that these people will go back to work. I commend all of you. God bless you and continue to do a good job.
Would anyone else like to be heard at the public hearing? I would like to ask Mr. Swenside, our bond counsel, to please come up, and if you'd be kind enough to address us as to, I guess, the comments made by Mr. McCracken, so that the record will be perfectly clear. And Mayor Pro Tem, I'll be right back.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. For the record, John Swenside, bond counsel to the city. I do just want to address you on a couple of the legal points Mr. McCracken mentioned to make it clear to you what the agreement is and what the resolution you're approving will authorize. The lease purchase agreement for which we will issue these COPs will have in it a non-appropriation clause, and you will have the ability to determine in each budget year whether to continue with the lease or not. There will not be a land use restriction that will prevent you from doing that. Mr. McCracken is incorrect there. We are still negotiating the final form of the land use restrictions, but it will have in it an exception so that if you do decide to non-appropriate, the City Hall building can be used for general office purposes, and the trustee for the certificates of participation will take over that building and lease it out to someone else. So you will have that choice to non-appropriate. It is correct. He is correct that the documents say you don't intend to non-appropriate, and no one goes into one of these things and builds a City Hall building with an intent to non-appropriate. Your intent would be to continue with it, but you have the flexibility to non-appropriate if that's what you determine to do. The amount of the lease purchase agreement, the total amount is what is in the resolution, $267 million. We are not authorized to go above that. If for some reason we had to go above that, we would have to go back and get all of the approvals all over again. That is the maximum amount. And the amount needed to pay that off is also in the resolution, and it's projected right now to come from the general fund, and it's $2 million to $23.5 million per year. That was in the numbers that Mr. Vincent showed you. That is the amount that is required to pay back the $267 million, so that information is all before you. We believe that this complies with Nevada law insofar as approving a lease purchase agreement, and that the non-appropriation clause will be sufficient, that this will not be a debt under Nevada law, so we do not believe that you are required to have a vote on it of the people. It does require a two-thirds vote of this council vote.
Thank you.
Be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Jerwick, do you have any questions that you need to put on the record, please?
I don't. I appreciate John putting that on the record, though.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I just want to make it clear, is it Swenside?
Yes, that's
Mr.
correct.
Swenside, you're an attorney, are you not?
That is correct.
And you are an attorney that is an outside lawyer. You're not an employee of the City of Las Vegas.
That is correct.
The City of Las Vegas employs your services for your expert opinion, but you are not one of us. So you're not telling us what we want to hear just because you work for us, right?
No.
Well, I mean, let's get it out. I mean, some people will think that.
It's important. I mean, ultimately, we give an opinion to the people who buy these certificates that the certificates are legal. and that interest on them is tax exempt. And they're the people who will really rely on our opinion, so we've got to be sure that you take the proper procedural steps. And that's why we're the ones who prepared this resolution and are advising you that these are the steps you need to go through in order to do this type of financing.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mr. Swenson, if you come back, please. There was another point that was brought up in regards to the key points as far as the city not knowing where the funds will come from in order to repay the debt services on the new city hall. Would you speak to that, please?
Yeah. Yes, the resolution indicates that, and we've based this on projections, revenue projections that we have that have been furnished to the city, and were furnished to city council members and to the Debt Management Commission earlier this week, and we'll go to the Taxation Department. But we have identified available monies in the city general fund in the amount of $2 million to $23.5 million per year for the term of this lease purchase agreement, and that is enough to pay this obligation. Now, you might use other monies to pay it. I mean, if the redevelopment occurs that Mr. Adams brought up, you might end up using that to repay that. But we've identified that this general fund source, and Mr. Vincent can speak to it, but it is sufficient to repay this obligation, and that is what we are required to identify in the resolution at the stage of this financing that we're at now.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I believe that before we hear a motion, Councilman Ross has some disclosures he'd like to make.
Thank you, Your Honor. And for the record, I need to disclose that I am the Secretary-Treasurer of the Southern Nevada Building and Construction Trades Council, and would ask legal counsel if, by virtue of my relationship with the working men and women of Southern Nevada, am I in any way, shape, or form prohibited from voting on this item?
For the record, you discussed this with me prior to the hearing today, and we discussed it just a few moments ago as well. It's my opinion that disclosure is certainly appropriate of your relationship with the Southern Nevada Building Trades Council, but the fact is this particular project has not gone to contract. It hasn't even been approved by council yet. Nobody can say who will get a job and who won't get a job. The group that is here today has just as much opportunity as any other worker in Southern Nevada to apply for those jobs, and since they are equally benefited as any other worker, I don't think there's a conflict of interest in your voting.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Ricky?
Yes.
Councilman Barlow?
Yes, Mayor Goodman. I just want to go out on the record to echo the words that have been spoken so eloquently here before us today. My family has been a part of the Culinary Union for over 50 years here in Las Vegas, as well as a part of the laborers and the Teamsters. And I am hurt by the fact that the unions on both sides, as well as the city, are in a very perplexed situation here today. At the end of the day, you all can care less about who's fighting one another, because it comes down to, I'm hungry, I've already lost my home, I'm on the brink of losing my home, my kids' education is at risk, and that's what we're here as a council faced with today. It's not a very easy task that we have before us, but you all have dedicated your lives and your profession to build this city that we call the entertainment capital of the world. And so for that, we have a fiduciary responsibility to make sure that we look out for the best interests and we keep that title, the entertainment capital of the world. And Mayor Goodman, this is not a swipe at culinary by no means, because if it wasn't for my parents who were a part of the culinary, my brothers and sisters and I wouldn't be where we are today as far as having a sound education and having the ability to come back and give back to the community such as what I'm doing here today. But I truly hope and I truly pray, as I stated to you yesterday, Mayor, I'm a praying man, and I really want to bridge the gap between what has occurred here in this city. This is something that that we have to fix. That means the laborers, as well as culinary, the city, we all have to come together, because this council does support union. We are a union council. we believe in making sure that you have quality health care. We want to make sure that your salaries are equitable in order to provide and sustain your households. And to the developers, whether it be CIM, whether it be Forest City, and future developments to come online, I really hope that you all are paying attention to this, because at the end of the day, I'm going to be standing with those unions, knocking at your door to talk about how, in fact, we can organize union workers in your establishments. That's very important to us. So please don't shut the door on the opportunity for employees to become union, because that's how, in fact, our city has become the greatest city in the world. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, folks. There are two comments I'm going to make before we hear a motion. One, I'd like to thank everybody for really the very decent way these proceedings went. They could have gotten out of line. They didn't. I think that you're to be congratulated on sitting through a long morning here and acting the way you did. That's number one. Number two, I want you to know that I will do my very, very best to try to resolve this between the unions. I want to see it resolved. I want to get it behind us. I want to go forward as a city, and I'm going to do my best to accomplish that. So with that, I'm going to ask the Mayor Pro Tem for his motion, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've sat here very quietly, listening to the comments, both from the audience, from Mr. McCracken, from our RDA, and from Mr. Vincent, as well as my council members, as well as the mayor. A month or so ago, we had another meeting just like this, and we had a lot of red shirts out there. They did a lot of clapping and stomping and tried to intimidate us, I guess. Today, I don't feel intimidated. Today, I feel like that the decision we make is going to be based upon facts, not intimidation. And I've sat up here for many years, it seems like, and I've heard many reasons why we should or why we shouldn't, who we should support and who we shouldn't support. And there is, to me, reasons why the Culinary Union is opposing this project. Mr. McCracken made a lot of statements about we need to go to the vote of the people. Well, I look out in the audience today and I see people out there that have voted for me. Absolutely. They may have voted. They may have voted for my opponent. They may have supported my opponent. That's fine. That's what America is built on, is the ability to make a decision, for the American people to vote. Well, Mr. McCracken, I really believe in my heart that the people of Las Vegas is voting on this City Hall project. They elected all of us that are sitting up here to represent them. They are getting their vote. And yes, I've always made it a practice to support the majority of the people. And I know that we're looking at jobs. Mr. Obama just signed a stimulus bill of many, many $1 billion. And I don't know how it's going to get paid off. But I do know that the City Hall will be built. And I do know that it will be paid off. We are taxed to redevelop our downtown area. When the mayor was first running for public office, we ran across each other at 2 or 3 different events, and I found real quick that the mayor was a man I needed to tie my arms around and support him, because he wanted to redevelop the downtown, which I represented at the time. And with his leadership, you can see the skyline that it was 10 years ago or 12 years ago when he was elected and what it is today. And I'm here to tell you we made a lot of progress, but more than anything, we have created a lot of jobs. We've created a downtown that one of these days people are going to want to come down here and live and partake of what we've done or what we have downtown. I want to thank our staff. The staff has done a tremendous job putting this together for us. Without Scott Adams and his leadership and his staff, this city would really be going in a tumbler, not knowing which direction to take. And again, I appreciate all those people that are for this project, and I appreciate those citizens that have called me and voiced their opinion against this project, which is just a couple. I seem like I'm always trying to defend what we're trying to do. But when you look out here today, what we're trying to do is right. And the mayor said it many, many times, jobs. As well as you folks out here today know, we're trying to create jobs. That's what the stimulus plan of Mr. Obama is to create jobs. And hopefully with this project here, it will be just the beginning of some jobs downtown. And we'll see this, I think, come to a truism as early as July or August. So hopefully some of you out there today will get to go to work. Mayor, it's with great pride I make a motion to, and again, I need to make a point. This city hall is not for us, okay? This city hall is for everybody who lives in the city of Las Vegas. By the time this city hall gets broke in, a lot of us sitting up here won't be here. So who are we building a city hall for? For the taxpayers, for you guys. And I hope that it will be friendly, user-friendly for everybody that lives in the city of Las Vegas and wants to come here and even take a tour of the new city hall, the Taj Mahal. And Your Honor, my motion is to follow staff's recommendation on all these items and incorporating all those comments made by the public as well as those comments made by the city council, and hopefully we'll have a great city hall.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. All right, folks, if you're welcome to stick around. I know you find this very interesting. I'm going to call item number 57. 57 is discussion and possible action regarding a cooperative agreement between the City of Las Vegas and the Nevada... 56? Yeah. I'd like to tell you I did it intentionally, but I didn't. 56. Oh, sure. Go ahead. That's fine. This way. Okay, item 56. Discussion and possible action regarding the award of bid number 09.1730.07-LED, Horse Drive, US 95 interchange located at the intersection of Horse Drive and US 95 and construction conflicts and contingency reserve set by Finance and Business Services, Department of Public Works. Award recommended to Capriotic Construction Corporation for $40,974,556.71 from the Road and Flood Capital Projects Fund. This is in Ward 6. And at this time, we'll ask Ms. Rainey where we stand. Ms. Rainey.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Kathy Rainey, I'm the manager of Purchasing and Contracts.
Oh, no. Good job.
There you go, Kathy. No, there you go. Speak into the mic.
Can you hear me now?
No, we really can't.
Here you go. Right in there.
Try one more time.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Kathy Rainey, manager of Purchasing and Contracts. Good morning, Mayor and Council.
Good morning.
This bid was publicly opened on December 18th. There were 7 bidders. Capriotti Construction was the apparent low bidder. The second bidder was Meadow Valley Contractors. Third was Frainer Construction. The purchasing division initiated the evaluation process to determine the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. The determination of responsiveness was very clear on the 3 low bidders. They were all deemed responsive. Responsiveness refers to the bid submissions. All submissions were in order. The determination of bidder responsibility was a bit more challenging. The task there was determine if Capriotti's bid submission was similar in scope to the Horse project as required. And there were concerns initially in Public Works staff, as you may have seen in some of the emails that were transferred internally. These concerns were vetted by me and by Jorge Cervantes, the Director of Public Works, who will discuss the technical nature of the bid evaluation in just a moment. But the bid evaluation process was very detailed and very disciplined to ensure the fairness and equity to all of the bidders, and we take that process very seriously. We are confident with our recommendation before you today and recommend that Capriotti be awarded this bid. Jorge will now describe the technical aspects of how Capriotti was determined to be the responsible bidder.
All right, thank you, Ms. Rainey. Mr. Cervantes.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Jorge Cervantes, Department of Public Works. Just to give you a little recap of what the improvements are that are part of this project. This project consists of about 19,000 linear feet of roadway construction, which is about 3.5 miles of roadway construction. The overhead here, you can see what's shown in orange is the roadway portion of the project. There's about 5,300 linear feet of drainage facilities. These are on the west side of US 95 and extend beyond the orange section. And there's 2 bridge structures, one that's about 100 feet in length and one that's about 250 feet in length. Initially, when the bids came in, I raised a concern to my staff that this could be a challenging project. One of our engineers that did some of the initial evaluation came up with certain conclusions. But what we did is we sat down as a department and grabbed people that were part of the design team that designed this, part of the people in our construction management group, and looked at it to make sure that the qualification of the bidders were or were not able to construct this project. If you look at the project, what we found was that the majority of the work that's being constructed out here is your typical roadway type of work. 75% of the value of the construction out there is either earthwork, roadway work, drainage type facilities, street lights, traffic control devices. 25% of it is the structure. Had we intended the majority of the work to be structure, then in the bid solicitation, we would have required in there, in the verbiage, that the contractor built an interchange in the last 5 years. We didn't. We left the scope as similar scope and value, because in our determination, the scope, the majority of the scope of this project is really more of a typical roadway type project. The other thing that I learned in getting down with staff and looking at the plans, going through the plans thoroughly and through the project, was that unlike a typical project, when we put a set of plans together, we put a project out and say, here are all the improvements we want done. And typically the contractor that wins the award comes back and tells us how they're going to construct it. In this particular case, we didn't allow that. We actually specified methods and means by specifying the sequencing of how this is going to be built. The reason we did that is we want to facilitate the construction of the project and we want to assure the safety of motorists that are traveling on US 95. And so part of the requirements on the bid document was that certain road improvements be in place first. In particular, we're requiring that the frontage roads be constructed first before the bridge structure over 95 get constructed. The reason for this is we want to make sure that traffic is off of US 95 and on these frontage roads, so as the false work is being constructed for the bridge, then traffic is under it. Once the false work is completed, then traffic would be able to go back under there, but it makes it a whole lot easier and safer to build a bridge structure that way than if we did do it that way. The concern is we didn't want beams being hanged with traffic under them. And finally, in evaluating the project, we evaluated the key personnel of all 3 bidders, 3 low bidders. The key personnel being their superintendent and their project manager, and found that these folks had the experience and qualifications for these type of a construction. So based on these analysis, we concluded that all 3 low bidders were responsible bidders, and based on that concluded that we would recommend the bid going to the low bidder.
All right, thank you. Let me say this before I hear from the folks who are interested. I'm afraid, based on the challenges that we face in our economy, that these kind of challenges will become more commonplace than they have in the past, because work is so difficult to obtain these days. And we're in a spot, at least from my perspective, starting off so you know where you stand, that when our staff makes a recommendation on something this technical, because we don't have the requisite expertise on the technical end of it, we give great weight to that recommendation. So I'm going to give those who are interested in speaking latitude in order to make a record if they'd like, and it may go beyond this council if you deem it appropriate. So happy to hear from whomever would like to speak. Senator Bryan? Mr. Larson? You on the same team here?
We are, sir.
Okay. Who do you represent?
Frainer Construction, Your Honor.
Very good.
Let's see here. Can we use this one? Your Honor and members of the council, for the record, my name is Richard Bryan. I'm joined by my colleague, Paul Larson of the law firm of Vinyl, Sawyer & Collins, 300 South 4th Street, Las Vegas, Nevada. Also here, in case the council may have any questions, are representatives of my client, which I've indicated for the record is Frainer Construction. We have Mr. James Austin, who is the general manager, and Mr. Sean Stewart, who is general counsel. If I might, by way of just a 20-second background, I think Frainer Construction is probably familiar to all of you. They have been involved in the community for nearly 4 decades. They began business in 1970. They have constructed projects that would exceed cumulatively over the years of more than $1 billion. So they are a contractor that has a substantial base in the community and is well recognized among local government entities as well as the state of Nevada. The project that's been described by you is an interchange, a substantial interchange, but let me emphasize the point that I'd like to make and ask for your consideration. This is not a paving project. This involves 2 bridge structures. And let me, if I may, very briefly make reference to what I consider the key portion of the bid documents that were submitted to each of the prospective bidders. Section 1302, and this is what the city of Las Vegas is informing each of the prospective bidders. And they're saying as a prerequisite to the award...
Senator, what document are you referring?
This document would refer to the City of Las Vegas bid specification document, and it's Section 13.02. It is entitled An Invitation to Bid, and then it identifies by number and the Horse Drive 95 interchange. And for the record, Your Honor, and I'm sorry if I did not make that clear, we're not going to go through the entire specifications, but I want to highlight Section 13.02, because I think that's the operative provision here, indicates, and I quote, as a prerequisite to the award of the contract, the lowest bidder or the best bidder must be a responsible bidder as determined by the owner. And then Section 1302 goes on to require the party to have, and I quote, successfully completed one project during the 5 years immediately preceding the date of submission of the bid, similar in scope, work, and construction value as the work required by the owner. Now, reading that, it requires the bidder to have had experience in a project of similar scope of work and construction value. That is the bidder. Now, at the pre-bid conference, which is standard, as I know each member of the council is aware, those that intend to submit bids are required to attend, and a representative from the city explains what the project is and highlights those things that are most important for the bidders to consider in submitting their documents. That occurred in this instance. And Mr. Lloyd Davis had such a meeting, and each of those who are relevant to the proceeding here, the 3 parties that have been mentioned by Mr. Cervantes, were in attendance. And we have a copy of a transmission that occurred in the conversation back and forth, which we offer as part of the record. And Mr. Davis, as he began to explain that, emphasized or highlighted the importance that this contract that was to be bidded had 2 bridge structures. And he made that as the first point of emphasis as he explained to the prospective bidders what was involved in this project.
Now, once again, I'm going to interrupt you. Apparently, Mr. Larson handed up a disc.
Yes, for the record, that would be a transcript, in effect, not a transcript, but a disc, a recording of the conversation that occurred in the pre-bid by Mr. Daniels.
All right, so basically, you're representing to us that those comments were made, and those would be contained on that disc.
Yes, and Your Honor, I'm paraphrasing. I don't want to represent the verbatim words, but clearly he highlighted, I think, any fair listening to the tape, and again, he highlighted the importance that this is a project that has two bridge structures, because in my view, that is the critical issue for the council to decide and evaluating.
And I appreciate that, but recognizing that we haven't heard the tape, I'm going to rely on your representations, and for whatever value that tape is, with us not having heard it, it may be made part of the record, but I don't think we can rely on it at this time.
I appreciate that, Your Honor. So let's take a look at the bid that was submitted by Capriotti Construction. That is part of Attachment 5, which is a list of completed projects. You'll recall that 13.02 requires three different things, in my opinion. The bidder, and the bidder would be Capriotti Construction, not individuals who the company may choose to employ or engage in some particular, but the company, Capriotti Construction, is the bidder. And it talks about the scope of work. It must be similar scope and size. Now, if you will look at page 36, which is the second page of the exhibit, which is Attachment 5, List of Completed Projects. And I think this is significant because Capriotti, in its own language, describes the project. This is part of the bid. There's no reference at all to any prior experience in building a bridge. I think a fair statement of their description is essentially this is a paving contract. They begin by saying, with reference to their prior experience, and they cite an NDOT project, the Blue Diamond Road, as a project that would fit them in with one of the requirements, namely that you must have completed a project similar in scope, size, and construction. And they went on to describe Blue Diamond Road, consisted of, and I can't read whether that's 2 miles or 7 miles construction for NDOT of a super arterial roadway. My point being, that project was essentially a roadway project. It did not have any reference at all to these two bid structures. Now, I would not jeopardize my credibility with the council if I told you I could describe all of the construction nuances between a highway and a bridge construction, but we all know, because we travel along roads along the city that are under construction, that a bridge construction requires false work. It requires a substantial amount of structural work, not just the laying of asphalt or preparing a foundation for a roadway. And what becomes particularly challenging in this context is that this particular roadway would continue to have traffic during the construction phase. So this project is a very, very complicated project. You'll note also that there are several questions that each of the bidders is required. They ask with reference to the project, which is cited as a similar project. Was this project completed late? Was this project completed late? The answer given by Capriotti, no. Did the contract contain liquidated damages or civil, or strike that, or penalty clauses? And the answer is yes. And if yes, were the damages assessed? And the answer is no. The amount of the contract which is cited as an example of what they have done within the last 5 years that would qualify them is a $26 million 600 project, the Blue Diamond Road project that was done for the Nevada Department of Transportation. In our view, this is not a responsive or responsible bid. If I might have your indulgence in just a moment here.
Certainly.
Okay. Yeah. It would be the third page that you have in the packet. As indicated, the bids were opened on the 18th of December. Mr. Corey Schmidt, who is identified in an email which you have before you and who is described as the engineering project manager, in effect makes the argument far more articulately and persuasively than I can. And he says, in effect, to John O'Connell, to whom this email is addressed, the following. Upon evaluation of the Capriati bid documents, it appears that Capriati does not meet the requirements listed in the instruction to bidders, that's the section 1302, which I have cited, which he then goes on to recite whether the bidder has successfully completed one project during the 5 years immediately preceding the date of submission of the bid proposal, similar in scope of work and construction value. Capriati's bid documents included a single project for qualification. This is the project that I've described as the Blue Diamond Road, which is their example, or at least their argument, that this would be a project similar scope and size. And you can see that, their own description, on the second page of the attachment, which I previously have described. This project, and I'm quoting now from Mr. Schmidt, this project does not qualify as similar in scope due to it did not contain a vehicular bridge, which was a major component of the Horse Drive / US 94 interchange. Also, the project was not similar in construction value due to the project's final cost, citing again the Blue Diamond project of $26 million, whereas the Horse Drive US 94, and I'm reading directly from the memo or the email, was a bid by Capriati at $40 million. So the project engineer says it does not qualify in scope, size, or the amount of the construction. And then he goes on to make an observation, and again I invite your attention to those questions that I read into the record, namely, was this project completed late, referring to the Blue Diamond project, and were damages assessed? And then Mr. Schmidt goes on to conclude, it also appears that one of Capriati's bid documents were inaccurate. The single project submitted by Capriati for qualifications stated that the project was not completed late and the project was not assessed liquidated damages. According to NDOT Contract 3289, contractor payment, the final balanced report dated December 8th, 08, the project was 137%, 94 days late, and the project was assessed $472,500 in damage. Now, the time sequence of this is important because that is a document that was ready by December 8th. You will recall, as Mr. Cervantes, Ms. Rainey indicated, the documents that were part of the bid were opened on the 18th of December. So this information was something that I think one could reasonably conclude that Capriati certainly must have been aware of. Now, you might ask, why are we here? We are third in line, and I think that deserves an answer, and let me try to respond. Obviously, we think we're the best qualified. We'd love to do the work and work for the city. But I think as important as that is the credibility and the integrity of the bidding process. We're talking about something that has a potential for precedent. If you can circumvent, in effect, the requirements that your own bid documents require, that does not portend well for the city in dealing with contractors in the future who want to bid on projects that the city of Las Vegas has. And I think that ought to be troubling to each member of the commission. Now, I'd like to defer to Mr. Larson for a moment, if I may, Your Honor, members of the council, because we do not know what kind of construction alchemy occurred. But remember, the project manager is saying, in effect, this doesn't meet the requirements of the bid documents. We do not fully understand what occurred thereafter, but I'd like to allow Mr. Larson, with your permission, Mayor, members of the council, to at least explain what we understood that occurred and why we think that the recommendation that's being made by the staff is an error. And I thank Your Honor for the time.
All right. The Mayor Pro Tem before Mr. Larson.
Senator Bryan, please.
Yes.
With all respect.
Yeah.
Just a few moments ago, you was mentioning why you was here opposing this bid. You mentioned because you thought you was the best bidder if we do disqualify Capriotti. Meadow Valley sits in between you, and they're $1 million less than what you are. So it would be, if we find that Capriotti's not qualified, then my vote would have to go to Meadow Valley rather than the Frayners. So I don't know why you would say you was the best qualified bidder. You said anything at all about Meadow Valley.
I think what I said, that I thought that we were the best qualified to do the job. I don't think I made reference to the bidder. If I did, I correct myself. But I also mentioned, Councilman Reese, is that I think that there's a principle here that even transcends, whether or not we ultimately, at the end of the day, would be awarded this bid. And that is, I think, the integrity and the, I guess what I would say, the process itself is at issue here. And the credibility of the city in terms of dealing prospectively, not just in this contract, but
I certainly support that. I believe that what you're saying is
if all you have to do, Councilman Reese, is if you've never had a bridge project before, and apparently from the record that is the case here, just hire people that have. That's not what the bid says. The bid doesn't say, look, whether the bidder has previously done work somewhere in scope or size, or who has hired someone who has become part of its staff that has done this kind of work before. It talks about the bidder. In this case, with all due respect, that's Capriotti. And I hope I've responded to your question.
Mr. Larson?
Mr. Mayor, could I ask one other question,
yes,
please? We have Corey Schmidt, who's the engineering project manager. Is that project manager for this particular project, or is that project manager generally over projects that we have in the city?
Councilwoman, that is just his title. He is a project manager. He was not involved in the design of this project. It was a different project and program manager that were part of the design team. Corey Smith is one of our project managers within our construction management group, but he is one that we asked to evaluate along with other folks to evaluate what they thought of the bidder's responsiveness.
So have you told us, because I think these questions are good that are being brought up by Senator Bryan, have you told us that that in addition to this information from the engineering project manager, as his title holds, you have other recommendations that came from other people you gave it to, and those are the ones that you mentioned earlier on when we began?
That is correct, Councilwoman. We set up a couple of the design engineers that were involved in the project, the program manager, the project manager. We involved our assistant city engineer who has a pretty strong structural background, and we involved Corey Smith, was also one of the guys that we all got together and said, let's evaluate this project, and really what is the scope of this project? What is the majority of the work we're doing here? Is the majority of the work a structural project? As mentioned earlier, Councilwoman, if we thought the majority of the work was a structural project, we would have put in the bid solicitation, you have to build an interchange, and we did.
So Mr. Schmidt was one of several individuals to whom, from whom you asked their opinions about this project. Were there any others that voiced concerns along this line?
Initially, as we looked at it, as the Senator said, was it an interchange project or was it something different? And so as we broke down the project in detail, we found that the majority of work is not really an interchange, and the bridge structure is ancillary to the majority of the work. The majority of the work is really a pavement type of project.
So this was the lone questioning of the bid for this particular, for Capriotti?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Larson, before you go on, I'd like to mention to the folks who just came in here, we're still in our morning calendar. There's no way in the world we're going to get to the afternoon start till at least 2:30. So make your plans accordingly. We won't start until at least 2:30. We have a in-camera session to discuss matters during the noon recess, which could take an hour in and of itself. So please, we're not going to start before 2:30 this afternoon. That would be the very earliest.
Thank you, Mayor. For the record, Paul Larson, 300 South 4th Street, law partners with Senator Bryan. You've been given a packet of documents that basically is what we know of the process as it occurred. You see the first 2 pages of the packet you have is the response, attachment 5, that was submitted by Capriotti's. If you look at the second page of that 2-page submission, you see that they hold out as their responsive similar project, a description of the Blue Diamond Road project, which never mentions the word bridge. Now, this is key because the discs that we gave you that has a copy of the pre-bid conference, a gentleman named Lloyd Davis specifically described this in the pre-bid conference as a bridge project. In fact, in his introduction, he uses the term bridge at least 3 or 4 times.
I understand, but that's basically what the senator said. So,
And I'm getting to the whole process, Your Honor. The next document is the evaluation of that done by Mr. Corey Schmidt. Senator Bryan has reviewed that, indicating that not only was it not a similar project, both in scope and the size of the budget for it, but there was misleading information in terms of was the project on time, which it wasn't, and was the liquidated damages assessed, and they were. The next page in your packet is a printout of page 13 of the contract summary. And I've highlighted for you the bottom of the report where it says contract working dates 250, working dates to date 344, 94 days over schedule, with liquidated damages assessed at $472,000. Now, once this information was available and Frainer, our client, had submitted a bid protest, the contractor, Capriotti, had the opportunity to submit a response to that. That's the next document in your packet. That's dated December 30th, 2008. With regard to the first point that regarding the bridge, they really never addressed that. With regard to the second point regarding completed projects during the previous 5 years, Capriotti takes the position on page 2 of that December 30th letter, and if you want to take a look at that, I've highlighted it on your packets as well, where Capriotti's indicates that that contract is not complete, that they're continuing to negotiate with NDOT as to that contract. That's a key point, because if that contract's not complete, it's not a completed contract within the previous 5 years. Therefore, for yet another point, the Capriotti's bid is non-responsive. Now, that was on December 30th. So the staff had the ability to review Capriotti's retort or response to the Frainer bid protest letter. Despite that, by email dated January 9th, 2009, Mr. Lloyd Davis, who had conducted the pre-bid conference, sent to Kathy Rainey a draft rejection, this is January 9th, a draft rejection letter to Capriotti's.
Excuse me, the next letter is January 16th.
Unfortunately, I don't have a copy of the draft letter. I only have a copy of the email transmitting that draft letter.
So the January 9 is not in here?
It is not. We just obtained that from the city this morning.
I just wanted to make sure I was looking at it.
No, it has not been put in your packet because we just obtained it while standing outside chambers this morning. And it is an email.
Excuse me, Councilman Ross.
Mr. Larson, I'd like copies of that distributed to the council, if you would, please.
Absolutely. I can give you my single copy and
then enter it into the record.
And as part of that email string that your clerk is making copies of, there's also an indication on January 12th, 2009, an email in which the same staff makes an evaluation of past city contracts that Capriotti's has had with the city. Now, on 4 of 6 criteria, Capriotti's is rated below average. On the 6th criteria, Capriotti's is rated as a fail, and that is professional response to the city staff. In fact, it was heavily criticized. It was not a below average. It was a fail on one of those 6 criteria. Nevertheless, on January 16th...
Let me just interrupt. We just got this morning, and we apologize to you. We had asked for all the documents, but we didn't obviously get them.
We first saw that this morning as well. So the next document in the chronology that we're aware of is provided in your packet, and that's a letter from Kathleen Rainey to Capriotti's dated January 16th. And that makes reference to a meeting that occurred 3 days after the date of the email in which Capriotti's was rated below average or fail on 5 or 6 criteria for previous city contracts. And that relates to a meeting dated January 15th where Capriotti's was invited to discuss their bid. And remember, this meeting on January 15th is 6 days after Mr. Davis had drafted and forwarded to Ms. Rainey a rejection letter indicating that Capriotti's bid was non-responsive. Now, in this meeting, January 15th, resulted in this letter from Ms. Rainey, and in this letter, she specifically requests, in paragraph 2, please submit additional completed project experience, including span, width, and abutments for bridges, that Capriotti has constructed in the last 5 years. That Capriotti has constructed in the last 5 years, completed projects. The response to this January 16th letter is the letter dated January 19th from Capriotti, which is the next document in your packet. And you see there...
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to be very careful in this.
Yes.
But also the following sentence says, please be specific as to the items of work completed by Capriotti versus subcontractors. So she just wasn't referring to Capriotti's own construction. She then said, please be specific and let us know those you did with subcontractors.
That's a very good catch, Councilwoman, and that's exactly what it was after. And you see the import of that paragraph is we want to know completed projects that Capriotti, not Capriotti's subcontractors, that Capriotti has completed in the last 5 years.
Also subcontractors. She's saying...
Versus subcontractors.
Well, you might look at it that way. I thought you might be collecting the information as to what they did themselves and what they did with subcontractors.
She can address that because she's standing here. But we interpret it the opposite way. Nevertheless, the response was from Capriotti on January 19th, and that's provided in your packet. The third paragraph down, Capriotti's indicates not other bridge projects they've completed, that they've indicated that they have, including the Horse Interchange project, 3 bridge contracts currently, none of which had been completed, 2 of which would be completed in 2009. So if you look at the response documents provided simply by Capriotti, there is no completed project. There is no bid. There's no information responsive to Section 13.2 of the bid documents that asks specifically for comparable projects completed within the last 5 years by the bidder. Nevertheless, despite all these irregularities, that you have a project engineer saying it's a non-responsive bid, that you have a draft letter from the gentleman handling the pre-bid conference indicating that it's a non-responsive bid, despite the internal analysis to that effect, and despite the fact that Capriotti's has never submitted a comparable project that they completed, and their own correspondence indicates the project they're pointing to, the St. Rose project, is still incomplete. Nevertheless, the last document in your packet is a letter dated January 23rd, 2009, awarding the contract to Capriotti's. As Senator Bryan has said before, we don't know what happened in between these documents, but it certainly leads one to the impression, but for that last letter, that Capriotti's has a non-responsive bid. The only non sequitur in this whole packet in front of you is that last letter. It just doesn't spring from the previous correspondence.
All right, thank you. All right, appreciate that presentation. And Mr. Mowbray, you represent the number 2 bidder, is that correct?
I do indeed, Your Honor. Meadow Valley Construction.
Excuse me 1 second. It looks like our counsel, Mr. Lewis, would like to place something on the record right now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just need to place on the record which evidence that this council should consider when making a decision on this item and should not consider. NRS 338.142 is pretty clear with regard to what evidence you can consider. It's that evidence in which we received from a bidder in a formal protest 5 days from the submission of bids. So those parties that come forward that did not submit a formal protest, really we should not be using their evidence to make a decision on this matter. Likewise, those people who are not bidders that might otherwise have a protest, that should not be used in your evaluation of this claim.
Well, who filed a formal protest in a timely manner?
Frainer Construction.
Okay, so you're saying that I shouldn't hear from Mr. Mowbray at this point?
No, I'm saying that if you, as chairman of the board, you most certainly can hear from Mr. Mowbray. I'm saying that the law would tell you that what should be considered is only that which came in from a formal protest. Now, we've all heard about unringing the bell. It's difficult to do once it's done.
Well,
but certainly it's
I understand. I know how to ring the bell. I was a master in that, so I got no problems with that. I loved unringing the bell.
Thank you,
Mr. Mowbray,
Mr.
could you make it brief, though?
I will make it brief, Your Honor. And by the way, all the documents I'm going to reference are either in the City of Las Vegas files or were submitted as part of this process. The first thing that I would like to reference, and I see on my screen here, it's not very legible, is a email from Corey Schmidt to John O'Connell dated December 31, 2008, that basically concludes, based on his review and after a protest by Frainer of the Meadow Valley contract, that based on this information, it does appear that Meadow Valley meets the requirements listed in Instruction to Bidders, Section 13, determination of lowest responsive and responsible bidder. Okay? And I think we're all on the same page, that we all agree that Meadow Valley was responsive, did meet all the requirements, and as far as their bid amount goes, their bid came in at $42,239,000. Capriotti's came in at $40,974,000, or about a 3% differential. Now, I'm not going to repeat everything that Senator Bryan and my brother of the bar, Paul Lawson, just spoke about. I would concur, though, in all of those remarks. And the real question gets down to two things. Are we going to preserve the sanctity of the bidding process, let it go through, allow an apparent low bidder come in, provide misleading information, and then try through supplement to reflect the record, and then even at that, not a very good job? Or are we going to uphold the sanctity of the contracting process? I believe a similar situation occurred before the city some years ago, TAB construction with the Las Vegas Wash Middle Branch Bridge, and I believe they may have had an apparent lowest responsive bid, but when it turned out that there were some representations in the process, there was an effect on that. We would ask that the council take that into consideration. I would reference Packet 5 that's in the packet before you, and that was the response of Meadow Valley to the Frainer protest, listing the projects they've worked on. We're in some serious economic times. This is a considerable public works project. It's not the type of project that you should earn while you learn. Clearly, Capriotti does not have the experience of either Frainer or Meadow Valley. And I would reference you right now to take a moment and let's look about the jobs that Meadow Valley did in the last 5 years. Western Beltway at Summerlin.
Excuse me,
Yes.
I don't think we have that in front of us. I have to tell you, it's hard to follow if we don't have it in front of us. Did you give this to us? Is it in this packet? There are 4 pages in what we
Actually,
just
I got on the internet this morning and I saw that it was listed as your supporting materials for this agenda item as item number 5.
was
and
item number 5 in our backup material.
in your backup materials.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And what it is a Meadow Valley response, and it lists specifically all the type of projects. I'll just go through a few here. The first, it actually lists a total of 14. But I'll give you the first few. Western Beltway at Lake Mead, project number 6006-69, Clark County. Western Beltway at Cheyenne, Clark County, $44,431,000. And so forth. Meadow Valley has had, like Frainer, considerable experience in construction projects like this pertaining to bridge structures. And the Blue Diamond project, I've been informed, was really nothing more than a drainage channel with some supplemental roadways. It did not incorporate a bridge. So even to suggest that that was compliant with the bid documents as a similar project has been very misleading. And with that, it's been a late morning. I will sit down.
Mayor Goodman.
Yes,
May I be heard, please?
Councilman Wilson.
Councilman Ross, this is in your ward, so certainly I'm going to listen to your comments, but I just want to make a couple of observations. First of all, our counsel, Mr. Lewis, just advised us that we're not even supposed to really take into consideration as evidence, with all due respect to you, Mr. Mowbray, the evidence that he's presented. But beyond that, Senator Bryan, you were in my office yesterday. You presented me with 5 or 6 pages. Today we got another 10 or 15 with reference to others. I'm confident that Mr. Kempfer is going to stand up in just a minute, and he's already standing up, and you're going to make a presentation on behalf of your client, and then perhaps staff is going to respond to all this. If this were a court of law, we would not reasonably be asked to make a decision absorbing all of this information, which is in a total vacuum. You know, I'm a reasonably smart guy. I'm not a real smart guy. But this is a lot of information. So if we were in a court of law, a judge would take this under submission and come back with a decision. Is this something that we're going to ask Mr. Cervantes and Ms. Rainey to give us a final recommendation on? And or are we going to ask counsel, Mr. Lewis, for you to weigh in as our legal counsel on this? So I just kind of throw that out. The bottom line, in a very wordy way, is it's a lot of information to absorb, and are we going to be asked to make a decision today on all of this information?
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Well, Councilman, I think that what we have in front of you is an item for action today for your consideration. You have a recommendation before you from city staff after much review. You've got the Public Works Director and the Purchasing Manager before you with their recommendation. Obviously, the decision here is within this council's purview. So you will either take action today or you will decide to take action another day, depending on what it is you all want to do. But our staff is asking for action today.
Let me ask this, Mayor Goodman, and this is directed to Mr. Cervantes and Ms. Rainey. The information that's been presented by Senator Bryan and Mr. Larson in the last 20 minutes, and then I'm going to ask to speculate the information that Mr. Kempfer is going to present. Have you had a chance to hear all of this before, or is any of this new information?
We have looked at the information they're presenting. Certainly, as Senator Bryan said, the request for information came in Friday afternoon. Monday was a holiday, so Tuesday morning we started compiling all the information that we had to make it available to them. Because we provide a lot of the information they're presenting, we're familiar with it. We have seen it before.
Okay, so none of this is new to you?
That is correct.
And your recommendation is still the same?
That is correct.
Okay, that's what I needed to hear. Thank you.
All right, your recommendation is still the same, notwithstanding the arguments made by the Senator and Mr. Larson and Mr. Mowbray?
That's correct, Mayor.
All right.
Your Honor, if I may just hand the clerk for my record.
Fine, please. Very good. Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Kempfer, you've heard that the recommendation based on the other two applicants will remain the same in favor of your client, so treat that accordingly, but understand that I'm not going to limit you because this could very well end up someplace else.
And I do not have to tell you, Your Honor, members of the council, how important this is to not just Capriotti, I'm sure, but the others that are here as well.
Correct.
I would like the record to reflect also, even though Ms. Rainey did not have a chance to put it on the record, when you asked, did you consider this, and would it change your, would you still have the same recommendation? If I'm correct, and Ms. Rainey can correct me if I misheard her comment was absolutely. And I would like that on the record because Mr. Cervantes said that, and Ms. Rainey said the same thing. Absolutely.
They said that the recommendation remains constant.
Will remain constant and the same. Your Honor, I understand that with the recommendation that I very much respect from Mr. Cervantes and Ms. Rainey, that maybe I should say little as opposed to more. But there's a couple of things I do want to say. First of all, let me just tell you that I am here, obviously, on the record for Capriotti Construction. With me is the owner of Capriotti Construction and several other representatives of that company who are here to answer any questions that are appropriate for your consideration. I'd like you to indulge me in a moment, if you might, for an incident that occurred. It's a little story, and I apologize.
I apologize, too.
I know, but I want to tell you this because it's important to me. It occurred about 35 years ago, and it affected my life as a lawyer in general and as a construction lawyer in particular. I was a brand new lawyer just out of law school, and I was sitting in Lud Correo's office at Caesars Palace. Correo Construction Company, large general contractor, was doing the construction work on Correo on the Caesars Palace. I was a young hotshot lawyer, a couple of years out, that I knew a lot when I realized later on I knew little. Now, the owner of one of the subcontractors on that job came in to see Mr. Correo, and I was sitting in his office. And this subcontractor said, because of the nature of the work he was doing, it was kind of complicated. It was the only moving exterior walkway that had been in Las Vegas. It was the very first one. He said he could not do it for the amount of money that had been allocated in his contract. And he asked Mr. Correo if he would consider paying him some additional dollars. And Lud Correo thought about it, said, how much do you need? The guy said $50,000, which was a lot of money back then. And Mr. Correo thought about it, and he said, okay, shook his hand, and they walked out. Well, me being a young lawyer, afterwards I said, thinking to myself, hey, I know a lot. I said, hey, Lud, you don't have to pay this guy. You don't have to pay him because there's no consideration for this amendment to the contract. He's not accelerating the work. He's not adding additional work. He could actually complete that work, and you wouldn't have to pay him under the law. And Lud Correo looked at me, and he said, Chris, I shook the man's hand. Now, the reason I bring that up is from that day on, I knew that if Lud Correo could build some of the finest hotel casinos in this state as a gentleman, that I could practice law as a gentleman as well. And for quite a while, that's the way everything was, not just in the practice of law, but in the construction industry. If you bid on a project and you didn't get it, you shook the guy's hand and you said, I'll get it next time. Now, that doesn't mean there weren't bid protests, but the bottom line is there had to be a gross miscalculation on the document, or somebody had to improperly list all their subcontractors, or most importantly, staff would have to recommend something other than strong approval of the bidder. Those were the only circumstances that you would even think about challenging a bid back then. And as you pointed out very appropriately, this is a different day and age. And as it was acknowledged here by, I think, Mr. Mowbray, that's where we're at. But in this bid to be awarded, none of what I just told you exists, which you are being told by virtue of Frainer's bid protest. And that really is the only protest you consider. And I think Mr. Lewis would agree the documents you heard today were not documents that were previously provided, so you don't even have to consider and can't even reasonably consider those. I don't care if you do or not, because quite candidly, while they legally are not to be considered, it was considered by the very people upon which you rely in making these kinds of decisions. So anyway, they said two things. They said Capriotti is not qualified to do the work, and Capriotti misstated the status of job completion and liquidated damages on the NDOT job that was included in the bid documents. Now, very briefly, as to Capriotti's qualifications. Capriotti is owned by David Rocchio, who has been licensed in Nevada for more than a dozen years. He's done heavy civil construction work since 1975. Capriotti has a general engineering license from the Nevada State Contractors Board, is in good standing with unlimited bid capacity. Capriotti has Fidelity and Deposit as their bonding company, which bonding company has approved Capriotti to bid on all major projects from $50,000 to $50 million. Capriotti has been pre-qualified actually with NDOT for roadway and bridge projects without any limitation. Capriotti is building right now a project involving construction for NDOT of 3 bridges and 1 for the city of Henderson. These projects are all on time and on budget. On top of all of this, Capriotti has on their team, and who will be assigned to work on this project, Joseph Riggs, who's in the audience. He's formerly of Max Riggs Company, MMC, and Washington Construction. Among other things, Mr. Riggs oversaw the completion of the Valley View Bridge and the Decatur Boulevard Bridge, both 2-span bridges, each over 225 feet long. There is also on this team Toby Burns, who, among other things, oversaw the Alta Bridge over 215, the UPPR rail bridge across the I-15, and the Bighorn Power Plant that included a precast girder bridge with a 300-foot span. The qualified personnel of Capriotti have a combined total of over 100 years of bridge building experience. But The reason I say that, I don't want to emphasize the bridge element of it, because when you look at 1302 and they talk about similar scope, not a word in that whole thing do they mention a bridge. Not a word in all of 1302 when they talk about the various qualifications and when it says similar in scope and construction. If that was so important, why wouldn't you say a project of similar scope involving a bridge? If that's what they were looking for, then that's what the bid document should have said. But that's not what the bid document said. It wanted something that's similar in scope, and the words are similar in type of construction and construction value. So they met those particular requirements. Now, you've heard all of these things, these emails that have gone back and forth, the bid protests that were made. This is a copy of a letter that was sent by Ms. Rainey back to Mr. Stewart, and it says, the city has, and it's dated, by the way, let me show you the date, January 23rd. After all of these documents they're talking about, all of these documents have been submitted. The one email from one particular individual who has his opinion, a draft letter who we're not even supposed to consider, but go ahead and consider it, a draft letter that never gets sent. Why? Because these people do their job. And they bring Capriotti in, and they meet with them, and they go over all of their qualifications and and they study all of the things that they're supposed to study in arriving at a conclusion. And they conclude that this is the right person for this job. And they say to Mr. Stewart in response to his letter, the city has completed the bid evaluation on the subject bid, and the decision by city staff is to recommend the subject contract to Capriotti Construction Corporation. The allegations in the bid protest filed by your firm were carefully considered and determined to be without merit. And then following that, there is a January 23rd letter that goes to Capriotti indicating that the city staff is recommending the subject contract be awarded to Capriotti Construction. And just as late as yesterday morning, I confirmed with Ms. Rainey that staff's recommendation of Capriotti stands without hesitation or qualification, and you have just heard that again by both Mr. Cervantes and Ms. Rainey. Now, second, as to the claim that Capriotti provided in the words of Frainer's in the letter from their counsel, false and misleading information to the city within its bid documents when Capriotti noted that its Blue Diamond Road project was not completed late and that liquidated damages had not been assessed. Capriotti's statements in those bid documents are true. The NDOT project, although completed, is not closed out. NDOT and Capriotti are still negotiating over various state-driven change orders. All that document you saw says is that the original contract was for 250 days and a certain amount of dollars. It doesn't talk about the fact that there are substantial change orders, one change order in itself, twice the amount of supposedly assessed damages. The truth is that nothing in terms of any additional time or additional dollars has been finally determined. And until such items are finally determined, it would have been false and misleading for Capriotti to answer it any other way. If they would have said, you completed this project late, and they put yes, when they don't acknowledge that they've completed it late and they're still negotiating with NDOT, or if it says, have you been assessed liquidated damages when they've not been assessed liquidated damages, that would have been false and misleading.
Let me ask this, Mr. Cervantes or Ms. Rainey, have you checked out the status of the representations that Mr. Kempfer just made?
Mayor, as part of our due diligence, we call, wherever they put us a reference, we call NDOT and talk to the project manager assigned to the project, which state to us exactly that the liquidated damages haven't been assessed officially. They're still being considered up in Carson City, corporate NDOT, and at this point they're negotiating and haven't been assessed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cervantes. I do not have to tell you also that if NDOT had a problem with Capriotti, they would not have awarded them 3 additional projects since this Blue Diamond project took place. Now, one final point. The Frainer bid is nearly $2.5 million more than the Capriati bid. $2.5 million. And the Meadow Valley bid is $1.3 million more than the Capriati bid. When you have your staff unhesitatingly, unequivocally recommending Capriati for this job, when you have your staff considering fully and fairly and carefully the bid protest from Frainer and then determining that that bid protest is without merit, when we have city department heads that are devastated by the fact that they have to lay off personnel, when you have other personnel that are having salaries frozen, it is inconceivable in these economic times that we would justify spending an additional, whether it's $1.3 million or $2.5 million, when you have a lowest bidder who has performed substantial heavy construction work that it has done for decades, is pre-qualified by NDOT for roadway and bridge projects without limitation, and who has the unqualified recommendation of your staff after considering all of the evidence. So we would respectfully ask that you honor the recommendation of your staff and award this project to Capriati.
All right, thank you very much. Anything that you heard, Mr. Cervantes or Ms. Rainey, that changes the recommendation?
No, sir.
All right, does everybody, all of the parties and potential non-parties, do they feel that they've been given a fair chance to make their record?
Yes, Your Honor.
I assume by your silence that everybody has been given an adequate opportunity to say what they wanted to say, and therefore I'll turn to Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you all for your presentations. I'm going to direct these comments initially to Mr. Cervantes, our Public Works Director. And Jorge, forgive me, I don't mean to throw you under the bus. Why are we even hearing this today? Why on earth, 2 years ago we had similar issue with our bid specifications and our contract documents. I don't remember the contractors involved, but we shouldn't even be here today hearing this. This should have been a cut and dry issue in regards to these bid specifications. And I'm not questioning whether one contractor is more qualified than another. If bid specifications say X, Y, Z, then every contractor needs to follow X, Y, Z. And I'm having a hard time with this. Can you help me with that?
Certainly, Councilman. As I stated earlier, we should have been more clear in our bid. If the intent was that we wanted someone to build bridge, we would have put it into the bid, and that was not the intent. And so because it is a project that the majority of the project consists of what we consider excavation work, earthwork, roadway work, that is what we based our analysis on. And so we will be more clear in our bid documents to assure that there's that transparency, that if we need a certain specific item, we will put it in there. And so that's something that on our part that we will do. We're also looking at, and as we evaluate the bids, get a team of people that evaluate so we provide that kind of a clear decision.
Well, and it's challenging for us as a mayor and council, Mr. Cervantes, because this bid was awarded December 18th, and I have a letter dated December 30th from Corey Schmidt in your office saying that Capriati does not meet the bid requirements, and on the 31st, another letter stating that Meadow Valley does meet the bid requirements. We can't be wishy-washy here. We can't go, mold it the way we want to mold it. It's got to be, if the bid documents say X, Y, Z, every contractor in this valley has got to follow X, Y, Z. I'm between a rock and a hard place here. I need this project done. You need this project done for Public Works. The people in the Northwest want this project done. And no offense to any of the contractors, Capriati, Meadow Valley, or Frainer. I don't see a level playing field here. I don't see where this has been fair and transparent and equitable for every contractor who wanted to bid this project. I'm having a hard time with that. I'm not sure I can follow your recommendation. And I'm not sure what my options are. And Mr. Lewis?
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Councilman, I suppose you've got a couple of options. This council could reject the advice of staff and could award the bid to the next lowest bidder, the next responsible and responsive bidder. Or, and Kathy, correct me if I'm wrong, or this council could decide not to act on this bid and direct it to be rebid. But I will tell you that this action would set us back several months, if not many months. I don't have the expertise to tell you what that delay would be, and I would leave that to our Public Works Director.
Your Honor, if I may continue.
Yes.
Councilman had a question.
I just had a question. Earlier on, it was stated that NDOT had approved Capriotti for building bridges. Is that correct? Did I hear that correctly?
That is also what we were told by NDOT when we inferred.
So NDOT itself feels they are capable to build bridges.
They have a pre-qualification process, and they went through that process.
And they went through that process. I'm just trying to make sure of the capability. Thank you.
And Councilman, with all due respect, that's not my issue here, whether Capriotti can build a bridge or build a basketball court. That's not the issue. The issue is how transparent this whole bidding process has been through those bid specifications. Contractor A says one thing, and contractor A does one thing, contractor B does another thing, but somewhere in the city staff and in the mix of it, it gets convoluted. And I think that's the bigger issue here. These documents need to be specific. If you want them to be bridge builders, you need to say they need to be bridge builders. If you don't care, it needs to say we don't care. That's what it basically comes down to, but you can't make that decision halfway through the process or after the bids are already turned in. It's not fair to any of the contractors. It's not fair to any of them. So, Councilman, it has nothing to do with their qualifications. Capriotti's done lots of work in this valley, I'm aware of. They're working currently on the Clark County Shooting Park, I believe. Frainer, has been here since I've been here, and I've grown up here. So it has nothing to do with the qualifications of these contractors. I want this, however, to be fair and equitable straight across the board so that everybody knows what's expected of them as a contractor on how to bid on the city's public works projects. That's my bigger concern. So no disrespect to any of these contractors, no disrespect to any of their legal counsel, and no disrespect to you as our public works director. I don't feel that has occurred here. Mr. Cervantes, can you tell the council how long this will delay if I move to have this project rebid?
I'd probably defer that to our purchasing department to give the length of time that it requires for advertising in the public process.
I would estimate a minimum of 45 days.
Mr. Cervantes, as our Public Works Director, I certainly don't think 45 days is going to hurt the people in the Northwest and not having this crossover at the Horse Drive in US 95. What are your thoughts?
That is correct, Councilman. This is a project that's been in the works for 3-4 years. And so as far as the timeline, 45 days of building or finishing the project wouldn't be critical.
I have a question.
Ms. Rainey, Ms. Rainey, and then we'll go to the council.
The only comment I have is that the contracting community usually calls my office when we do a rebid because their prices are now public, and they are not happy when we do a rebid.
Excuse me, that's exactly Mayor Goodman and Councilman Ross what I was going to say. Were they originally sealed bids or not?
Yes, they are sealed
Okay.
bids, but now that the bids are opened, all their pricing, and that it is unit pricing. It is a unit price bid, so it's very detailed unit price bid, and it's open to the public, and they can see each other's.
And that's my point, and what I'm afraid of, and Councilman Ross, this is not my bailiwick. This, you're more familiar with this than me, but now we're going to have 2 or 3 or 4 or more bidders, even more so competing against one another because now they know what each other did this last time around. I'm not saying that your idea is wrong, but it's just a practical effect of your suggestion.
And Councilman, I appreciate that. I'm fully aware of what the contracting community and how they're going to respond. And I'm fully aware that these numbers are on the streets and for everybody's purview. Perhaps this will also sharpen their pencils and get this even below this lowest bid that we're already looking at. I don't know that. But I do know, I don't sense, and I'm going to share this with the council. Before an Award 6 agenda item comes up, I'm usually pretty well set on what direction and how I'm feeling about it. This one I was not, and I don't feel that way.
Go ahead.
Could I just ask, I know you know
Go ahead, Councilman.
You know more about building than I do. But what difference would it have made if the word bridge had been mentioned in there when our staff is saying that as they evaluated, the bridge wasn't a critical issue to them because of the type of bridge the bridge experience wasn't a critical issue because of the type of experience, because you have to balance everything, and certainly the lowest financial bidder is a heavy balance in that. So what difference would it have made? I'm just trying to understand.
Well, Councilman, probably none. But it would I'd certainly like that to be apparent in the bid specifications.
Oh no, I'm agreeing with you that it could be more specific. But what I'm just saying, as far as this outcome is concerned, would it have made a difference? In other outcomes, it might make a big difference. I'm just asking here.
Councilman, I'll tell you where I'm a little concerned. I want a level playing field too. But I'm afraid that this is going to repeat itself time and time again. Whenever there's a bidding situation, there's going to be the picking apart, rightfully or wrongfully, of all of the paperwork that everybody was relying upon, and criticism of how the staff is interacting with the particular contractors, and it's going to undermine basically our reliance on the staff on this particular issue. I really, I'm not sure that you're wrong, but at the same time, I think we're going to be setting a precedent which is going to really reinforce the construction industry to engage in this kind of challenge whenever there's a big contract out there. They'll be able to second guess and look over the documents and maybe interpret them in a way that they weren't initially meant to be interpreted. I'm just talking about a practical problem now.
And I appreciate that, Your Honor, and that's why it is so important that we have that clarity, that transparency, and that equity in these bid documents so everybody's on the same playing field.
If I may, Councilman, talking to my purchasing manager counterparts in the state, they are all experiencing more bid protest at this time. The economy is driving it. We're trying to make our bid documents as tight as we can. If we make them overly tight, it could create more bid protests. But I agree with you that we need to look at it very carefully. But I think we're in an environment where we may see more bid protests. If we're lucky, we'll be able to avert them at the staff level, and they won't get to council meetings for public hearings. But we see more bidders than we've ever seen. We see public information requests the day after a bid opening. Our three low bidders are looking at each other's bids, and they're looking for anything that could be inconsistent with each other's bids, looking for potential protest opportunity. So that is the environment that I'm experiencing at this time.
Thus, you recognize the importance of those bid documents
yes, I do.
being absolutely clear as to what is expected of contractors bidding our public works projects.
Yes, I do.
May I ask another question, Mayor Goodman?
Yes.
All of the bidders get the same documents, right? So they're all on the same, quote, playing field as far as information they receive. So whether they're not clear or not, they're not clear to all versus just one or two of them.
Yes.
And then secondly, this diagram that's up right now, was this part or included or a diagram like this in the package that the contractors get?
It isn't, Councilman. The package gets a fixed set of plans that has specific area. And just for a point of clarification, when you asked about the bid delay, there wouldn't be an issue with bid delay. But I would say if we go back out to bid with it again, we wouldn't change the way we have it worded because, again, we're in the position that the bulk of the work really is in the bridge. And so we wouldn't have changed that criteria. In the
I just, Councilman Ross, that final question is what portion on this diagram is considered a bridge?
It's hard to tell, but there's a...
Is it just the center core there that's the bridge?
The pink section here and the pink section here, one is about a 100-foot span, one is about 250 feet span. The rest of everything else is roadway, it's earthwork, it's utility work, it's drainage work.
And not to say that a bridge probably isn't more complicated than everything else, but just on the diagram, it's a relatively smaller portion of the entire project.
And that was what we used as our analysis. What is the bulk? What is the major task in this project?
Thank you, Councilman. Then, Mr. Cervantes, why on earth do we have communication from your engineering department that says Capriotti does not meet the requirements listed in instructions to bidders, Section 13.02, as of December 30th, when the bid openings were December 18th?
Councilman,
did you change your mind in the middle of this? Did you say, gee, we don't need that? Did you tell them the same thing? That's what I'm getting at here.
No, Councilman, again, as I mentioned earlier, that was the opinion of one of our engineers. We had several of our engineers, particularly the guys that designed it, who were on the design team, and our construction management group look at it and say, what do you guys think based on what the project is?
Okay, where's the documentation from your construction management group? I mean, that's all I've been provided is what this one engineer has put forth.
That information, Councilman, came as we met as staff. We had several meetings where we all came in together and evaluated the project. We took the project apart and said, let's look at it in detail and see what is the scope of the project, are the bidders qualified or not qualified. And so there was no written correspondence until we finished that analysis portion and made our recommendation to purchasing.
Councilman Ross, would it be fair to say that there's probably a lot more emails or opinions from other staff members supporting your recommendation? And with all due respect, that this was one selected email out of many?
Councilman, as I mentioned, we got together and verbally discussed it and looked at it. We didn't start sending emails after that. We just said, let's look at it. Let's all sit down as a team and look at it and see what is the scope of the project really about.
Okay, well, I'm going to call for a motion.
Mr. Cervantes, we are fortunate to have professionals like you in the House, and I hope you recognize that with your team. We as a council make decisions based upon recommendations by staff. It's no secret that we've hired the best and the brightest at the City of Las Vegas to help us make those decisions. This is difficult for me because I want to make sure there's equity. I want to make sure things are transparent in our government. We talk about that a lot as the Las Vegas City Council. The mayor emphasizes that almost daily when he's out in public or when he's here on this dais. And I want that I want that to hold true. At the same time, I need to follow staff's recommendations. And I need to recognize the input and the expertise that your department has in this area. And I must apologize to those who will lose and hope those that win will do the city a good job. With that, Your Honor, I would move for approval of the award of contract to Capriotti Construction on agenda item 56.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, everybody. All right. 57 is discussion and possible action regarding a cooperative agreement between the City of Las Vegas and the Nevada Department of Transportation for the construction of intersection improvements on Charleston Boulevard at Durango Drive and Rancho Drive. This is wards 1, 2, and 5. Councilwoman Tarkanian, Councilman Wilson, and Barlow. Mr. Cervantes?
Yeah, Mayor, actually, item 57 and 58 can go concurrently. They're both the same item, just two different dollar amounts.
Thank you. 58 is discussion and possible action regarding a cooperative agreement between the City of Las Vegas and the Nevada Department of Transportation for the construction of intersection improvements on Charleston Boulevard and Land Boulevard. This is in Ward 3. Is the applicant present?
There is no applicant,
Mayor.
Okay. Thank you. For the record, Jorge Cervantes, Department of Public Works. These two items are cooperative agreements between the city and the Nevada Department of Transportation to accept two federal grants from the Federal Highway Administration. One is for the amount of $3 million to do intersection improvements at Charleston and Durango and Charleston and Rancho, and one is in the amount of $2 million to do intersection improvements in Charleston and Lamb. This is part of the federal transportation bill that's related to safety improvements, and staff recommends approval.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
I move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of these items.
All right, that's on 57 and 58. Let's vote on that, please. Post.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Item 60 is discussion and possible action on appointments of council members to various City of Las Vegas and other jurisdictional boards, commissions, and authorities. This is the Park and Recreation Advisory Commission, the term of Tom McGrath. The recommendation is to reappoint Mr. McGrath or appoint a new member to fill this seat. Does anybody have a recommendation at this time?
Mr. McGrath has done an absolutely excellent job on the Park and Recreation Advisory Commission. He also is a very active member of his community and assisting in all ways people within the community, and I move to approve his being reappointed to the Park and Recreation Advisory Commission.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 60. Item 60. I'll have to do that. I'm going to move to obey that for 2 weeks. Yes. Let's vote on the advance motion, please. Post. Motion carries. And Ms. Bridges, if you could provide me with those various commissions again, I probably misplaced it. No problem. All right. Thank you very much. Thanks. Items 62 and 63, bills 2009-4 and 2009-5, are eligible for adoption at a later meeting, so we're going to move on to the new bills. New bills, items 64 through 66, bills 2009 through -6 through 2009-8 will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, March 3rd, 2009. Mr. Jervik, could you read those, please?
I'll be happy, Your Honor. Before reading the bills, I do want to make a record on bill number 2009-8. This is an ordinance to repeal ordinance number 5830 relating to the adoption of an amended and restated redevelopment plan. This is on the agenda as it directly relates to the referendum petition that was circulated by the Culinary Union. I have been asked many questions about this, why we were sponsoring something that we believe is flawed and would not recommend to the city. It's merely a way of getting it before the council in an open meeting. For the record, when this is eligible for adoption on the 4th, I intend to make a very strong record as to why this bill should not be adopted, but I want to get that on the record right now.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. With that, Your Honor, Bill number 2009-6, an ordinance to update various administrative provisions pertaining to the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Citizen Review Board and provide for other related matters. Bill 2009-7, an ordinance to amend the downtown Centennial Plan to update and revise certain trail alignments within the downtown area and provide for related matters. And finally, Bill number 2009-8, an ordinance to repeal ordinance number 5830 related to the adoption of an amended and restated redevelopment plan and to provide for other related matters.
All right, thank you. Councilman Barlow, will you be available?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. And Councilman Stein, will you be available?
Yes, Mayor.
All right, then I'm going to assign those responsibilities to you. What I'd like to do now is I'd like to recess until 2:15, and then we'll go into closed session and probably be back here about 2:45. But the closed session will start 2:45. We'll be in recess until a closed session of 2:45. Yes, that way the clerk's office will get a little bit of a break here.
Mayor?
Are you going to reopen and take the motion to go into closed session at that time, or would you like to do it?
I'd like to do it now.
I would suggest the motion to go in.
All right, may I have a motion to go into closed session at 2:15, please? All right, thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Opposed, please. All right, motion carries. Thank you. Reading for a half an hour. Oh, it's here?
Oh, it's right there.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Okay, so.
Everybody, thank you very much for your patience. We had a long morning session, had to take a little bit of a break for our staff here, and then we went into a personnel type of executive session. So that brings us here. We're going to try to hurry this through to your satisfaction. Item number 68 is any items from the afternoon session that the council, staff, and or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have items 81 through 84, GPA 32167, rezoning 32168, special use permit 32548, and site development review 32549. Applicant Pease Auto Sales, owner Beard Family Trust, 0.55 acres at 3920 West Sahara Avenue. The applicant would like that to be held in advance until our March 4, 2009 meeting. Item number 98 is a special use permit 32492. Applicant owner My Charleston Plaza LLC request for a special use permit for a proposed packaged liquor off-sale establishment 5100 West Charleston Boulevard. The applicants requested that to be held in advance until our March 18, 2009 meeting. Council members, are there any other items that we need to bring forward at this time? Hearing none, Your Honor, make a motion to bring these items forward and take the appropriate action, please.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Councilman Barlow, please.
Yes. I would like to pull item number 71 forward.
That's not the right time to do that. I made a motion to take these 5 items to the requested requests.
We're okay.
Requests, yes, okay.
Okay, let's vote on that, and then I got the Councilman Barlow under control.
Okay. I don't know about that, Mayor,
Both.
but...
Yeah, well, the best I can.
Okay. Hold on.
Motion carries. Now we're going to go to one motion, one vote, and you want 71 pulled forward there, which we will do. So items 69 through 72, with the exception of 71, may be considered in one motion, one vote. They're considered routine public hearing items with no condition changes. All public hearing items will be opened at one time, and any person representing an application or a member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. So item 69 is RQR 31805. The applicant owner is Acosta Enterprises, Roman numeral 3 LLC, required review of an approved special use permit for a 55-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 3700 East Charleston Boulevard in Ward 3. 70 is RQR 31822. The applicant owner is John P. and Sharon Toman Family Trust, required review of an approved special use permit for a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 3720 West Desert Inn Road in Ward 1. 72 is SDR 32475. The applicant owner is Coca-Cola Bottling Company. Request for a site development plan review for a proposed 104,517 square foot expansion of an existing 116,633 square foot warehouse on 20.3 acres at 230 North Mojave Road in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval for each of these items. All of these items are subject to public hearings, which I now declare open. Would anyone like to be heard on any of those items? That's items 69, 70, or 72. All right, seeing none, I'm closing the public hearings. May I have a motion to approve 69, 70, and 72, please?
Yes, Your Honor, I move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of all these items with conditions.
Let's vote on that, please. Opposed, please. Motion carries. All right, now we're going to read 71, RQR 31834. The applicant owner is DeLang Family Living Trust. Required review of an approved special use permit for a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 2390 North Decatur Boulevard in Ward 5. Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor.
That's the one that you wanted me to pull off.
Yes, and thanks, Scott, for coming forward. Scott, go ahead and state your name for the record, please.
Scott Napsker, Lamar Advertising, 1863 Helm Drive.
Okay. Margot, this question is actually for you in relation to item number 71. Is this a 3-year review?
So if I may, Mayor and Councilman, it is 5-year.
5-year?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I would like to adjust this board to a 3-year review.
That would be a change to condition number 3 to make it August 17th, 2012.
Is that agreeable with you?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Your motion, Councilman?
Yes. With that being said, I would like to move to for the new condition to be a 3-year review and move for approval of this item.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed?
Oh, it's on.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I just wanted to say to Mr. Reese, I think that's wonderful that you have that expansion coming. And item number 72, I mean, because we have so much vacant warehouse space and everything.
Very good. Item 73 is GPA 32130, General Plan Amendment. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant owner is the City of Las Vegas. Request to amend the trail alignment maps of the Master Plan Transportation Trails and Recreation Trails elements to revise trail alignments in Wards 3, 4, 5, and 6. Councilman Reese, Diamond, Barlow, and Ross, and the Planning Commission and staff recommended approval. This is a public hearing, which I now declare open. Ms. Wheeler?
Yes, sir. This is a general plan amendment to do 2 things. One is to ensure that we have the proper trail alignments downtown so as to make the improvements in the pedestrian urban pathways, and also to make some adjustments up in the northwest so that our trails are in harmony with those in the county. And these are the changes before you today.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of Ms. Wheeler? Folks, a public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard on this? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. I guess Mayor Pro Tem, your motion.
Yes. Harmony. That's what Councilman Ross says. Harmony.
Thought I'd change the tone for the day a bit.
I make a motion to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item with harmony in there.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. 74, 75, 76. 74 is ZON 31477, request for a rezoning from U undeveloped SC Service Commercial General Plan designation to C1 Limited Commercial on .51 acres at 2047 North Decatur Boulevard. Number 75 is SUP 31478, request for a special use permit for a proposed beer, wine cooler, off-sale establishment in conjunction with the proposed 2,944 square foot convenience store at the northwest corner of Westlake Mead and North Decatur Boulevard. Number 76 is SDR 31479, request for a site development plan review for a proposed 12,422 square foot single-story retail development with waivers of the building placement and orientation standards, and to allow a portion of the west perimeter landscape buffer to be 8 feet where 15 feet is required on 1.54 acres at the northwest corner of Westlake Mead Boulevard and North Decatur Boulevard. These are all abeyance items, and their applicant owner is 2027 North Decatur LLC, The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval for each of these items. All of the items are in Ward 5 and are public hearings, which I now declare open. Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Mayor? Mr.
Yes.
Mayor, in order to keep my record intact,
Oh, boy.
this is the only one. I'm going to abstain on all three of these because I heard them at Planning Commission last year. Thank you.
Is that the end?
That's the end for today.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Stephanie Allen, 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway, here on behalf of the applicant. If I could just direct your attention to the overhead. This site is 3 parcels located at the northwest corner of Lake Mead and Decatur. Both your staff and the Planning Commission have recommended approval, and we appreciate them working with us and their recommendations. What we have before you today is a zone change for just the parcel to the north. The other 2 are already commercially zoned. The third is proposed for C1 commercial zoning. We also have a site plan review for a small inline commercial center that you see before you, as well as a use permit for a C-store located right here on this location on the site. We've worked closely with the residents in the area. The Curtis Manor Park residents are located just north on Sawyer. Their number 1 request was that there not be access on Sawyer, so we've designed the plans to specifically prohibit any access onto Sawyer. Some of the other issues we worked out with them is that this property owner just to the west had requested an 8-foot block wall along the west property line. The plans currently show an 8-foot block wall, and we're planning to build an 8-foot block wall to address the Bankert's concerns. Also, there's some lighting issues that I believe the conditions protect them from a lighting standpoint. We had long discussions with them on the lighting. And from a security standpoint, we know that there's been some security concerns in the area. If there are any issues that arise, this property owner has said he's more than willing to work with the residents and make sure that this neighborhood stays safe. So with that said, we would respectfully request your approval with staff's conditions.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Allen? Folks, the public hearing, if you'd like to be heard. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. This is in Ward 5. Councilor Borlo.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Ms. Allen, for your presentation here today. And I would like to thank you also for hosting the neighborhood meeting at Durfeld Elementary School with the neighbors in the area who had concerns in regards to this development. And I believe we've reached a happy median where the neighbors are very excited about the development that is coming to the community here. I do have a question as it relates to Sawyer Avenue, as far as there being a block wall on the Sawyer side, or at least some level of landscaping. Well, let's address the block wall first. Will there be a block wall on the north perimeter property line of Sawyer?
No, the only block wall will be along the west perimeter. And that was a question that the neighbors had as well.
Correct. And so with the landscaping, what type of landscaping as far as the width between the trees and the shrubs that will have some level of?
I believe we've got 15 feet of landscaping as well as sidewalk, and there'll be trees as well as shrubs and bushes along that Sawyer Avenue area. We meet all of the landscaping requirements.
Correct. As well as parking. Right.
Actually, I take that back. With the exception of a small area located right here, we've got a slight reduction in the landscaping, and the reason there was because of the loading space.
Correct. Now, where are your trash enclosures located, and if you'll point that out on the overhead?
There's a trash enclosure located right here on the northern portion of the property, and there's also one on the southern portion of the property.
Now, is it screened or is it open?
There will be a screen around it, I believe a block wall around the trash enclosures.
Okay, and as far as your lighting, your security lighting on the west portion property line, will the lighting, I want to make sure that the lighting is pointed inward into the property versus openly, whereas the neighbors won't be affected by the light coming through their window in the evening or at night?
It will be where there's actually a condition of approval that requires us to have downward directed lighting, so we'll make sure we do that.
Great, I appreciate that. So with that being said, Mayor, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of item 71.
74, right? 74.
I'm sorry, 74.
Okay, let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. 75 and 76, please.
Yes, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval, subject to all conditions.
All right, that's on 75. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. And 76, please.
Yes, and on item number 76, I would like to also move to follow staff's recommendation for approval, subject to all conditions, and would like to thank Ms. Allen once again for a great presentation at the neighborhood meeting.
Very good. Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Items 77, 78, 79, and 80. 77 is GPA 29877, request to amend a portion of the Northwest Sector Plan of the Centennial Hills Plan from PCD, which is Planned Community Development, to GC, General Commercial, on 1.66 acres on the east side of Oso Blanco Road, approximately 850 feet north of Kyle Canyon Road. Number 78 is ZON 29878, request for rezoning from U, undeveloped, PCD, Planned Community Development General Plan designation, to C2, General Commercial, on 1.66 acres on the east side of Oso Blanco Road, approximately 850 feet north of Kyle Canyon Road, and this application is amended to C1, Limited Commercial. Number 79 is VAR 29881, request for variance to allow a 13-foot setback along the east property line where 20 feet is required on 1.66 acres on the east side of Oso Blanco Road, approximately 850 feet north of Kyle Canyon Road. And 80 is SDR 29879, request for a site development plan review for a 3,400 square foot convenience store and car wash with fuel pumps and two 3,100 square foot restaurants with drive-throughs with waivers of the perimeter landscape requirements to allow a 6-foot buffer along the south and east property lines where 8 feet is required, and a 6-foot buffer along the west property line where 15 feet is required on 1.66 acres on the east side of Oso Blanco Road, approximately 850 feet north of Kyle Canyon Drive. The applicant owner is Carolyn Ahern. The staff recommends denial, and Planning Commission recommends approval for each of these items. All of the items are in Ward 6, and they're all public hearings, which I now declare open. Mr. Grossbeck, representing the applicant.
Thank you, Your Honor. I am. Council members, good afternoon. I apologize, Your Honor. My boards were here earlier, but they took a late lunch when you recessed, and apparently they're stuck on the freeway. But I can muddle through this if you'd allow me.
Sure.
As I speak, here they come.
Good job, Bruce.
Perfect timing. And for the record, Robert Grossbeck, 145 East Reno, on behalf of the applicant and owner. Your Honor, I'll start out, if I may, just to show you a rendering. It's in your backup material. Believe it or not, this is a convenience store, and it's something we think is very unique. It's something we haven't tried before. It ties in with the surrounding landscape. The project, as you know, is at Kyle Canyon and US 95. And right now, the area is obviously not developed. We recognize that the economy, being the way that it is, that it's going to be some time before that area continues to grow again, but we're optimistic. We know it's going to come back. We know that's going to be a dynamic area for the city, and we want to be a part of it when it comes in. So we put together a program working with Councilman Ross. We've been on this project for about 3 years, believe it or not. We started in the county, came back over here, and as you recall, Your Honor, you had the alignment issue with the freeway there. You finally chose one of the alignment paths. So we're back. And as indicated in the backup material, we originally did come in on a C2, and working with Councilman Ross, we discovered and agreed that that was probably a little too intense with respect to the zoning in light of what the city wants to see in the area. So we have agreed to a C1 with a service commercial, and we've changed the site considerably. We've taken one pad out, as you can see. We basically, the C store is here, the 3,400 square foot C store, and then the future pad, which we envision will be a restaurant type use at some point, with fast food potentially, and of course covered gas pumps. And as indicated in the backup material, we're really looking, we think the waiver that we're seeking with respect to the landscape buffers is more than reasonable in light of the characteristics of the site, and particularly on the eastern wall to 95. That's really where we're looking for the majority of the buffer or the waiver there. We originally contemplated coming in asking for a complete waiver in light of the, abutting the highway there, but the designers thought it would be, the project would flow, look a lot nicer if we incorporated landscaping throughout. And that's what we have, and we think it's a nice amenity for the city. And again, we appreciate very much Councilman Ross's direction and Sheila from his office, as well as staff. I know that staff has recommended denial, but if you look at the revised staff report, I think, and I won't speak for staff, but I think they're much more comfortable with the C1, with the service commercial. And I'm happy to address any questions you may have. We'd ask for your favorable consideration.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Groesbeck at this time? Folks, it's a public hearing. If you'd like to be heard, this is the time to do it. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. On agenda item 77, move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval.
Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Groesbeck, thank you on all of these items for recognizing my concerns out there and the concerns of planning staff as well. On item 77, Your Honor, I would also move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval.
That's 78.
I'm sorry, 78.
No problem. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
And agenda item 79, also move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval.
Please vote. Opposed?
And Director, did you have anything to add?
Carries.
You're giving me that look.
Everything is harmonious.
The look from the harmonious, okay. Now, on agenda item 80, Your Honor, I also move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval. Thank you, Mr. Groesbeck.
Very good. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed?
Thank you very
Motion
much.
carries.
Thank
Good
you,
luck.
Councilman Ross. Thank you.
Okay, items 81, 82, 83, and 84. Those have been obeyed. 85 and 86. 85 is GPA 32167, request to amend a portion of the southeast sector plan of the general plan from SC Service Commercial to GC General Commercial on 0.55 acres at 3920 West Sahara Avenue. And 86 is ZON 32106, request for a rezoning from C1 Limited Commercial to CV Civic on 1.0 acres at 7465 Peak Drive. The applicant is Las Vegas Valley Water District, the owner is City of Las Vegas. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of these items. These items are Ward 4 and are public hearings, which I now declare open. Is this basically what we did last time, just aligning things, and there won't be any substantial changes as the property is concerned?
That's correct. Bronson Mac, 1001 South Valley View, here on behalf of the applicant. This is a water district facility, basically a housekeeping item. For whatever reason, it wasn't ever listed in the general plan for its current use. It is a public facility, so we would like to see the general plan amended and then see the zoning to be in accordance with City of Las Vegas standards.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Folks, it's a public hearing. No one wants to be heard. Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Steinman.
I'll move for approval of item number 85.
Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. And 86, please.
I'll move for approval of item 86.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Sometimes I think it's better when you abstain. I hope not a that between 85 and 86. Okay. 87 and 88. 87 is GPA 32108, request to amend a portion of the southeast sector plan of the general plan from L, low-density residential, to PF, public facilities, 1.16 acres on the north side of US 95, approximately 1,250 feet east of Decatur Boulevard. Number 88 is ZON 32110, request for rezoning from RE Residence Estates to CV Civic, 1.16 acres on the north side of US 95, approximately 1,250 feet east of Decatur Boulevard. The applicant owner is Las Vegas Valley Water District. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of these items. These items are Ward 5 items, and they're public hearings, which I now declare open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Bronson Mac, 1001 South Valley View, here on behalf of the owner applicant. Similar to the last items, what we have here is a site that was developed in the 1960s. It is utilized for a water district facility. We would like to amend the general plan and then also ask for the companion item with the zone change in order to get this site up to standards for the city of Las Vegas.
All right, thank you. Any questions? Folks, public hearing? If anyone would like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilor Barlow.
Yes, I have a question for you. On item number 87, you're looking to change the GPA from low-density residential to public facility. However, on item number 88, you're changing it from residence estates to civic. Why aren't you going both public facility?
Those, if I may,
Please.
Mayor and Councilman, those are the designations. One is a general plan designation, and the other is zoning. Those are the compatible designations for this site.
Okay. Well, thank you for that.
All right.
Okay. Well, for item number 87, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item.
All right, please vote. Opposed, please. Motion carries.
And for item number 88, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this
Let's
item.
vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. 89 is ZON 32477, a rezoning. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant owner is 95 Fort Apache Complex, LLC. Request for rezoning from C2 General Commercial and RE Residence Estates to C2 General Commercial on a portion of 3.88 acres at the northwest corner of Fort Apache Road and Horse Drive. This is Ward 6, and this application is amended from C2 General Commercial and RE Residence Estates to C1 Limited Commercial. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeffrey Armstrong, 2727 South Rainbow, here representing the applicant. First, we'd like to thank the Planning Commission for their favorable recommendation of approval. We'd also like to publicly thank Councilman Ross for taking the time to meet with us on this project. We'd request that you follow Planning Commission's recommendations and approve this project. I'm here to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Any questions for the gentleman? All right, folks, a public hearing? Okay, seeing nobody, we'll close the public hearing then. And Councilman Ross.
Your Honor, did you read in 90 as well?
No, I didn't. I apologize. 90 is SDR 32478, Site Development Plan Review related to ZON 32477, a public hearing. The applicant owner is 95 Fort Apache Complex, LLC. Request for Site Development Plan Review for proposed 50,100 square foot office and retail development with a waiver of the building placement and orientation standards on 3.88 acres at the northwest corner of Fort Apache Drive and Horse Drive. The application is proposed C1 Limited Commercial. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. Thank you for correcting me. This, too, is a public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
I want
Thank
to
you.
first of all thank Todd Schwartz, who is the president of the Homeowners Association at Spring Mountain Ranch, and you for meeting with them. Extend to the other residents who attended the neighborhood meeting to sit down with you guys and understand what you were fully doing out there. That is a priority and very important to any development out in the Northwest. So I appreciate you guys doing that.
Thank you.
They really worked hard. This went from general commercial to limited commercial, which was the compromise, and just want to put that on the record. With that, Your Honor, on agenda item 89, I would move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval.
Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries.
And on agenda item number 90, I would also move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval, and thank you very much.
All right, please vote. Post, please. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 91 and 92. 91 is ZON 32214, request for rezoning from R4 high-density residential to CV Civic on 2.28 acres at 1941 H Street. 92 is SDR 32218, request for site development plan review for proposed 4,686 square foot modular building addition to an existing church house of worship on 2.28 acres at 1941 H Street. The applicant owner is True Love Baptist Church. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval on these items. These items are in Ward 5, and these are public hearings which are now declared open. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Rob Gertison. I'm at 9481 Orcart Street on behalf of True Love Baptist Church. And just a real quick description here. We're looking at improving the current parking conditions, adding more landscaping, adding more buffer area along the street. This is an existing 10,000 square foot church. We're adding about 4,600 more square feet of modular usable space to complement the church. And the original planning meeting, Councilman Reese, you had some comments about maybe us looking at the International Church of Las Vegas. We've done that. That's located on Westcliff and Cimarron. And we did take a look at that. They had stone veneer. They had some arches. They did a really good job of incorporating it, making it a modular building look not so much like a modular building. What our intent here to do with the architecture is to take the modular building, putting skirting underneath so that it touches the ground, and enhancing it with landscaping. As you can see up here, this is the concrete area that's right down the steps and also the ramp to the main entrance, and then also enhancing the front facade with landscaping and also trees.
You know, if I could?
Yes.
I just want to correct the record. I don't think you talked to me.
Okay. I apologize then. It was a recommendation
from the Planning Commission?
During the Planning Commission, yes.
I don't sit on the Planning Commission.
Okay.
I just corrected that.
You could have taken the credit, though.
No, I didn't want credit.
And also talking with Councilman Barlow, he had a lot of good say of how to really enhance the curb appeal of this project. So we wanted to just clarify those items.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of the gentleman? Folks, would anyone like to be heard? Public hearing. Yes, sir.
I'm Pastor Jacobs from the True Love, and to the councilman, to Mayor Goodman, and to the council and Councilman Barlow, this project will be great for our community. It will also enhance the view, the beauty, and it will also be a great attraction. And we want it for educational purpose, summer classes for our kids, and we live in a community that is bilingual, so Spanish would be possibly one of the languages that we would be pursuing. Also, we need to help our children. I use the word infect and affect our young people with a positive lifestyle, religious structure also, and help structure behavior that lead to a greater decision and a purposeful being. So that's the purpose that we have in mind for this project. Plus it enhances it. Now we park on the dirt and everything, and we need it to make our community look better, also enhance the view of our church. Amen. I am the second pastor, Pastor I.W. Wilson. He was the founder and the builder of this church. So we want to do some wonderful things in our community and for our community.
Thank you very much.
Amen.
Thank you. Anybody else like to be heard?
Pastor, stay up here.
Pastor?
Pastor Jake.
Pastor? Councilman Barlow would like you to come up.
Councilwoman Tarkanian pointed something out to me, which I found to be very interesting. True Love Baptist Church, when you look at this rendering, it has TL.
Well, that's interesting.
You see that on your rendering?
Was that intentional?
Right.
Was that intentional?
I didn't see that. Yeah, okay.
No, that's a good eye.
That's very interesting.
The councilwoman said that was the Lord's work, so.
That's very cool.
With that being said, I can't go against the Lord, right?
I never saw it.
I never saw it until she pointed it out, but I found that to be pretty interesting.
Yeah.
But I can say this, Mayor and Council, that I call him Pastor Jake. Pastor Jake has done an outstanding job with, number one, as the senior pastor of True Love Missionary Baptist Church in West Las Vegas. And when this item came before me and he showed me what he was looking to do, from our conversations back during the APA conference, and I spoke about developments coming into West Las Vegas, bringing in more landscaping to really get away from that hard look of the neighborhood and soften it up with landscaping. He was on top of that, and so he told me that I would be proud of this development, specifically with the landscaping, not only on the perimeter, but in the interior of the parking stalls as well. And what I shared with him was that I wasn't interested in just having a modular building on the church site. I wanted a building to basically look permanent. And so for that, I want to thank you all for that, because what it does is it really enhances the not only the quality of life, but the beautification of the area. And this most definitely is a benchmark as far as something that I can point to now as more churches look to expand on their current sites as far as what they need to know coming in as far as really making their developments look really nice. And so for that, I congratulate you and wish you well. And please keep this mayor and council in your prayers as well. So with that, I move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item subject to all conditions.
All right, thank you. Let's vote,
Thank you,
please.
thank you.
Post. Motion carries. 92, Council?
Thank you.
Yes. Don't leave.
Don't leave.
You still have one more item. And for number 92, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval, subject to all conditions.
All right, please vote. Post. Motion carries. Good luck. All right, items 93 and 94. 93 is VAR 32448. Request for variance to allow a building setback of 43 feet where residential adjacency standards require 96 feet, a 5-foot front yard setback where 25 feet is required, and a 7-foot corner side setback where 15 feet is required on .16 acres at 1141 South Maryland Parkway. 94 is SDR 32447, request for site development plan review for proposed 2,672 square foot 2-story office building with waivers to allow landscape buffers of 5 feet along the north perimeter where 15 feet is required, 7 feet along the west perimeter where 15 feet is required, and 0 feet along the south and east perimeters where 8 feet is required, 1.16 acres at 1141 South Maryland Parkway. The applicant owner is O&A Properties, LLC. The staff recommends denial, and the Planning Commission recommends approval on these items. These items are in Ward 3. They're public hearings, which I now declare open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Councilman, Council members. I'm sorry. Before you, we have a project today.
Please identify yourself for the
I'm
record.
sorry. I apologize. David Ellerson, 103 East Charleston Boulevard.
Thank you.
And before you, we have a project today that is a project for two brothers that have an existing law firm. Alex Castroverde is here. Orlando actually is in court right now, unable to make it. They have an existing law firm in what had been the Front Boy building on South Maryland Parkway. This project is due north of it, just directly adjacent, and it's to help them alleviate the overcrowding, if you will, that's in their existing building. We met with Mayor Pro Tem Reese, and he offered suggestions that were very helpful. We met with neighbors, got their support of the project, and as you mentioned, we have unanimous support from the Planning Commission. So we would seek the same from you this afternoon, and we'll answer any questions that you may have.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I have a letter here from a lady that lives next door, I guess, on Jessica.
Okay.
And she says there's not enough parking, and they're parking in front of her house and in her driveway as we speak today. And so if you're going to alleviate their concerns, then we're not going to put the burden on the neighbors. And I ask you to make sure that there is no encroachment into the neighborhood, that the neighbors feel comfortable in supporting this project. And I have a message here today where the people are parking in front of the neighbor's house as well as in front of a driveway.
Well, that's one of the reasons, Mayor Pro Tem, that we hopefully get approval for this
Excuse me,
building.
Mayor.
We're going to have some additional parking, which will allow our staff to.
I'm sorry, Mayor, we'll need the gentleman to.
Yes, your name, please.
Alex G. Castroverde. Thank you.
Get your mic.
Alex C. Castroverde, 1149 South Maryland Parkway. Hopefully, we're going to have additional parking afforded for our employees, which will avoid us having to park in front of the residences. Currently, there's only 4 parking spaces in the Front Boy building. which we converted into our law office. We've been there for about 16 months. So one of the goals in purchasing the property next to ours and hopefully being able to build this is to have additional parking for our employees.
Okay. If I get a call about people parking in front of their house, in front of their driveway, can I have their cars towed and have you pay for it?
Well, hopefully not. No, hopefully not. There isn't a. Currently, we have 4 parking spaces, and we have more than 4 employees.
Well, I'm asking. All I'm asking you is, you are in charge of making sure nobody parks in front of this house or in front of
this house. Yeah, but the other houses, behind.
I'm talking about 1510 Jessica.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't know the address. We have approval from the residents behind our current building, the Front Boy. We do park in front of their residence, and they have had no problems with it. We have support from the building behind our proposed building, and he has no problem with us parking in front of his residence. So obviously, if this this is the first time I hear from it. I've never received this letter, and obviously, if this person doesn't like us parking in front of her residence, we won't do it anymore.
Thank you. That's all I wanted.
Right, that's it. Okay, it's a public hearing, folks, if anyone wants to talk about parking. All right, we'll close the public hearing now.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll make a motion to approve item number 93 with all conditions, please.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
And on item number 94, again, I want to put on record why staff recommends denial is they have a hard time recommending approval when we're asking for variances. So with that said, I'll make a motion for approval of the site development review 32447 with all conditions and not parking in front of that residence at 1210 Jessica.
Okay, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
95 is RQR 31826, required review. The applicant owner is Oxford Technology, Inc., required review of an approved special use permit for a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 2310 Las Vegas Boulevard South in Ward 3. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now open. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, good afternoon. My name is Michael Cordero, 5521 Magi Court, and I'm representing the applicant today. When we came to the Planning Commission meeting on January the 22nd, there were a couple of conditions that the company was informed that needed to clean up. And I have some photos here to show the council that we did do what was required of us. One of the conditions that they requested of us that there was some graffiti on the column. We went out there and repainted the column. As you can see, this is the column repainted, so it has fresh paint on it now. One of the other conditions was that there was a whole bunch of bird dropping on the ground, so that we did also go out there and clean that up very well. And then staff had made a recommendation that we would put some kind of bird deterrent on it, so we did go out and spend the money and put the bird deterrents underneath the column, so that will prevent any more bird droppings on the asphalt there.
That's what you're hoping for. These birds are pretty smart around here.
I believe that because I know they come around and they don't stop coming. But we did, and we will be out there maintaining that and making sure that it is continually clean. And one of the other conditions was that we would pay the $800 application, and we had some kind of mishap with SHEPCO. I'm not sure if you all remember, but Mr. Shep Lanto, he had passed away in an unfortunate accident. So the $800 application may have gotten slipped by some of the office, but we took care of that, and we had the engineer stamp the structure to show that it is structurally sound to be there, and it's been there for a long time. Planning Commission did approve the application, and with respect, I'd like to ask that this board would approve the application as well, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you like.
All right, thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem.
Would you be applicable to having 2-year review on this item?
Yes, sir.
All right, public hearing, folks. Anyone want to be heard? We'll close the public hearing then, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I would move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval of this item with a 2-year review.
All right, that's the motion.
If
Let's
I may,
vote.
if I may,
Yes.
Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, we would recommend deleting conditions 2 and 5, as those have been complied with, as the applicant has indicated, and check with the city attorney if on condition number 3, we would then change that to 2011 rather than 2012 on a 2-year.
Mayor Pro Tem, as part of our new revised.
That's fine. The reason I'm a little bit behind on this is I was told by staff this was going to be held in abeyance today.
That was the request, and as you had indicated, and the applicant was available, so he indicated that he would come forward and be here today.
With a 3-year review then.
All right.
3-year? Thank you.
That's the motion. Let's
Then
vote.
condition number 3 stays as written.
Yes.
All right, let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you, Mayor and
Take it
Council.
You bet. Item number 96 is a special use permit 32490. Public hearing, applicant Cash America International, Inc., owner Cheyenne Fairways Business Center, request for a special use permit for a proposed 5,000 square foot pawn shop with a waiver to allow a 0-foot distance separation from residentially zoned property where 200 feet is the minimum distance required at 8680 West Cheyenne Avenue. This is in Ward 4. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. And I guess the mayor took a flyer because he didn't believe that Councilman Steinman could take care of this item. The applicant is present. Public hearing is open. Mr. Celeste.
Yes, good afternoon, council members. My name is Tony Celeste. Address is 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway, here on behalf of the applicant, Cash America. If I could just direct your attention to the site for a minute. We are located in Retail Building A, which is on West Cheyenne, just west of Durango. I think it's important for me to spend 1 minute real quickly on background regarding this particular application. This is an application actually seeking to relocate an existing pawn license. As you may be well aware that in your business license code, it is restricted by population. So we are simply just seeking to relocate a use that we had that was behind the Golden Nugget. When the Golden Nugget came through with its expansion, we left that site, and we have since, in the last 2 years, been seeking to relocate this use. We have identified this as a place that we'd like to relocate to. So this application is for a special use permit to have a pawn use in a C1 zone district. Along with the special use, there are 2 conditions that should be met. First is there a 1,000-foot separation requirement between other existing uses or similar uses. We meet that condition. The second one is a 200-foot separation requirement between the use and residential. In this particular case, the way the application has been noticed, it does say that we are seeking to waive that 200 feet to zero. The way it is written up is absolutely correct, but we believe we're also meeting the intent of it. Basically, if you can zoom in on this, you can see our existing building is located here. The entrance to the building is going to be on the far east side. From our entrance to the residential property line is a little bit over 200 feet. It's about roughly 219 feet. So even though we aren't technically within the code, we still believe we're meeting the spirit of the code to provide that 200-foot separation between the use as well as the residential property line. This use is going to be in a unoccupied, already currently designed building. You can see right here is a picture of it. So there won't be any question as to what the building will look like. It's in this existing shopping center. The applicant intends on spending upwards of over $500,000 on tenant improvements to this facility. The applicant is known for basically having very bright, clean stores. And also this use is really seen more as a retail use more akin to like a commercial neighborhood use. As you can see right here, also located in the city, is an existing super pond use over on 7095 North Durango in the Montecito Plaza. As you can see from this picture, it is a very similarly situated center where we have residential behind it as well. The hours of operation are going to be just that of what you would expect in a commercial neighborhood area. They would be Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 7 p.m., and then on Sunday from noon to 5 p.m. So basically I'm saying this is not a 24-hour use. It's similar to other retail uses. And I guess a question might come up, well, why this particular location? Well, Super Pond has done an extensive market study on this, and I'm going to display a map right here. And as you can see, I don't know if it's picking it up very clearly, but right here is a star that's in a pink. That's the proposed location. All the blue dots, and that's about a 3-mile radius you can see there, are identified customers. So that's another reason why this, we think, is a viable spot for Super Pond. So that's a 3-mile radius, a lot of customers located very near to the site.
Pro Tem?
Yes.
If you don't mind, can I ask you what you mean by an identified customer?
A customer that's been, that has given us information that's logged into their system, whether we have their address or whatever, that's where they have indicated that they live, whether it's through billing or anything like that. I don't know if I didn't mean to.
You answered the question. I'm just kind of curious how you got that information.
Oh, just from
prior
existing
customers.
Prior customers, yes. That's just like any other Best Buy or.
Excuse me. I just wanted to ask. So does that mean they're all those little blue crosses, dots are people who have used your services before?
That's correct.
So all of those people have used your services before. Amazing.
Yes. Obviously not at this location because we're seeking to come in for this one. But yeah, that's one of the reasons why we believe this is a viable neighborhood use, because as you can see, this is where a lot of our customers do reside.
Wait a minute. Just a minute.
Oh, yes,
sir. Let me point out to you, since you're bringing that up, Councilman Wolfson, that if you look at that, if they bring it up on the screen again, please, you'll notice that Sun City is everything to the south of that, and there's not many people using it. The seniors apparently don't need pond services for some reason. Now, that's all Sun City just south of that.
Yeah, this would be Sun City right in here.
Where your pen just hit and went over my house. Is my wife going to your house? One lone dot down there, Councilman Ross. Just kidding. Just watching.
I'll try to wrap this up. We did hold a neighborhood meeting on January 12th that was not required of us, but we did hold one. There was one person in opposition that's reflected in your staff report. But in closing, given that we believe the actual distance from when you measure from the door to the residential property line exceeds 200 feet, and that this really is more akin to retail type uses, especially when you take in consideration our hours of operation. We think this is a good fit for a retail office area that is less than half vacant right now. So with that, we respectfully request your approval.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions? Folks, public hearing, would anyone like to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing then, and Councilman Stivin.
Thank you, sir. I'm very surprised that there are no neighbors here, because I have notices of a lot of people who sent in that they were opposed to this, and I thought we'd have a crowd today, but we don't. I also need to disclose that a great part of the notice area is in Sun City, Summerlin, and I'm on the board of Sun City, Summerlin, but I don't think that will affect my vote on this particular situation. You said that pawn shops are restricted by population, and right. I don't think that is that true, Margot?
That has nothing to do with the land use requirements nor SUPs, and the issue of a relocation from another site from several years ago has no bearing on the matter today.
That's what I thought. Okay.
And it was more of a licensing issue. We're seeking to relocate the license. Not a land use matter, but as far as a licensing perspective, it is restricted by population. But I understand that might be outside the purview.
Okay. And this particular center is struggling. There are 2 tenants in this particular center at this time. And I did ask them to restrict the signage, which I don't think you mentioned.
I did not, and I will.
But I'd like
I
you to
will
do
agree.
that,
Yes,
please.
no, absolutely. And let me show you some. As you can see right here on our current existing location, we have Super Pond says Jewelry Center, and then also Payday Advance. At Planning Commission, we did agree that we would not have the Payday Advance on the building, and we'd absolutely agree to that condition today. In fact, I do have some new elevations that show just the Cash America Super Pond and then Jewelry Center, and that's absolutely correct. We'd agree to that condition.
Okay. And I think that as long as the signage is okay, and we didn't want a lot of garish signage on that because it shows not only across Cheyenne into Sun City, but I think the neighbors are close, as you said, 200 feet. There is a high wall between the neighbors and this property. This property does back up to Durango Hills Golf Course, and it is a 2-story retail property. So I'm going to move on SUP 32490. I'm going to move for approval, subject to all conditions.
All right, let's vote, please. Vote. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
And I will confirm for the record that the condition with regard to no exterior signage regarding Payday Advance and the hours are part of the conditions imposed by the Planning Commission.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Very good. Item 97, and from this morning, item 47. 97 is SUP 32491, a special use permit. The applicant is Pasteria LLC. The owner is Buffalo, Washington, Roman numeral 3 LLC. Request for a special use permit for a proposed beer, wine cooler, or on-sale establishment in conjunction with an existing restaurant with a waiver to allow a 58-foot distance separation from a city park where 400 is required at 7591 West Washington Avenue, suite number 110. This is in Ward 1, and it's going to be heard in conjunction with 47, which is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new beer, wine cooler, or on-sale license subject to the provisions of the Planning and Fire Codes and Health Department regulations for Chef Mark's Pasteria, LLC, doing business as Parma Pastavino and Deli, 7591 West Washington Avenue, Suite 110, Ward 1. And the recommendation is temporary approval. On the first item, the staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval subject to conditions. Ms. Meyer, do you want to be heard?
Sure. Carol Meyer, Finance and Business Services. The owner of this establishment actually has another business here in the city of Las Vegas. He submitted all of the necessary paperwork for consideration for temporary approval. We don't have any areas of concern with him, and my recommendation would be approval subject to all conditions.
Thank you. Please identify yourself.
Hello, Chef Marcus Grizzi, and a new operator of this location. Formerly it was called Baker Brothers Deli, and so they moved out, and I'm trying to move in there and do a good job like I have in the past with all my other restaurants here in town. And we need to serve some beer and wine with the great food that I'm going to produce there.
Very good. Thank you. All right. Are there any questions? Folks, public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard. All right. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. And Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to say a few words first pertaining to a question that's come up at some of the town hall meetings I've had, and that is, why do we grant waivers or variances? And I told the people there, and I've sent out additional information, that the code allows, the law allows us to grant waivers or variances for us as a city council. And it grants it because, I believe, there is no single way you could write an ordinance or write something that would hit every single specific condition that we have at different places within the city. And sometimes you hit a situation such as this, where you have the distance is not as great as it should be between a city park and the place where he wants to add the beer, wine cooler on sale. But we have a wide street between the two. The park across the street has a fence, which is rather high, and it also has a very large parking lot between the fence and the park itself. Those are three reasons what you consider. You also consider the economic situation of we need to have businesses not lie empty, but we need to have businesses that bring vibrance. And I'm pointing all this out because it's a nice example that I can give on television to those people who are interested in why we grant waivers at times. And certainly we have a business with a very good reputation. We have, as I said, even though it's not the feet that we would want to have, nonetheless, we have the large street, we have the fence, we have the large parking lot, so I move for approval.
Okay. It was an interesting way of getting there. Let's vote.
I know it's lengthy, but you know,
No problem.
once a teacher, always a teacher.
No problem. Okay, please vote. Post, please. Motion carries. And on 47, please. 47.
I move to approve.
Let's vote, please. Post. Me? Motion carries. Good luck to you. Pizza?
No, more of a pastaria with fresh pastas in Sala Maria, which is like a good deli from New York and Italy. Thank you.
Very good. Good luck to you.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
You're welcome. 99, SUP 32530, special use permit. The applicant is Clearwire US LLC. The owner is Westcare Works, Inc. Request for special use permit for a proposed 70-foot high wireless communication facility, non-stealth, design at 401 South Martin Luther King Boulevard. This is in Ward 5. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. This is a public hearing, which I now declare open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Shane Hennessy, York, 7030 Smoke Ranch Road. Here on behalf of the applicant, Clearwire Wireless. Before us, we have a 70-foot communication facility on an industrial zoned parcel directly adjacent to the I-15 freeway. Closest crossroads are I-15 and Alta. We agree with all of staff's conditions for this application and respectfully request your approval.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Yes, sir. Would you like to be heard?
Mike Lavin, 401 South Martin Luther King, West Care. Just here in case the council has any questions for me.
All right, very good. Thank you. Any questions for either gentleman? Folks, a public hearing if you'd like to be heard. All right, we see none. We'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Barlow?
Yes, Mayor. I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval, subject to all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Did you tie that yourself?
I do.
Is it hard?
With a little bit of practice.
Okay, it looks very good.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay.
Shane, call me when you get a moment.
That's what I said. It's a real one. You don't see those too often. It's very good. Item 100 is SDR 32482, Site Development Plan Review, a public hearing. The applicant is Harmony Homes. The owner is Hayden Springs LLC and Centennial Meadows LLC. Request for a major amendment to an approved site development plan review for revised single-family residential floor plans and building elevations on 193 lots on 12.51 acres at the southwest corner of Farm Road and Tooley Springs Road in Ward 6. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now open. Mr. Brown.
Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. With me this afternoon is John Rhodes, who is also representing the applicant. We would ask that you follow the recommendation of the Planning Commission, and we'll answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Brown or Mr. Rhodes? Folks, public hearing? Anybody like to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to point out for Director Wheeler's benefit, this is Harmony Homes.
I like it.
No, I do have a comment about this development. This thing's changed hands a couple of times, and I would certainly like to see that get filled in. You've got a wonderful piece there. I think you can do great things with it. You can't beat the location. Get it done. Get those homes built and get people moved in there and make that corner a success. With that, Your Honor, I will move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval.
All right, thank you. Let's vote, please.
Mr. Mayor, very quickly, just for the record, the staff report is correct, but the header shows the Planning Commission vote was 7-0, and it was actually 5-0. Mr. Steinman was not present at the Planning Commission.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Good luck. 101, Madam Clerk, would you please set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings and dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements? Thank you. This is item 102. Are there any members of the council who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? All right. 103 is citizens' participation. If you'd like to, yes.
I would, Your Honor. May I?
This is the time.
I'm sorry, between Councilman Reese and Councilman Steinman's feud. I just want to point out, Your Honor, you and I will be at Santa Fe tomorrow to address the businesses in the Northwest, and Road.com has put on a wonderful gathering out there of what's coming up for businesses related to the year 2009. So I look forward to that and would encourage the folks out in the Northwest to stop by and say hello.
Like that very much. What time is that going to be?
I think that's 7 o'clock, Your Honor.
Very good.
At 7 o'clock tomorrow night?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, this is time for citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please step up, give us your name, and we'll put the 3-minute timer on, please. Thank you.
Stanley Washington, 2200 Matheson. Thank you, Your Honor. Guess it's been a busy 2 days, the last 2 days, Your Honor.
We're all busy.
Operating at breakneck speed like we always are. We did go ahead and have a good day yesterday with the Lou Ruval. We honored that day, but of course today is now back onto the forward motion here. 2 things I want to go ahead and share with you. Number one is more or less a request. I shared with you yesterday the gentleman, Dan Parmley, who has technology that we've been able to so far share with the Governor Gibbons, Commissioner Roy Reed, former Commissioner Bruce Woodbury. You saw me there yesterday making appointments with Senator Harry Reid, Senator John Ensign. Little brief introduction to Councilman Ricky Barlow, Commissioner Lawrence Weekly, Assemblyman Harvey Mumford. We were basically pulling all the pieces together, and because you know how when we come to you, Your Honor, you like to always have the pie almost cooked when we basically come. So it's there and it's ready for you. What happens is I have a request from Dan Hyde, and I have the Office of Business Development poised to go ahead and meet with you hopefully within the next 2 days for 30 minutes so you can now be brought up to speed on the total piece that comes
The next 2
today.
days will be impossible, Mr. Washington. I'm just jammed up to the hill from early morning to late at night, as you heard, tomorrow night, Friday night, every night. So it's going to have to be next week.
Well, because Mr. Parmley's here till Friday, and then he leaves out. I'm just basically letting you know.
Okay.
He does have something to share with you in terms of the interest in your museum out there. He does have a gentleman, believe it or not, that has an original certified limousine of Buzzy Siegel. That
They'll drive it home.
They've indicated that they'd be more than willing to go ahead and make available at my museum.
And if you'd be kind enough, if you speak to Ms. Fretwell about that, if you can't get in to see me, she'd be very interested to hear about that for the museum.
Okay. So anyway, we are meeting with Pat Shawmy and Bruce Woodbury Friday at 3:30. So once again, we're trying to go ahead and put the ties on this thing, Your Honor. So I think that we're all super busy there, but this technology, we're literally putting Nevada first in the world.
Thank you.
Is there any possible way?
I don't have my schedule in front of me, but I got to say no. I believe that I start at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, and you heard I'm going to be out there till 9 o'clock tomorrow night, and the same thing is true on Saturday. Sunday. I mean, Friday.
Where is this thing?
The Santa Fe. You can bring them out there. That's fine.
Well, that's where my thing is we can get down in the restroom. My thing is to move forward.
It's the Community Expo 2009 out there.
Right, bring them out there.
And we should be out there about 7 o'clock. It's usually very crowded, so...
That's tomorrow night, right?
Yeah, tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night, okay, because, as each day that we don't take advantage of moving forward in the technology jobs, the economy goes down. So
be happy to meet him tomorrow night.
Okay, good enough. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I know you had a big recess and got a lot of things off your mind, but the most important thing is to get the general public throughout the United States have a respective good look and a concern on the Las Vegas City Hall. My name is Christoph.
Not City Hall. You're talking about the Veterans Memorial, right?
My name is Christoph. I have property still in the city as well as in the county. Unfortunately, I haven't had any foreclosures because I paid my bills. I've been here a couple of times, not recently this year, because I felt to give a little seasoning to the general public throughout the United States. This document has been going by computer and everything. Here you are, ma'am. Give them. This document has really become very famous now, not because I have any connection with Senator McConnell or George, the other nice gentleman who interviewed Mr. Obama, George Apopoulos, or how you pronounce it, I don't know, but I'm Greek and Italian and I can't pronounce
Stephanopoulos.
it. Stephanopoulos. If you read down below, just as I see it and the public mention it to me, unfortunately they see things better than I do, it says, Goodman's Future Mob Museum, where it should say Mayor Oscar Goodman Future Veterans Memorial Recognition Park in Las Vegas. Nobody wants to be disappointed, even though we have a crisis today, a big crisis. But I have said it many times, and you have mentioned it, looked at me and other people, put money before the concern of our veterans. Not just the Veterans Memorial Monument Park of recognition, but the hospital is a disgrace. Money is just floating around, but it's not going the right direction. 12 years later, from $63 million now to $700 million that I think they're going to steal part of it again to get out of the hot water they're in. But the important factor, as you told me, Your Honor, a couple of times that you had some prospective people who were very interested in working with you.
That's correct. The Mayor Pro Tem has been meeting with you.
And all I'm just saying is, I even spoke to some people that wanted to get in touch with your office as somebody to support and make, as I have a lovely person here today, call me up with many hundreds over the months saying, we want to be supporting this. I would tell them, call the city councilman in your city, or if you're in the county, call the city mayor. Now, I'm not here to jump up and down with hoping that you can give me stimulated money, $800,000, but, stimulated money is for our veterans, for the federal people, too. And to have somebody say in Congress, well, we can't put federal money for a Veterans Memorial Monument Park recognition is an insult to every veteran, every family in the United States as well as in Las Vegas, Nevada. So that's why I wanted to bring it to your attention. Maybe you can highlight me with some concern on this, because I see down the road where you want your project to get going, but they're always going to pick up on this. Not that I deliberately did this. I didn't put this script together.
It doesn't bother me. I'm just telling you that the Mayor Pro Tem and myself are working very closely with two gentlemen who are talking about raising serious money for the Veterans Park.
I would like to see something that gives some spirit in here. The spirit of everybody, heads are down from one end of the country to the other. And all I know is I didn't put this together.
I could care less.
Some other people that felt that it should be out there for the general public, fine.
Fine.
But I felt it
No
is necessary, as I talked to Mr. Wolfson on other occasions on certain things. People will call. I can't say don't do it or do it. It's their right to do it.
I want them to call.
Okay?
Very good.
So if you could keep close contact, the Pro Tem Mayor, on this, I would appreciate it.
We're on top of it.
Huh?
We're on top of it.
I want to get on the bottom of it, too.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Ms. Barnes?
Oh, yes. Give me that, would you? Thank you very much, young lady. Lots of love.
Good afternoon. Dorothy Barnes, Las Vegas resident. I'll try to cut it short. I got 3 minutes? Anyway, still having problems with the issuing of my distress signal. It's hard when you're at the bottom trying to deal with the people that have control over things at the top. And I know I come through the churches and everything, it helps me to deal with it reading the book of Genesis. Read the book of Genesis, the brothers Cain and Abel. You know what I'm going through with. You read about Jacob and his brothers and Joseph and Esau. They were twins, brothers.
Jacob and Esau were
Jacob and Esau, twins fighting, like two nations fighting in their mother's womb. So that helps me deal with it. And, you know, Cain, he asked the Lord, am I my brother's keeper? To a certain extent, we are our brother's keeper.
He took care of his brother, didn't he?
He did. Jealousy. And I'm not jealous of anyone. I want to see everyone advance. I want to see the city advance, the people here grow, not only, in spiritual knowledge. I want to see this city grow financially and everybody get their dreams and everything, dream wishes and things, but not at my expense all the time. That's all. I'm trying to limit them using me because my health, the Lord blessed me to see June 27 this year. I turned 52. My health is not as good as some people my age. There's still some older people in better health than I am, actually. And I'm asking the people that's been allowed out on the military base, maybe some other sickly, disabled people are going through what I'm going through with, being used. I don't ask for no special favoritism. I'm just saying I need them to limit allowing people out there. They won't allow me out there. I want them to limit the usage and issuing of people's distress signal. Now, I know it's been a secret thing, and they said, oh, that's something we don't discuss. That's something we don't want people to know about. But when it hurts someone, other people may be being hurt by this kind of foolishness. It should be discontinued. Now, I'm working on getting an attorney on this because, enough is enough. In 2009, I want to draw a line on this. I want to go on with my life and enjoy like every other American and person here in this city and state. And I can't do it when I'm being used. And law enforcement should be up to date on this. I've tried to give the information, and understanding on this kind of thing being done. And I'm wondering what's going on. I can't get out on Nellis, but some of the ones that do have access to Nellis Air Force Base and maybe connections with the ones that's in control of people, distress signals being issued and used and reissued to get the blame off the person that is actually issued for. I'd appreciate the assistance from anyone that know how to do this type thing. And while I'm working on getting an attorney on it, because it's not that I want to be greedy and sue people, but you got to limit people hurting you. This thing is hurting me. You got to limit the much damage to my reputation. And thank you all. Have a good day.
Thank you very much. Okay, would anyone else like to be heard today? All right, seeing none, the meeting's adjourned. Thank you. Excuse me?
Can I talk in the name of the alias?
What did you say? I couldn't hear you.
Can I talk in the name of the alias?
No.